Hey, it's Conrad Thompson. Thanks for checking out the podcast here on YouTube. Be sure to hit the subscribe button and the notifications bell. You'll get a notice anytime we upload some new content. And when I'm not asking Bruce, hey, how big was Batista's? Well, you know. One of the things I like to do is help people save money. And if you're watching this video right now and you're in a 30-year loan, man, you're overpaying your single biggest bill and you may not even realize it. I want you to do a little experiment for me. Take your calculator out, multiply your monthly house payment by 360 payments. That's how many payments there are in a 30-year loan. That big scary number, that's your total of payments. You're looking at that number? You know you can do better. Keep more of your own money right now and go to savewithconrad.com. Or maybe you've got credit card debt. Man, it's not a matter of if I can save you money with that. Your average interest rate on a credit card is more than 20%. And by the way, all the interest you pay on those credit cards, it's not tax deductible. Whereas the mortgage interest, well, that is tax deductible. So if you owe this debt, it's up to you how to pay it back. Doesn't it make sense to get the cheapest rate possible and the greatest tax deduction possible? Find out how much money you can save right now for free at savewithconrad.com. You don't need perfect credit. Even scores in the 500s can be approved, and it's no cost out of pocket. But maybe best of all, we're licensed in more than 40 states. We can help more families than ever before. But how much can we save you? Find out right now for free with a quick quote from savewithconrad.com.
The recognized symbol of excellence in sports entertainment.
What's going on, everyone? It's time for a Megasode edition of Grilling JR. I'm Jon Alba, filling in this week for Conrad Thompson. Big man's feeling a little under the weather, and Jim Ross himself, the voice of wrestling, has had a hellacious week of travel, but we wanted to make sure that you got your fix of Jim Ross himself with this absolutely spectacular King of the Ring Megasode here on Grilling JR. Thankfully, Conrad and Jim have had a chance to talk a lot about the King of the Ring pay-per-view, what was once a staple of WWE and WWF programming over the years. Now, we don't see it as much, but every now and then, it's a nice dose of nostalgia. Thankfully, though, we've got Jim to fall back on, and throughout the course of this episode, we're going to take a look back at three in particular that helped change the game in the course of the World Wrestling Federation. And with that, we begin with the year 1996, a very memorable pay-per-view in its own right, of course, known for the Ultimate Warrior's final match on pay-per-view for the World Wrestling Federation. We had Shawn Michaels and the British Bulldog, and something else happened. Oh yeah, the invention of Austin 3:16. So with that, let's tune on into what Jim Ross has to say.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, how are you, man?
I'm good, Conrad. I'm sporting my new shirt today.
Oh, I see that. Slobber Knocker AF. You can get that
baby.
on AEWshop.com, right?
Yeah. And it's pretty cool. I hadn't had a new shirt in a long time. So I just decided to design one.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
I had consultation though from a guy that's very involved in the show today, Steve Austin. He's my t-shirt go-to, among other things.
So he knows a thing or two about that now.
So I had it designed, and he gave me some pointers here and there, and so you keep it simple. Black's the bestseller, so here we are. So everything's good. I'm good, Conrad. I'm enjoying a few days off. We start back taping or going live on Saturday night. I think, what is it, 24th?
26th, I think.
26th, okay. So got a few days off. That's nice. It's nice to be stuck in Florida. Stuck in Florida on the damn beach.
Oh, it's just terrible.
Sun, oh shit. How much can how much can a man endure?
We're gonna find out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So this should be a good one. Very, pivotal King of the Ring. As you mentioned earlier, when we were on the air, it's arguably the most important King of the Ring of all time.
I mean, I think it is. Certainly he made other guys with the King of the Ring concept, but Brett, by the time he won King of the Ring, had already been world champion, and Owen winning it was certainly well deserved. But he didn't go on to like these crazy heights, and then there's the whole King Mabel thing, and now, man, we're cooking with gas. Of course, originally there were plans for another winner. Another reason why I think this is arguably the most important one. But let's talk about it. I can't believe it. It's the 25th anniversary of this show. We need to sort of set the table, Jim, and I'm sure you're tired of talking about it. I think we all are. But this show really gets started at the curtain call. We've covered it in the archives, and I believe that was even our second show that we ever did together. But at the Raw tapings after In Your House, Beware of Dog, and before the second Beware of Dog show, because as we'll recall, there was a power outage, and I did sort of a do-over on Tuesday. The build for the King of the Ring begins with qualifying matches, and unbelievably, Jake Roberts beats Triple H to qualify. Meltzer would write, Jake pinned Hunter in 10:30 after a DDT, and Roberts put the snake on Triple H after the match as well. The result was almost certainly punishment for the incident at Madison Square Garden on June 19th, where Helmsley, Michaels, Diesel, and Razor Ramon did the curtain call in the ring after the show, violating kayfabe big time. There was a sizable amount of internal heat regarding the wrestlers doing it, and even though the majority of fans had left before Michaels finished his post-match routine, it was mainly the hardcores left who liked it. Anyway, since they couldn't punish Diesel or Ramon since they're leaving, and Michaels is the company's golden boy and top draw, it's Helmsley who was the one who was made the example out of. Now, a few years prior to this, I don't think anybody would have thought losing to Jake Roberts was some sort of punishment. But in 96, that's certainly the way a lot of people felt about it. How'd you feel about it?
Well, it was, I think, a reprimand type thing. You could say maybe. But there was some punishment involved in it, I guess. I think not that Jake put Jake over. It was the fact that Hunter was going to win it.
Right.
And that had been planned, and as a natural step in his maturation creatively. So that got taken, and all for those guys going to business for themselves. Everybody looks at things differently, man, and I thought it was a lack of institutional control, quite frankly. The guy shouldn't have done it, in my view, but they loved each other so much. They had to say goodbye. It was the Garden. It was bullshit. That's what it was. Oh, the hardcores thought it was cool. What, all 8 of them? So come on. I wonder how. I'm not even going to go there.
No, you can't tease us like that. What were we thinking?
Well, they're so indebted to each other, and so they're such great friends. I wonder how often they talk now.
Right.
So my point is, was it really that big a deal, or was it just for them to show their defiance that they could do what they wanted when they wanted because of who we were? And you got to blame Vince for a lot of that, because he let it slip, a lot of that shit slip by.
At this point, are you Vince McMahon's right hand man yet?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, I was not. But I could have stopped it if I was his right hand, left hand man, his ambidextrous man. That's what they wanted to do, and Vince was going to support those guys. Sometimes bookers, owners, whatever, can be too gracious in their quest to be talent friendly. I thought that was an example of that. And so after all these years, so you said 25 years?
Yeah.
I don't, the only thing that keeps that alive is people like you and me, quite frankly. So, at any event, it did tie into the story we're telling today, and certainly was a catalyst for the change in creative direction. And by a stroke of luck, we backed into a good one when Stone Cold was the winner. It worked. and they work everlastingly, long-term wise, good launch, good awareness for Stone Cold. And there we went. All the stars seemed to realign as that night went along.
Talk to me a little bit about talent friendly. You used that phrase a minute ago, that sometimes owners or bookers or what have you can sometimes be talent friendly to their detriment. I don't know if that's always been the rap on Vince McMahon. Is this newfound, um, I don't know, feel good Vince McMahon necessary because now Nitro is a thing. WCW's got some real money behind it, and they're trying to make a new move, or is it more based on, hey, we're not able to? I don't know. I've always been fascinated by the Shawn Michaels Vince McMahon relationship, and I'm trying to dig into because it feels like he had a great relationship once upon a time with Hogan and his other top guys, but I don't know that he would have just acquiesced to anything that a Brett or a Mabel or a Flair or whoever else was champ sort of in between.
Yeah.
Talk me through that. Is it born out of necessity with WCW on the rise?
Somewhat born out of necessity, but as I said before, Vince and Shawn have always had that a strong bond, and it's bonded together with the fact that Vince saw a little bit of himself as far as being defiant, attitudinal, that type thing with Shawn. So they were connected in that respect, even though they had great arguments, and any argument great. They had significant arguments, but I just think Vince just for whatever reason, he just had a special affinity for Shawn Michaels, and it just might have been, Conrad, God forbid this could be this, the fact that he was arguably the number one or number two worker in the world at that time.
Yeah.
And we have built so much around Shawn, and rightfully so. I mean, God dang, he was great. And I'm glad he's still there in the company. He can help a lot of people. And I'm sure that he does. But I thought that thing of the Garden was just a kind of selfish. It was we're going to defy tradition. We're going to turn our back on kayfabe in this very world's most famous arena because we want to, and we can. And a lot of the other guys that I heard from were not happy about it. I guess essentially, as they would say in Oklahoma, a lot of the talents just thought that Shawn and those guys got too big for their britches, and they flaunted it. So, but I think Vince, he also saw that, the WCW element becoming more prominent, that, we needed to be more talent friendly. But I think that's not just the top guys. You should be talent friendly to everybody. And, but anyway, yeah, I don't think it was just I think it's error and judgment all the way around. Everybody involved, just if they would say, because of their defiance and their independence and the fact they'd made a lot of money and mailbox money, and they'd saved their money, I guess, they just had a belief that they could get away with anything. And so then that led to this King of the Ring, where Hunter, who we planned on being the next King of the Ring, was taken out of that equation because of what happened at the Garden. So, and a lot of people will disagree with me on this deal. Look, Kevin Nash is one of my best friends. I like Kevin a lot. I've known him forever. I got him on my radio show that we air here on the Ad Free Network.
Yeah.
Like, it drops on Fridays. Kevin was a frequent guest. I had always had a lot of time for Kevin, and I still do. But I think, Vince saw, well, we lost these two guys. They're leaving. And maybe I need to tweak my PR game a little bit with talent. So, but did he turn over a brand new leaf? Not really. He just became more aware of talent's needs and the changing philosophies of a lot of talents in that era. the business was changing, and this was one of those significant changes.
Did you think the business was changing? I'm not saying that to be funny, but I think sometimes a guy like you who's been around, he could say, well, no, the same thing draws it's always drawn. You need a protagonist and an antagonist and a good story, but you got to have a hot heel and blah, blah, blah. It feels like, some of the formulas of what's worked in wrestling for decades, that didn't change. But a lot of people felt like, oh no, it's all different now. It's shades of gray. Where did you land on that?
Well, I never was a big shades of gray guy. I think you're overthinking the business and trying to reinvent something that's already established. I thought the business was changing somewhat in the attitudes of the talents, and the fact that the online stuff started to creep in and have a little effect on communication. But I didn't ever think that we're going to deviate so far away from, well, we don't need baby faces, we don't need heels, because that's too wrestling. Too wrestling. That was one of the best deals. I'm sure you heard that, others.
Yeah.
That's too wrestling. I never really agreed with that. So, but the business is changing in a little subtle ways, but the primary one was, in my opinion, was how you interacted with talent, and that you need to communicate closer with talent, allow talent to express themselves and to participate in their creative. The smart business there is that once one does that, the talent will then make a more emotional investment to get their creative over, if they've had any hand at all of significance to create their own creative journey. So I think we all learned something there in that regard. So maybe at the end of the day, the curtain call it certainly wasn't the end of the earth. It was just a stark departure from the traditions that the business had been fostering long before I got into it in the 70s.
Well, JR, this episode of Grilling JR is brought to you by Zyn Nicotine Pouches, a fresh way to enjoy nicotine without all the baggage of cigarettes, dip, or vape.
That's right. No more smelling like an ashtray, ladies and gents. And no more spit cups, for God's sakes. And no batteries to charge or leaky equipment to deal with.
That's right. Zyn nicotine pouches are smoke-free, spit-free, and available in 10 varieties like spearmint, wintergreen, citrus, and many more. And for your convenience, each variety comes in 2 strengths, so you can easily find the satisfaction level that's perfect for you. Zyn, America's #1 nicotine pouch, is available in over 100,000 locations nationwide, meaning it's never been easier to find your Zyn.
So head on over, folks, to zyn.com, zyn.com/find to locate a store near you. One more time. That's zyn.com/find, F-I-N-D.
That's right. And the warning, this product does contain nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical.
I'm curious when you're sort of running through all of that, you said something like, well, that's when the internet started to. So the idea is, all of a sudden, as the internet grows and technology grows, there starts to be more coverage of the professional wrestling business online. That's certainly the case here in 96. You were with Vince a lot longer than 96, of course, though. I'm fascinated to hear, did you ever once in your life hear Vince McMahon say something like, what's the internet think of this? Or what are people saying online about this?
No.
Yeah.
No. It was out there and was aware of it, a lot of us read Meltzer's Observer. I know Bruce and I both did. And there are a lot of others, Ed Cohen, who did the buildings. And Howard was the key guy. Howard was the town crier with all that. It kept everybody aware of what was being said online in case we missed it. And oftentimes we did miss it because there's an awful lot of things being said. So, but Vince will get downloads. Oh, by the way, Vince, this is online. This is the hot rumor today, or whatever. But you know, he never, not at least to me, he did. We didn't talk about it occasionally, but especially when something leaked that we knew came from a talent. You know, that's disheartening when things leak and it comes from one of the participants in the equation. Not cool. So that happened a few times. But no, he was not a. I'm sure he's more aware of it now because digital and the internet and all the sites and everything that's out there. People trying to make a living off pro wrestling through their sites and their hits and all that stuff is very prominent, more than ever. So but he didn't overreact to the internet. We just were all aware that it was there and that a lot of our own people were talking.
This same taping where Hunter loses to Jake, we see Steve Austin defeat Bob Holly to qualify. Owen Hart beats Yokozuna, and the Ultimate Warrior and Goldust go to a 15-minute draw. Vader defeats Ahmed Johnson. Mark Mero defeats Skip. So Austin's run to the top starts with beating Bob Holly, and Owen pins Yoko. And Warrior and Goldust go into a 15-minute draw. I mean, Dustin Rhodes could do 60, I'm sure, but Warrior in a 15-minute match.
Yeah.
What's the thinking here?
Don't beat him.
Yeah.
Can't beat him.
There you go.
He can't lose well.
I see.
The Warrior's not a good enough worker to know how to lose and protect himself. So you eliminated two guys there. And the fact also that, you know, we were building Goldust and we thought Goldust had a significant upside, and he did. But Vince didn't want to beat him in that environment. So they did the draw, and, you know, Goldust should have been bonused on his paycheck for that one, to go 15 minutes of Warrior. And I had completely forgotten about that match. So maybe there's a reason why. Maybe it wasn't very good. I don't remember.
You usually block out painful experiences, right?
Yeah, I do.
Vader would beat Ahmed here. We sort of glossed over that match, but that's Ahmed's first ever pinfall loss in the company. But afterwards is when the real story happens. Goldust gives him CPR, and then when Ahmed wakes up, he freaks out, and it's a hell of a scene. In hindsight, do you think that angle was in bad taste, or should we always judge wrestling by the context it's in?
Yes, the latter.
Yeah.
It was a element added by, I'm sure, by Pat Patterson, who loved the ha-ha.
Right.
He loved the ha-ha. So it added a lighthearted element to that matter. And I don't know if it was necessary or not. Did it kill the show? Of course not.
No.
But it was.
Well, I'll say it was a hot finish. I mean, seeing Ahmed drive that dude through the door, that's a hell of a visual.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You get into these matches, these tournaments like this, and, you know, the office picks out the participants they want to be in the King of the Ring.
Right.
And then you find yourself, well, we can't beat this guy. We don't want to beat this guy. Somebody's got to win and lose here.
Yeah. Why'd we book it?
Yeah. And that's the way it is today. You know, I believe that any top talent should be able to lose to another talent with that talent's finish.
Sure.
If you can't lose to somebody's finish, what have we created?
Right.
It's you're just in a box now. So I always liked the fact that, you know, working with Watts, those guys, that you come up with a way. And I remember even a good old Leroy McGurk back in the day would always tell guys, you know, when you come to work, you got to have and Watts is a big proponent of this too, that when you come to work, you got to have an idea of how to lose, how to win, and how to work a return. Have something in your head that you want to do. And now the business is such where a lot of talent, seemingly to me, just leave it all up to the office. So some are not participating in it from the emotional investment aspect. And that's kind of what this deal was. I can promise you very few guys came to work with the idea of how they wanted to win or lose or work a return. So, but they sometimes you book yourself into a corner, and I want to say inadvertently, but you got to have when you book the match, you got to have a finish.
That's right.
Some sort. So I think that's kind of where we were with that deal. A lot of guys are in the protected area where you didn't want to beat them because a lot of the talents themselves over the years had made it clear that, if I lose, you're killing me. So your work must be shit. You really must not be over then. I can't lose. If you're if it's that fragile, then we're doing something really wrong here, where we've got a talent, a position where if he or she loses one match, you've killed them. And a lot of talents hung their hat on that, Conrad. I'm not going to get over you. You're beating me every night. So all of a sudden it goes from losing tonight. Oh, you're beating me every night. No,
Yeah.
no, we're not. No, we're not. So, and I'd like to see that change a little bit. But in any event, it was a daunting task to figure out these finishes so that some talents could be protected. And it was just awkward, to say the very least.
Well, we're building towards Mankind versus The Undertaker, and they're going to have one hell of a summer. We're also building Shawn Michaels versus Davey Boy in a rematch. And how about this classic? The Ultimate Warrior versus Jerry the King Lawler. On Raw, we would see one of the worst appearances Warrior ever had. Instead of being the crazy wild man persona that we'd always seen, he comes out wearing a baseball hat. When Jerry Lawler is here to present him with a framed painting that he said he did, and Warrior said he acknowledged that it took a lot of time, but he's going to kick his ass at King of the Ring. And then, of course, Lawler flipped the painting around and hit Warrior over the back of the head where the glass went out. So not one chance of glass going into Warrior's head, but still Warrior felt the need to not only wear the cap, but friend of the show, TJ Wilson, says he even had a pad inside the cap, or at least that's what he heard.
No, he did. The hat was like a helmet for protection. Because we all know that Warrior's smarter than all of us, and he had it all figured out. And he's also defiant.
He's paranoid, right? He felt like,
yeah, to say the least.
I just don't understand. I mean, has there ever been, listen, there's probably plenty of criticism to go around for Jerry Lawler, but has anybody ever heard that Jerry Lawler was, oh, Jerry's going to stiff me, Jerry's going to hurt me? I've never heard that once in my life.
Me neither. And he never did. I said this, Conrad, Lawler's one of the best workers ever.
Yes.
Ever. And the fact that he had never hurt anybody, it's much like Brett. Those guys that were supreme workers and they were dedicated to their craft took huge amounts of pleasure in the fact that they didn't hurt their dancing partners,
right?
Their opponents. Lawler was one of those guys. But paranoid is a good way to describe the Ultimate Warrior. And he's had a lot of exposure the last several weeks.
Yeah.
On TV, the documentaries and things of that nature. So yeah, it was an interesting show to book, and I enjoyed calling it because at the time, you never know how significant any show is going to be until it's over. But when that show was over, we knew that we had accomplished something very good. The audible that was called regarding Triple H not winning actually worked out the best for everybody involved at the end of the day.
Let's keep it moving here. Let's talk about Bradshaw defeating Henry Godwin. Savio Vega is going to qualify on Superstars for King of the Ring by defeating Marty Jannetty. And now we're off to the quarterfinals. Steve Austin pins his old rival Savio Vega. And now we're really starting to look like Steve Austin's going to be in here for the long haul. You sort of talked earlier about, well, the decision was made not to go with Hunter. Did you immediately pivot to Austin, or is there some discussion about who it could have been instead?
Well, you look at the roster, Conrad, and you say, who can we help the most by them facilitating a King of the Ring win?
Right.
Who needs it the most? Who needs that impetus to step forward? To me, Austin was the obvious answer. He was starting to build momentum. He was turning heads. People were starting to pay attention to him. He had found his own character. He was refining it. His work was solid as hell, believable. So, to me, Steve, there was probably going to be other guys as candidates, no doubt. But I think Steve was the obvious candidate, and it was the right thing to do to put him over at the end of the day.
So Mark Miro is going to defeat Owen Hart to move into the semifinals, and Jake Roberts will defeat Bradshaw with the DDT. At the same time, there's rumors of issues with the 1-2-3 kid, Sean Waltman. Obviously you're not a psychiatrist or therapist or whatever. But where do you think Waltman's head was at this time, since he's watching Hunter being punished and Scott and Kevin leaving for WCW?
He's probably a little detached. Sean had those guys took Sean under their wing, and he became one of their guys. So he had a close relationship with Hunter and Sean, all that crew. So I'm sure he was a little verklempt, as they used to say.
I like that.
And sometimes those triggers can then arise as it would relate to increased substance abuse. And when you're in that world anyway, it doesn't, you want to keep a guy straight and clean and healthy.
Sure.
Healthy. Sometimes these triggers can evolve from different places, Conrad. So it wasn't a good scenario for Sean. And I'm still a Sean Waltman supporter. And I know he's got a podcast.
Yes, he does.
And then it does good. And I'm happy for him. I love the kid. He's cleaned himself up. He got more than one second chance. So nice. But I'm sure it was a little disconcerting for Sean at that time, because Sean was one of those guys that would have thought that the curtain call probably was the right thing to do. I don't know that, but attitudinally, and the business is changing, we got to change with it type deal. But we don't have to change it so much if we're going to take people into the magician's house and see how he makes a rabbit disappear.
Right.
I didn't think that was quite necessary. So I'm sure it was a point of consternation for Sean, and because he's seen two of his best friends leave. He's got another good friend in Triple H who got punished by not winning the King of the Ring. So then all of a sudden, winning the King of the Ring was a huge deal.
Yeah.
It was made to be a huge deal. Oh, that shouldn't have happened. He's the only one who got punished. And I didn't see Sean jumping into place to help Hunter. It was all of a sudden the deck of the ship started getting more sparse. So anyway, I'm sure it affected Sean because he's a sensitive guy. He's loyal. And like I said, I've always had a lot of time for him. One of my favorite guys.
By the way, if you've got a lot of time for him, check out his new podcast that Jim referenced. It's Pro Wrestling for Life. Sean Waltman and a friend of the show, Nick Houseman, are doing a good job over there. And I even did an appearance. So check that out. It's Pro Wrestling for Life. Let's keep it going. Talk about your other pal, the late, great Brian Pillman.
Yeah.
He's signed to a 3-year deal here, coming off his run in WCW. He started this loose cannon character over there, sprinkled a little bit in ECW, and now he's here, although he's fresh off of surgery from that Humvee accident. Obviously, you're familiar with Brian. We've recently talked about him a good deal here on the show. But in hindsight, should we have waited until he had a clean bill of health to bring him in, do you think?
I guess in hindsight, sure.
I guess what I'm saying is, are we getting caught up in the whole WCW, boy, we got to win thinking?
Well, that certainly played a part, Conrad. I'm not going to deny that. But we always felt that Brian was a diamond in the rough.
Yeah.
And we also didn't know, uh, the timeline for him to get healthy. I also don't know that we knew exactly how severely injured his ankle was from the standpoint of it getting fused and him not being able to do some of the things athletically, that he didn't have the spring off that leg, things of that nature. But we looked at Brian as not a one-tool guy.
Right.
We looked at him as a guy that could do a lot of things. I envisioned another Jesse Ventura-like character with Brian, where he could be a great asset on the mic as a broadcaster and really lighten that whole role up and be controversial and be timely and topical, all those things. Or he could have been a manager, and not in the true sense of Mr. Fuji manager, but a more updated manager role.
Sure.
So I don't know that if he was only a one-dimensional guy, the signing him at the time that we did probably might have been a little premature. But knowing the fact that we had several potential roles for him to fill, it didn't seem too early.
It is interesting though, if you and I were to take a look at this as a trade, right? Sort of like what you would see in traditional sports. You're essentially trading Scott Hall and Kevin Nash for Brian Pillman. And on paper, that doesn't seem to be a fair and equitable trade. But I guess, obviously this isn't regular sports and there's a lot more in play and the finances aren't exactly equal. But speaking of finances, how about this? The WWF is going to run a house show at the Rosemont Horizon. They're going to draw $229,222. And that's the largest house for a non-pay-per-view wrestling event in Chicago since 91. And that's back when they had Ric Flair versus Hulk Hogan on top for the very first time. The main event here is Shawn versus Goldust with a really strong undercard, Warrior versus Vader, and Taker versus Mankind. And it looks like King of the Ring in Milwaukee is even trending to be a sellout. After a couple of really tough years, 94 and 95, with a fresh coat of paint here, Shawn Michaels is doing big business for you guys, isn't he?
Well, yeah, but he's not working a cappella.
Right.
Of course, Shawn Michaels is doing big business for us because he or Flair were considered the two best in the world. But some of the other guys are starting to get over. You notice that Shawn Michaels didn't work by himself in the Rosemont.
No.
He worked with Goldust. That character started to get over, and other characters started getting over. So our rebuild and our reboot for a lot of the talent there, I think when Scott and Kevin left, it was just a good tap on the shoulder to Vince that we needed to get younger. We needed to get more athletic. We needed to do a lot of things to restore the vitality and the youth to some degree of our locker room. And so I think that it kind of led to all that stuff, but the thing about the Rosemont show, you had Taker versus Mankind, which is money.
Yeah.
And you had Shawn and Goldust. Shawn was money, and Goldust started to come into his own. That Goldust character, Dustin owned that thing.
Yes.
He put a lot of time, a lot of effort, and a lot of himself into that character. And maybe that was done somewhat out of defiance too, because the Goldust character is nothing that Booker father Dusty Rhodes would ever have done with his son.
Right.
And Dustin did it, and did it well, because he was a little defiant and was going to show Pops that I can do anything. So whether that be true or not, it doesn't matter. If you believe it, it matters. So I think a lot of guys are starting to get over, but to your point about Shawn being able to be the focal point was great timing, whether it was intentional or not. It was great timing. and he seemed to have a thirst for the responsibility of being quote unquote the top guy.
I'm interested in what changed between Brett and Sean. I mean, sometimes people just say, oh, well, wrestling's a cyclical business, and we'll table that for now. But it does feel like Shawn Michaels may have just been sort of an old school babyface. You've talked before about how, back in the territory days, you needed a good looking babyface. He's sort of responsible for drawing the women. Did
Yeah.
you feel like the audience was changing a little bit, that Shawn was more effective in drawing the women in than any other WWE champion in recent history?
Well, that's how he was marketed. The visuals, the posters, the the videos and all those things were bracketed and around that. So to play off all his skills and all of his resources and all of his assets. So it wasn't overly surprising. Good looking guy,
Sure.
great body. He's had loads and loads and loads of charisma. So yeah, but I think we just basically try to underscore that. And so instead of just showing only his super kicks and his stuff in the ring, we were showing things like outtakes of photo shoots and things of that nature, because he was very photogenic, and he appealed to the defiant young guys who wanted to be like him, and he certainly appealed to the ladies. And I think that was smart marketing by Vince and company.
Let's keep it going here, and let's talk about that Warrior Vader match from that show. Quote, they had done 20-second squashes all weekend, somewhat because Vader had a bad hip, and more because Warrior's shoulder is messed up. I guess because the crowd was so big, or because Hellwig was unappreciative, or because of all the pins are getting so much press in Japan or whatever. But Vader took his clotheslines and then walked out. As he got to the back, officials basically told him if he didn't walk back in, he might as well walk all the way back to Colorado and not come back. He got back in the ring and did the match, but ended up walking out again for the count out rather than the pin. Right now, there are no plans to push him until the fall, and they want him to drop weight first. So we've talked about Vader in the archives, but this is some old school stuff here, is it not?
Yeah, Vader Leon was very gifted, as we know, and I was always a big proponent of Leon's, because I was one of the guys that was responsible for bringing he and Hansen into WCW back in the day. So I love that big monster heel persona.
Yeah.
But Leon's one of those guys that was easily convinced that if I do jobs, it's going to hurt me in Japan.
Right.
Screw Japan. I mean, come on, God damn. Oh, but Japan this, Japan that, and if you want to protect your money, you shouldn't have come here. If that's a concern of yours, because you know that you're not going to get booked or signed to a contract that says I never lose.
No.
So Leon's lucky that night he didn't get fired. Really is. And a lot of bookers in less tenuous times would have said, "We'll see you. We're done. If you can't lose, you can't win. So you figure that out." So I think if we hadn't had the WCW thing going on and bubbling, Leon might have been out, and that would have been a terrible loss, because he was a killer heel and it got over and all that good stuff. But the Japanese influence of some of those guys, they've actually believed that losing in a house show, so for example, in Rosemont, would be detrimental to their Japanese career. I find that absurd. Really, I find it absurd. Are we kidding each other? So, but Leon was lucky. He got lucky that night. And I'm not saying that his match was good or he didn't have reason or for being that defiant.
Sure.
Warrior wasn't easy to work with, but on paper, from a promoter standpoint, Vader versus Warrior has some sizzle.
It's interesting though, he leaves WCW because he's probably, well, a lot of reasons, but one of the things I'm sure is he's frustrated with the way he's booked against Hogan. Now here he is doing a string of matches where he's losing to the Warrior, and a fraction of the time.
Yeah, well, it I guess I would say to Leon, and I had a lot of heart to hearts with Leon over the years. Uh, and I was the guy that picked him up at the airport with his son Jesse when Jesse was a high school senior coming in from Colorado to visit the Sooners. He had committed to UCLA, and they flew in. Leon, as I found out in hindsight, had lost his driver's license. His license suspended. So good old JR goes and picks him up at the airport and takes him to Norman from Oklahoma City, about 20 minutes. And then he decommitted to UCLA on his visit and committed to OU. He was the top-rated center, high school center in America.
Wow.
Jesse White was like a 5-star guy. And I always liked Jesse. Jesse's doing well in business. Lives in Dallas area, I think. And a good kid, really good kid.
Friend of the show. I don't know if you can see above me, but that's Vader's last mask and Vader's boots. And Jesse saw what we had going on here in my backdrop, and he didn't sell them to me. He loaned them to me and said, "Hey, can we show off some of my dad's stuff?" Or I asked, "Hey, can we show off some of your dad's stuff?" And right above me there, one of my favorites, Vader's last mask and boots.
Yeah. Leon could be a pain in the ass, but I loved him.
Yeah.
He was our pain in the ass. And I just remember what Watts taught me back at the beginning, athletic big men draw money.
Yeah.
And the monster heel is an imperative element. And then you for a booker to have at his disposal, and looking at the fact that, Shawn Michaels was always going to be around 215, 220 pounds. Leon was not going to lose a lot of weight, whether we wanted him to or not. He was a huge human being.
Right.
So now you got that great that advantage, size advantage for your big monster heel coming after the gallant, brave, and true baby face. So it was logical. But Leon overthought, as I said, a lot of guys, not just Leon. The Japanese did a good job of selling them that, don't do jobs, don't do too many jobs, just DQ, count outs, all those things. So so I just say sometimes, well, that's not what's best for the company. We need winners and losers here. So if you can't lose, then how can we justify sending you out there and you've beaten everybody, even though you won't reciprocate? It made no sense. So that's kind of where we were there. That's why this King of the Ring has so many unique twists and turns, and how those twists and turns equated to major happenings going forward.
Let's keep it moving here, and let's talk about some other talent shifts going on. Jim Neidhart is returning under a new gimmick. Who? And the Gangstas in Paradise, Samu and Matthew, quit in a very short time. Body Donnas are going to be bringing in Jimmy Shoulders, who is a Northeast indie wrestler, dressed as a woman, to be their new manager, Cloudy. And they're in discussions with Ron Simmons about coming in as well. Talk to us about Jim Neidhart and the whole Who gimmick. This feels like this is right out of the book of bad ideas. I think Vince Russo over the years has said that this was a Bruce Pritchard idea. Do you remember Who?
I remember it. I don't remember it in a fond way that, well, that was one of the coolest moments we've ever done. I don't know who came up with the idea. Could have been Bruce. But it didn't matter. If it had worked and if it got over big, it would have been somebody else getting the credit. If it didn't work, then Bruce is too close to the flames. He'll get burned a little bit. It's all happened to all of us. Sometimes every idea doesn't work well. And it's really, really easy to go back in time now, 25 years ago, and say, well, that wasn't a very good idea. But you don't know at the time. You don't know. And the thing about it was that Vince was loyal to Neidhart, and he wanted to give him work. But that was I thought the gimmick was a little weak, quite frankly. But in any event, Jimmy Neidhart got work. And I think that was really the bottom line of that whole situation.
What about the Body Donnas and this whole Cloudy concept? Obviously, we're doing a playoff Sunny, who is going to be one of the most downloaded women in all of the internet in 1996. So I get the idea of, hey, let's sort of have an antagonist, but it's going to be a dude dressed up like a lady, and we're going to call him Cloudy. What do you think the Cowboy thought of that creative? That's interesting, huh?
Okay, I was surprised Cowboy whipped Adrian Street back in the day, and playing off the society's unfortunate issues with homophobia, because that's what that was. I remember Bill Dundee suggesting Cowboy that Adrian beat Terry Taylor, who was pretty hot at the time in the Mid-South, by kissing him. And somehow or another, Cowboy went for it. And it was a shocking moment. But Taylor was so aghast that he got pinned before he could respond or react. The 1, 2, 3 went down, and Adrian became, I think, the television champion. I'm not sure. I think that's what it was. You never know what Cowboy is going to agree to. If he feels like it's going to fit, all those bookers are kind of feel guys anyway.
Right.
So I'm not a big fan of these parodies. I remember, and it's not parodies. They're just trying to replace somebody. Where we tried every seemingly endless string of very talented African American males to replace JYD, and we went through a list. Nobody checked the boxes until we finally realized we already had the guy, Butch Reed. People believed in him, and we wanted the African American fan base to know they're represented by a guy that's the tough son of a bitch and will fight anybody, anytime, anywhere. But we had to go through the process of the Brickhouse Browns and George Wells and all these cats to see if we could find somebody. So I don't know. I'm not big on the rebrands, and I think that's where this thing Cloudy business kind of came about. It just was, come on, it's a little hokey, don't you think?
Yeah.
So a lot of creative things. Look, we're trying to figure out what's going to stick, and it's easy. Well, that was never going to work. That's not going to work. Hey, I've been following the internet for 6 years. I knew that. I know wrestling. Well, you don't know if you're in that role. You're just trying to find something that's going to stick against the wall and sell tickets and garner TV ratings. That's what we were looking for, and we didn't know what was going to stick because the market continued to evolve and change. So that's kind of where we were there. I wasn't crazy about that idea personally, and it didn't last.
Let's talk about some other talent that you're bringing in. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about these guys, but you got some pretty capable fellas coming in. Tracy Smothers, who you and I both loved over in WCW and Smoking.
Yeah.
He's coming in as Freddie Joe Floyd. And I think my understanding is even the name Freddie Joe Floyd is a rib based on your old pal, Mr. Briscoe. What can you tell us about Tracy coming in?
Well, I think Jack's name was Freddie, part of his name.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, much like Alabama, has front names and middle names, behind names, and all these different names, but it was a good-hearted rib. And some of those guys were brought in were pretty damn good workers without question. But, you wonder, can they wrestle their way from mediocrity because of the gimmick? Bell to bell, they're going to be fine. But do I care about them? And if their gimmick and their persona prohibits me from really caring about them, then we've done no one any favors. Well, we get good matches, but they don't mean shit. Give me something that means something to the audience. And so that's kind of where we were there. I love Freddie Joe Floyd. Floyd is Gerald Briscoe's front name.
That's her first name. Yes, sir.
Floyd Gerald. And Freddie was Jack's. I'm not sure it was his legal name or just a childhood nickname, but that was a Briscoe thing. And Gerald was fine with it. I mean, who the hell would have known?
Right.
What Freddie Joe Floyd even was, what the significance of that meant. So again, we were bringing in a lot of talent, hoping somebody would get over and their character would stick and would be resonate and be relatable. But I don't know. Again, we didn't do those guys, the Goon, all those cats. We didn't do anybody any favors, some of these things. On paper or sitting around the table and laughing, it might have been cool. But in practical application, they could not get out of that box that says, underneath guys, report here. Because that's what they became, and they stayed that way.
Tony Anthony is going to come in as TL Hopper. This is very much what do we call it? Occupational gimmick era of the World Wrestling Federation. We've had a wrestling clown. Now we have a wrestling plumber.
Yep. Well, again, it's just a theory that on the road we traveled. I can't say it enough. It's fucking trying to find somebody to get over.
Yeah.
That's all. That's all. And the irony, the cruel irony in a sense, is that guys like Tony Anthony and Tracy Smothers, and some of those other cats that came in about that time all could work. But we didn't give them a gimmick or a persona that people could relate to. Oh, everybody could relate to the plumber. Yeah. When's the last time you saw your fucking plumber? I couldn't pick mine out of a lineup. He's standing right there. Come on. So that's kind of how I saw that. We gave them weak gimmicks for guys that could really work. And, under a different circumstance, they might have got over with a different gimmick. Because it wasn't their work. That's one thing I want to make clear. These guys got fans that listen to our show. I'm sure they may listen as well. Some of them that are still with us. But it was just it was a fait accompli. It wasn't a matter, is it going to fail? It's just a matter of how long is it going to take for it to fail? And that's not good booking.
Let's keep it going and talk about some other names, because there's a lot of other talented fellows. Tom Brandy is going to come in as Salvatore Sincere. Tom has been a journeyman wrestler who did quite well for himself over the years. What do you think of the Sal Sincere character?
Same as I thought about the others. It was disingenuous and unrealistic. And again, Tom is a really good worker. But you get saddled with a certain gimmick and a certain persona and an image, and it's hard to live down. But I'm not sure what he was supposed to represent. Some Italian, cool, handsome guy, I guess. I'm not sure. We're vague in that regard. But he was a good hand. But he had a shitty gimmick. But we were doing our best. All those guys we've talked about that we brought in could work. They could perform in the ring, Conrad. But it's just that we gave them the wrong coat of paint.
The other fella's Bill Irwin, who you and I both are familiar with his work prior to joining the World Wrestling Federation. He's coming in as the Goon. Another interesting idea. We're going to have a wrestler who is the tough guy on a hockey team, and he's got specially shaped boots. This is just right out of the book of bad ideas. And then Alex Porto as well. Of the group here, my personal favorite, Tracy Smothers. How about you?
Oh yeah, by far. Tracy could have been a main event guy for us, given a better chance to survive his creative. Because Tracy had great fire, great intensity, so fundamentally sound. He gave his shit. Tracy gave his shit every time he went out. And I'll always respect him for that, among other things. So yeah, Tracy would be my pick as well as Conrad on that deal.
We should also mention that Kevin Kelly is coming in as an announcer, and Barry Windham is at least in discussion to come back. We know that's going to result in an ill-fated run as the Stalker, and then we're going to try him as part of the new Blackjacks. But anytime a guy like Barry Windham is looking for work, you probably try to find a spot for guys like him and Ron Simmons. What can you tell us about Kevin Kelly in this era?
Kevin was brought in with high expectations. I worked with Kevin some. We did. He made his way to Raw earlier than a lot of people envisioned that he might. Great student of the game, worked hard. I remember he may have got off on the wrong foot because he got into a little bit of a philosophical discussion with Kevin Dunn about how to spell Kevin Kelly's name. He wanted an E-L. I don't know if he wanted the K-E-L-L-Y and he wanted K-E-L-L-E-Y. It's the wrong hill to die on.
Yeah.
And but he endured it, but it may have had some latent or everlasting effects on him. But Kevin always did a good job. He was fundamentally sound. He worked hard. He prepared hard. He cared, and he still does. Kevin does a great job for, in a very tough world with New Japan, having to do all this stuff remotely and on to voiceovers and all those things. That's tough when you're doing voiceovers in a room and not at the arena. I can promise you that it's challenging. But he does a phenomenal job there. It's the voice of that brand, and still doing a great job. Happily married, kids, son's good. I like Kevin. He's a good friend of mine, and I'm glad that he's doing what he's doing because he's good at it. And but he was just a guy that we hadn't added a lot of new announcers for some time.
Yeah,
like I came in 93, and this was what 96.
Yeah.
So and we're adding more shows, doing more production, and we needed more voices. Vince is still staying busy in his multitude of roles. So, he was just on some certain shows. But yeah, I thought Kevin was a good addition. I thought he'd be there a long time. He wasn't, unfortunately.
Talk to me a little bit about your job here and what your real life duties are behind the scenes. Are you head of talent relations by this point, or where is JJ in that process?
Is JJ still there?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
I don't remember. As long as JJ was there, I was an assistant.
So what did that look like?
Just helping JJ with ideas, booking live events, trying to run down issues and problems, interacting with the talents. I was a lot younger than JJ at that time. So the talents they felt like they could relate because I was more their age than JJ was. But it was basically helping him.
I think he leaves in early 97, or perhaps it's late 96. I always get fuzzy on when exactly it happened. I know he shows up for WCW in 97, and I don't think he was out of work for very long.
Yeah.
This is certainly in the transition era. One of the things you guys are dealing with here is Davey Boy Smith. It was reported in the Observer that he exercised his out clause in order to negotiate with WCW in the middle of his run on top with Shawn Michaels. Of course, this is all about money. It's always about cash. And what's the other C? Creative. You tell us that here on the show all the time. Comes down to those two C's, cash and creative. And apparently Davey's not happy with the storyline involving his wife, Diana. Do you think it's more creative, more cash, or is it definitely a combination of both in this case in particular?
I'd say the drop down would be the cash. A great worker, and Davey was a great worker, could endure a certain amount of bad creative and make it their own, change it, tweak it, whatever. I would say it was the cash if I had to give you a guess. And quite frankly, I thought it was time for him to go. I think it was hard to replicate the British Bulldogs. They were really over. So it's hard to recreate that feel, that image. So I guess what I'm saying is that Davey might have been considered by some a better tag team wrestler than a singles competitor. I know his fans probably would not agree with that, and I may be wrong, but I thought it might not be a bad time for him to have a new address, and because we kind of run out of things for him to do, and Davey didn't seem motivated. He seemed to be mired in his comfort zone. So, but no doubt he was talented as hell, and but maybe it was just maybe he just outstayed his welcome. I'm not sure, but I thought it wouldn't be a bad thing. We're not losing a red hot guy if he leaves, and that's not all Davey's fault. So, but when Davey was on, he was motivated. He wanted to deliver the goods, he could do that as well as anybody. It's just sometimes, all the outside elements affected Davey more than did some other guys. The creative, Diana, but it comes back to the money, Conrad. Always going to be about cash. Cash and creative are the two big issues that people leave or stay. And I think in this case, it may have lent more to the cash than the creative with Davey Boy.
Talk to me about Rad Radford, the Louis Piccoli character that we all got to see a little bit of in ECW and WCW. He had a brief run here as Rad Radford, and he's given a release. He's a young guy here, very young. What is it about his presentation that doesn't really work for the chairman? Do you recall?
Alleged substance abuse.
Okay.
What killed him?
Yeah.
That's what killed him, Conrad.
Yes, sir.
So yes, it was a concern. And so why'd you hire him? I don't know. He had.
I didn't know his issues had already reared their head here by this.
Yeah. Well, not to the extreme, not to the extent
right
that they would eventually, but yeah, they were prevalent. He had those issues. Maybe he had them quote unquote under control, or I can handle this deal or whatever scenario, but certainly a talented kid. And as you said, he was young. He's the kind of guy you would invest in. Fundamentally sound, young kid, really a mark for the business. Nothing wrong with that either, by the way. I still am myself. But he didn't have I remember one time Shawn Michaels saying, "What a stupid name, what a dumb gimmick. What if my name was Mike Michaels?" That's Shawn being Shawn. But I don't know that Rad had a lot of friends in high places to insulate him from the heat or any stupid thing he may say at catering or things like that. There were just little issues there that were unfortunate for him, but not a bad hand at all. And as young as he was, if we got him straightened out on the right gimmick, he could have been extremely good.
Let's talk about Dick Murdoch. He passes away here June 15th at the very young age of just 49 years old. Any good Dick Murdoch stories you can share with us?
Oh yeah. Dickie's one of my favorite guys. So we're after a show in New Orleans. I have a van, and Murdoch liked to drive my van. So consequently, I rode in my van down by the river with Dickie. And so we're going down to Bourbon Street after the show's over. We go in this club. And of course, as he would say on my CB radio, he was the territory's #1 babyface. That was his handle. 10-4, territory's #1 babyface here. He did that to screw with Bill because he was Texas and Texan, and Cowboy was the anointed babyface, the big Oklahoma Cowboy, blah, blah, blah. So go to this bar and have some drinks, obviously. And this lady comes over and sits with us and is really shining up to old Dick. I didn't mean it's the way it sounded, but you know what I mean. So Dickie, he's all over her. And she's statuesque, man. She's like 6'2", I bet, and all that. So she excuses herself to go to the facilities, and he's cutting his little promo to me. Hey, here's what we'll do. Here's the plan B. We'll just stay here tonight, and I'll get her to come to my hotel. Blah blah blah. If that's all right with you, we don't need to drive. I'm tired anyway. Okay, whatever, Dickie. So you're not going to convince him otherwise. You're not going to talk Dickie out of sex. And I didn't want to be the guy that had that task. So anyway, as he is describing his fantasy with this woman, he says, man, he's been drinking a lot of beer, like by the pitcher, out of the pitcher. And he says, I got I got to take a leak. So he goes to the bathroom, and about that time, I hear a gasp and a pop and all kinds of activities going on. And here he comes, and he says, "Let's get the hell out of here." I thought he might have killed this person. But what happened was, when Murdoch went into the men's room, there she was in her full glory. It was a man.
Okay.
So we leave to go get park the van down by the river. And he says, we're walking fast walk. And he stops all of a sudden, grabs me by the shirt. He said, if you ever tell anybody this story, I will kill you. Well, until he died, I didn't tell that story. I was radio silence and certainly not at the arena with the boys. He had to protect his gimmick and his image. So what he did, he just he saw that this was a female, I don't know if it was a female impersonator or a transgender. I don't know what, and I'm not being flippant here. I don't know what that person considered themselves. But he just knocked her ass out, or his ass out, colder than a wedge. Down goes Frazier.
Wow.
And, but Dickie was just a crazy son of a bitch. He was a member of the Klan.
Oh my gosh.
You didn't know that?
Well, listen, I heard there were whispers and there were rumors, but you can confirm them.
Well, all I can confirm, he had a Klan card.
Oh my.
So.
Holy cow, dude. This was not a great person.
I know. Sometimes he wasn't. He was lovable and friendly and fun, but he had some strange beliefs. I remember going to this nice restaurant, and he ordered for me because he's taking me under his wing, right? So he ordered one of the side items was we had broccoli. He said, you got to eat broccoli with mayonnaise.
Oh.
So he had to bring out this big dollop of mayonnaise.
Oh,
yeah, I know. But that was Dickie. So he was but let me tell you something. When he was on, working wise, he was fabulous. Fabulous. If he had been if Dickie Murdoch had been more reliable and less of pain in the ass, if not so politically incorrect, et cetera, he would probably been the NWA champion. That's how good he was. But then the promoters would go for it because they knew Dickie. He's not the kind of guy. It's not a good role for him,
right?
Cause especially in that era when you had guys like Jack Briscoe and Dory and Terry and all these old pros that were reliable. It was just he wasn't. You couldn't trust him in that respect. If you did, I remember him telling me one time he was late for so many shots, all this stuff. And Cowboy ran a pretty stiff ship, Conrad. Last Dick Murdoch story here. And he says, so he finds Dickie Murdoch everything he makes but $1. So for a whole week's work, and it was a good week, but he was late every night and just defiant, flaunting in Cowboy's face. So Cowboy fined him every dollar he would have earned but one. So he got a check for $1 for his week's work.
Wow.
And I was with him when he got his check. I might even delivered a check. I'm not sure, coming from Oklahoma in the office. And he said, well, I got this figured out. He thinks he's smart, kid. I said, yeah, he's pretty smart. No, here's what's going to happen. You know how meticulous he is. He's just whatever. He didn't know how to say he's anal or whatever, but he's meticulous. He's not going to, he's the kind of guy that has to have account for every dime. So what I'm going to do, Conrad, is I'm not going to ever cash this check. And as long as I never cash this check, his bank account will never be balanced. It will drive him wild to find out where this dollar is.
That's tremendous.
Yeah. And as I remember the story, he took that check and framed it and put it into his infamous bar in Amarillo called Dick's Dive. It was in a frame on the wall. So that was Murdoch in a nutshell. The last thing I'll say is that he got into a red hot program with Killer Carl Cox, who was like a mentor to Dickie. and probably fundamentally was as good a heel as I ever saw, Killer Carl Cox. And Murdoch was too when he wanted to be. But they had this angle going, and Murdoch pushes Cox pushes Murdoch back in the corner. And I'm on the left side because both guys are right-handed. I'll get away from their dominant arm as a referee. And so Murdoch's doing his shimp routine. He had routines in all these different characters in life. And Shemp of the Three Stooges was one of them. He'd do the little thing where he'd spin around on his arm, or he'd do this old deal, this. Cox didn't play that game. Homie didn't play that. So Cox hit that son of a bitch with a 6-inch punch. Boom. And Cox said to me, I'm standing there, grab him. So I got under one arm, and Cox got in because Cox didn't want Dickie to take a bump. What time? So he said, quit fucking around. I'm trying to make money here, Dickie. Quit fucking around. And then Murdoch snapped out of it like he came out of a trance, like a hypnotic trance. And they proceeded to have the damnedest match you'd ever want to see. So he was a character, to say the very least. And he had, everybody's got Murdoch stories. I got some unique ones, obviously. You just heard a couple of them real quickly, but he was, when he wanted to be great, he could be as great as anybody out there. He was just crazy. If it was the night he wanted to work, he's going to work your ass. If it's the night he wanted to play, unless you're somebody like Carl Cox who can command his attention, that's what you're going to get.
Let's talk about business before we get to the show. Monday Night Raw would beat Nitro in the ratings for the last time on June 10th. And then that famous, or maybe infamous, 83-week streak of Nitro wins begins. Did you have any idea at the time? Obviously, nobody knew what the NWO was going to become. But did you think, boy, this whole Hall and Nash thing could be the tipping point for them?
Not really. I didn't. I thought it would be good for them. Tipping point, I'm not so sure. I didn't know it would ignite the fire to the level that it did.
Nobody
yeah.
knew that. Yeah.
So with that said, I just thought it was two guys leaving and get a whole lot of money. They're going to work less dates, et cetera, et cetera. They got themselves a good deal. And my concern was more along the lines of they're going to be really, they meaning Scott and Kevin,
right?
They're going to be very active in talking to their buddies, primarily Shawn Michaels, because you had to believe that what a feather in the cap it would be if Hall and Nash were able to convince Shawn when his contract ended to come with them and play and work and all that good stuff. So I thought that would be the bigger issue, is who else it might affect, and not denigrating their work. It's just that they made a bigger impact, and they were booked well. They were made to be special. The deal didn't seem to be rushed. The only time the only time I felt a little relief was when the NWO started getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And so it's just more watered down, in my opinion. As a fan watching the replays on Monday nights at midnight, which we did a lot, or I did a lot, after Raw, I thought that, they were booked really well, and they did it so episodically sound that I couldn't wait to see what they're doing next week. Not with everybody on the card. I didn't want to watch the whole show. I just wanted to watch Hall and Nash and see what their shenanigans were going to lead them to. But no, I didn't have the vision to say these guys are saviors, and they were until they got into another watered down act. They had guys in the NWO that didn't need to be there, and so the bigger it got, the more the edge kind of waned and it sunk a little bit to me. But they were big. I don't know if Eric could have had any bigger gets. Maybe you can make the argument obviously for Hogan. But when Hogan, Hall, and Nash for the NWO, that was all they needed. They didn't need 6 or 8 other guys.
Right.
They got the 6 or 8 other guys, so those guys can do the jobs.
Well, there you go. Let's jump into the show while we're here. It's King of the Ring 1996. The Wrestling Observer readers gave it 84.3% thumbs up, only 8.6% thumbs in the middle, and 7.1% thumbs down. The show's a sellout. 8,762 fans paying a gate of $142,568. The prior year's King of the Ring, the infamous Philadelphia show, drew a much bigger crowd. 14,181 fans paying a big 311 grand. But still, as bad as that show is remembered, it's important to note for the context, because as Eric says on 83 Weeks all the time, context is king. The most recent pay-per-view, which was In Your House, Beware of Dog, only had a $63,000 house. So that's where we are. By the way, I want to remind you, King of the Ring 95 did 180,000 buys. We're down here in 96 to 158,000 buys. So it's fascinating to look into the WWF business in that it seems like houses are up. We're selling out. We're setting records at the Rosemont, but it's not exactly translating to pay-per-view buys. Now, going back, whenever I talk to folks who've been around the business for a long, long time, Jim, they'll say, well, summer was a tough draw in the wrestling business. Do you subscribe to that?
Oh, not as fervently as they do.
Okay.
If you got what they want to see, then the fans will come. They come on holidays, they come in the summer, they come in the winter. If the product is hot and something is topical, and you can move the needle to the extent that one will get off their couch, get in their car, drive to the arena, buy a ticket, and come sit down. If it's what they want to see, they'll do it. But I will say that with people, you can go back and say, well, families are traveling, the kids are out of school. There's a lot of mobility there. People are doing things, but I always thought that played into our hand. If kids are out of school, that means they ain't got to go to school the next day. So those house shows in the middle of the week has no excuse not to draw, because maybe mom and dad got to go to work, but the kids are not going to school. So I'm a big believer that our business is so unique that if you do have a hot main event, and that's what it's got to be, a hot main event with a baby face they believe in and a heel that they truly believe can beat this individual, then you're going to be okay. But it has some, it does have some daunting issues. And I'm not just denigrating or saying negative shit about somebody that thinks the summertime is a kiss of death. It can be. Any month can be the kiss of death if you don't have what the audience wants to see.
Let's get to the show itself. You're in a 3-man booth here with Vince McMahon and Owen Hart. How'd you like working with Owen?
Loved it.
Good.
Loved it, Conrad. Owen and I also worked a show together in South Africa.
That's right.
It exists someplace, and it was really an underrated show, and we discovered how talented he was in that area as well. He had a great future ahead of him as a broadcaster if he had chosen to go that route and he had not had the tragedy that killed him. Owen really talented, and he was a real good analyst. I thought he was fun. He was controversial. He had good timing. All the skill set that he took to the ring, as far as when to do this, when to do that, understanding the psychology of a match, he did real well. And he did it with hardly any training. I mean, any practice. We're talking about practice. Robert Iverson. So people said, who's that? Google the son of a bitch. He's a basketball player. It's pretty good too. Crossover dribble. He invented it. Owen.
Listeners know who Allen Iverson is. I think.
What's that?
I think everybody listening to this is probably my age, and they know Allen Iverson.
Everybody in Alabama knows who Allen Iverson is.
Well, everybody listening to this show in Alabama.
Okay. All right. I'll defer to your wisdom. Hey, folks, it's time to take your podcast game to the next level. And you certainly want to get your almighty push. My God, we have to have a push, right? We'll get that over at adfreeshows.com. Now, I'm telling you, if you're a fan of Grilling JR, adfreeshows.com has the entire episode library, and it's got no ads. 0 ads, zilch, none. Ad-free and on video starting at just $9. Did you hear what I said? $9. You spend more than that at Starbucks, for God's sakes. 2 mornings. But that's not all, folks. We got tons of bonus content, including my after-hours roundtable, where drinking was involved with Eric and Tony. You simply will not find a better value in all of wrestling. Hey, look, don't make me go red ass, because by God, you know I will. Hurry over to adfreeshows.com right now and sign up. And I thank you. And
let's get to the matches here, man. How about this show starting off with something that could have derailed everything? Steve Austin's going to wrestle Mark Mero, and they have a pretty good match here. Meltzer gave it 3 3/4 stars and said it was a great effort by both wrestlers. They get a ton of time, nearly 17 minutes. There's a big Sable chant early on, which is maybe one of the first times we would see that. Of course, we know she's going to be a big star. Austin's going to dominate a lot of the match, and there is a moment where there's an accident, and all of a sudden, Mero accidentally kicks Steve in the lip, and he's cut in a pretty major way, and he's bleeding from the mouth. They try some other big stuff, including a drop kick off the top and a Frankensteiner off the top and a somersault plancha and a tope over the top and all these crazy athletic moves from the wild man Mark Mero. But ultimately, it's the Stone Cold Stunner that gets the win.
right.
But immediately, we have to be a little panicked. The guy we want to win this thing is hurt and bleeding like a stuck pig, as they say here in the South, from the mouth. So he's going to go get 16 stitches at the, well, I guess you couldn't say hospital back then, at a medical facility. What do you remember about this match and how it almost derailed the whole doggone thing?
I remember that Austin didn't like working with Mero.
Yeah.
Never did. I was surprised they went 17 minutes. I thought they had a very good match. Mark Mero tried his hardest to facilitate Austin's elevation. The busted lip was it was a stroke of misfortune, but at the end of the day, it was a great visual. Anybody that knew Austin and knew that the fact that he's going to win the King of the Ring, that he'll go get sewed up, stitched up, but it wasn't going to be over. So I didn't have any issues that, oh my God, what are we going to do now? Luckily enough, the medical facility, better known as the Robert Iverson Medical Facility, because everybody knows who Robert Iverson is, said they got him in, sewed him up, sent him back across the street, and there he was. So I don't know. It was just a real good opener, but nothing was going to deny Austin that night. Busted lip or not, 16 stitches or not, you knew he'd be back.
It's a big moment. And I got to think, in hindsight, this is probably Mark Mero's best match in the whole company. Would you disagree with that? Like, I don't think he ever had a better match with the WWF than this one.
Can't recall one. I agree with you.
It's also, by the way, an important match because at this point, just like we talked about Vader recently ending the winning streak of Ahmed Johnson, handing Ahmed his first pinfall loss. This is the first time Mark Mero has lost since he's debuted after WrestleMania. So it's a big deal that Steve Austin gets the win here. Next up, a match that's, well, not as good. Jake Roberts, who at this point is a babyface, as you recall, he's wrestling with a shirt and he's got the big yellow snake and we're naming it Revelations. Now he's turned his life over to God and he's clean and sober and he's talking about his challenges and he beats Vader by DQ. Vader's going to jump Roberts early and just pound on him. Roberts hits the DDT and on the way down, Vader grabs the ref who went down in a very unconvincing spot and calls for the DQ. Meltzer would say the finish was supposed to be more convincing, although it was a weak finish either way. After the match, Vader attacked Roberts and gave him a Vader bomb, with the storyline being that it's damaged Jake's ribs. Man, this is sort of a weak way to protect Vader, and I feel like we're back to what you were talking about earlier. Well, goddamn, if they can't lose, how about not put them in there?
Yeah.
But once upon a time, man, going down with the DDT was not a shameful thing. Everybody went down with the DDT, right?
Yeah, you could have worked a lot of finishes there. You could have brought a chair in the ring and got DDT'd on the chair to give it a little bit of extra juice. Here's the real issue. The real issue is that we knew that Jake was going to be facing Austin. We knew that Austin was going to be our focal point of this tournament. How much favor did we do Austin by having his future opponent win by DQ, a flat finish? So then Jake had to regroup. He had no momentum going into that match with Austin, and as they said, Austin 316 says, "I just whipped your ass." So we could have done a better job setting the table for Austin's win and his eventual King of the Ring accolade. But that's thinking a match ahead or two, and we didn't sometimes do a great job of that. And again, this was for to protect Leon,
Right.
and I'm just not big on that protecting shit. You know, you're a talented guy. You're making a lot of money. You got a great reputation. You should be able to figure out a way that you could lose, because Leon wasn't, he wasn't undefeated. But again, that Japanese element and protecting their money in Japan was made to be a bigger deal than it should have been, in my opinion.
Next up, we see the Smoking Guns retain their WWF Tag Team titles, defeating the Godwins in 10 minutes and 10 seconds. Meltzer would say basically no heat at all, except for reactions to Sonny. The finish would see Bart hit Phineas with his cowboy boot to allow Billy to pin him. Star and a quarter. You and I have talked a lot about the Smoking Guns and the Godwins individually. Are these gimmicks just sort of outdated by the summer of '96? Do you think?
Maybe, Bob, you can make an argument for that, but they're in the midst of a tournament where they were placed. And I don't know how hot both teams were coming into that match, but I don't recall any Smoking Guns and Godwin's match that wasn't competitive and entertaining to some degree.
Oh, they're all capable performers.
Yeah, but it was placed in a tough spot to get noticed and make people care. People cared about the tournament. They could see now what's going on, and they wanted that tournament to continue. But you had to have some other things on the card as well. So unfortunately, the Guns and the Godwins drew a short straws where the match was placed. But they always had a solid match. It's just at that point in time didn't mean as much as everybody wanted it to.
I wish we could say the same thing about the next match. It's Ultimate Warrior and Jerry Lawler. They go 3 minutes and 50 seconds. Meltzer gave it a dud rating, and here's what he had to say. Ultimate Warrior pinned Jerry Lawler in 350 after some pathetic clotheslines and a shoulder block. With Warrior's shoulder injury, they don't want to risk him doing the press slam right now. Lawler did a great comedy monologue, insulting individual fans as he came to the ring, and the jokes were all older than Lawler himself. They're the same lines he's been delivering for 15 years, but he did a great job of getting the crowd going. Lawler jumped Warrior during his pre-match routine and kept on him until hitting a pile driver, which Warrior did the no-sell on and went right to the finish. Dud. Boy, this is sort of the Warriors run here in 96 in a time capsule here, right? This is exactly what it was. In and out. Fans are just sort of there for it. He's no longer going to be positioned as world champion. He's positioned as an attraction, but it's just sort of there for me. What say you?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same, Conrad. It also proved that Jerry Lawler could have a match with anybody.
That's true.
And that's why they were booked that way. Lawler, you start to think about it, King Jerry Lawler, King of the Ring and all. Yeah. Hey, you never know. So I thought it was a better match than it may perhaps deserved to be based on the competitors. But again, undoubtedly it showed that Lawler had the skill set to work with anybody. That's why Lawler was put in the ring with a lot of guys over I think Lawler had one of the first matches with Mark Henry. And because Mark was so green and he needed somebody to steer him in the right direction, and Lawler was that guy. But Lawler had made a living doing that, working with people not as talented as he in Memphis. So Jerry was just that good. People don't realize how good a worker Lauder was because his biggest exposure, with the most eyeballs, was on Raw as a color guy, as a color broadcaster. But he did a hell of a job there, and they got through it. I guess that's all I can say.
Next up, maybe the show stealer of the whole night. Mankind and Undertaker go 3 1/4 stars, according to Dave Meltzer, in an 18-minute and 21-second affair that has Mankind beating the Undertaker with the mandible claw. Now, this is important to recognize the context of this. The Undertaker has lost matches, but not a ton that are in convincing fashion, that are clear cut, that are clean, whatever sort of descriptor you want to use. There's usually some shenanigans going on.
Yeah.
And here is the write up from the Observer. Undertaker was more aggressive than usual since he was doing the job. A wild, stiff match with the only negative being that it went too long. Paul Bearer got it back. Finally, Bearer went to hit Mankind with the urn, but he moved and hit Undertaker. Mankind then used the claw and got the submission win. Fans were basically shocked by the finish. It's gutsy to have a babyface icon lose in such a convincing fashion, especially to a strong gimmick guy. But when they did it at WrestleMania 10 with Bret and Owen, it led to some of the rematches that drew the biggest houses in a long time. And that's going to be the case. You and I recently talked about Mankind's 96 and how his feud with The Undertaker really helped put him on the map. They're going to set the woods on fire. It's going to lead to the Undertaker Paul Bearer split just a couple of months after this. But this is sort of page one of an incredible rivalry between these two. Would we agree?
Well, the thing about it is that Undertaker knew where his bread was buttered. He knew that he had a potential great opponent for quite some time, and a fresh opponent, which is why we hired Mick to begin with. Undertaker needed new dancing partners. I find it somewhat ironic and a head scratcher. We can figure out ways to beat Undertaker. We can't figure out a way to beat Vader. We can't figure out a way to get Ahmed. There's so many guys protected. And I think Taker probably was one of those guys that said, what the hell are we doing? Nobody can lose. I'll show you how to lose. And it worked. And like you said, it launched a really good program.
Yeah.
That was ongoing for quite some time.
Go out of your way to watch this match. It's probably the show stealer. I understand Meltzer saying, it's probably a little long, and maybe it was, but it's really impressive when, this guy debuted the day after WrestleMania. And now here we are getting a clean win over the Undertaker. Next up, it's Ahmed Johnson and Goldust. Goldust is the Intercontinental Champion. Of course, you may remember he's got the belt all painted up gold. And Meltzer would say Johnson started out aggressively, and Goldust was good in putting him over. He even did a running dive over the top rope and came up short and nearly landed on his head. He threw the ring steps at Goldust, but missed him by a mile. Goldust threw the steps on Johnson and worked on his back. The match got slow in the middle. At one point, there was a screw up as Johnson was in a sleeper, and the ref checked his hand, and it went down 3 times, which should be the finish. After a weak pile driver, Johnson started rubbing and fondling on Johnson. I think Meltzer meant Goldust. After a sleeper, Goldust kissed Johnson again, and that triggered the Superman comeback, and Johnson got the win with the Pearl River plunge. So 2 stars, but now Ahmed Johnson is the Intercontinental Champion. You had recently, Bruce and I talked about the fact that we both thought perhaps Ahmed was in line to be world champ one day. He was over with the crowd, had a great look. For whatever reason, he had it. And this feels like sort of step one.
Yeah, there was that talk.
Yeah.
Because that's how impressive he looked and was believable. And his ethnicity didn't hurt him either. To have a black WWE champion, WWF champion, it's due. Time was there. But, again, Ahmed didn't realize that when you drop your arm 3 times, it's over.
Right.
There are things that he needed to catch up on as far as just basic psychology. But there was some discussion at some point. This guy looks like a champion. Look at him. intensity, the look on his face, his facial expressions, his body. So there was some casual discussion, but I wouldn't frame it to be anything more than that, at least in my take. Casual discussion.
Really fun match to look back in both of these guys' careers. And Ahmed Johnson now Intercontinental Champ. Next up, we're going to see Brian Pillman come out on crutches to do an interview. He's doing his loose cannon persona, and he passes Austin in the aisleway, and they just sort of stare at each other, but they don't acknowledge it on commentary. But of course, longtime wrestling fans remember, hey, wait a minute, on another channel, those guys were tag partners. But it is a nice little subtle thing. Do you remember whose idea that would have been? Because I loved it as a kid.
Well, you know, you got two great minds there with Brian and Steve. So it could have been either guy or a combination of both. But something like that probably was more, might have been because of what we were doing. I'll try to explain this better. That it might have been Brian's idea. This is what Brian had on the show. Austin still had to wrestle. So maybe Brian's just thinking of other ways just to season up this dish a little bit and create, because we didn't comment on it on purpose. We laid out purposely. So I would, if I had to guess, and I don't know, I'd say it probably was Brian's idea that he probably pitched to Steve. All they got to do is look at each other and let the rumors and the stories and all that stuff start. But it was timely. It's a pretty cool deal.
We should mention the reason they're passing each other in the hall like this is Austin is on his way to the ring for the King of the Ring finals against Jake the Snake Roberts. And the storyline is that Jake's working on badly injured ribs, but in reality, it's Steve who's hurting pretty bad. Meltzer would note that the stitches were done backstage, not in the hospital, as was said on television. But I've heard over the years that was not the case. He actually did leave the building to get the stitches.
That's my understanding. Yeah. That's mine. Sorry, Conrad. That's my understanding as well.
So Austin works on the ribs for Jake for about 3 minutes, and Gorilla comes out to stop the match. And Jake is begging him to let it go, which of course Gorilla does. And at some point they get a lot of heat, and Roberts makes a big comeback before being cut off, and then Stone Cold Stunner, and that's all she wrote. Meltzer would write, and did a strong post-match interview knocking Roberts' religion and drinking problems 0.5 star. You know what? Let's just go ahead and listen to it. We'll take a listen.
The fourth prestigious King of the Ring, Stone Cold Steve Austin, an incredible victory.
The first thing I want to be done is to get that piece of crap out of my ring. Don't just get him out of the ring, get him out of the WWF. Because I've proved, son, without a shadow of a doubt, you ain't got what it takes anymore. You sit there and you thump your Bible and you say your prayers, and it didn't get you anywhere. Talk about your Psalms, talk about John 3:16. Austin 3:16 says I just whipped your ass.
Come on, that's not necessary.
All he's got to do is go buy him a shit bottle of Thunderbird and try to dig back some of that courage he had in his prime. As the King of the Ring, I'm serving notice to every one of the WWF superstars. I don't give a damn what they are. They're all on the list, and that's Stone Cold's list, and I'm fixing to start running through all of them. As far as this championship match is concerned, son, I don't give a damn if it's Davey Boy Smith or Shawn Michaels. Steve Austin's time has come. And when I get the shot, you're looking at the next WWF champion. And that's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said so.
Yeah, a lot of signature stuff there, Conrad.
Yeah, man, because Stone Cold said so. But of course, Austin 3:16, man.
The shirt. He sold a lot of those 3:16 shirts, and ironically, they're still selling. Isn't that funny?
It's, you know, it's one of those deals where when it hits, it hits. And it's so fascinating when you look back at 1996. And we just mentioned a minute ago, you guys have won your last ratings war. Nitro is going to go on that streak for 83 weeks. And it's because of the NWO. So this is the as we're talking now in 2021, the 25th anniversary of not only Austin 316, but the NWO. I don't think the importance of 1993 can be overstated, or 1996 can be overstated.
Uh, agreed. Agreed. A lot of things were born out of that made WWE a lot of money. And you know, as much money as Steve made on that T-shirt, you know, the office made more.
Oh yeah, they did fine.
So the financial hit, you know, Michael Hayes' facial expression was priceless
Yes.
because he had no idea that line was coming.
Right.
It wasn't scripted. You know,
Right.
Austin didn't do scripts. So it was good. It was really good. And it's so monumental in so many fronts. But Austin was anointed at that point in time. You heard the crowd respond when he said he's going to be the next champion. And that's great market research. So it was a very successful tournament in that respect.
In your book, you talk about how Steve came to you after the show and said his year-to-date money wasn't what he thought it should be. And you go directly to Vince, and Vince agrees to a number, and you let Steve know, hey, I'm ripping up the contract and getting you a new one. How soon after this show does all that happen?
Immediately.
Okay.
You know, what's there to think about?
Yeah.
We had all of our answers. We had our guy. So, no, it worked out. You know, it worked out fine. And it was time to keep your talent happy. Again, Vince becoming more talent aware. We talked about this, Connie.
Yes.
And here's our guy that was going to be the it guy for what we thought the years to come. And it was to some degree until Steve got hurt. But it was just good stuff, man. It was just, and why not? And you look at this year to date, because how he was booked and positions on the card, he probably was undervalued at that point in time.
Right.
But, you know, but we didn't wait till the contract ended. We didn't wait till this recycle this or that. We went right for it. And he was appreciative of it because he got the respect from the office that he had been looking for in every company that he ever worked for. Just respect me for what I do. And I'm a wrestler. And so he got that respect. We wanted to make sure that he knew he was appreciated. And we sure as hell wanted to keep him happy.
Let's talk a little bit about the importance of the moment. Do you think this Austin 316 promo, I mean, is it up there with, you know, Hulk Hogan beating the Iron Sheik to become world champion? I mean, is it a top 5 all-time WWF moment, do you think?
Probably, based on where Austin took it.
Right.
The merch he sold, you know, he eventually, just not too many years after that, I remember, and he may have had bigger years, but he had one year he made $13 million. He's making over $1 million a month. So I suggest strongly that it was the right thing to do. And it was pivotal and the growth of the brand leading into the Attitude Era. And I would dare say to the company going public as well.
Let's get to our main event, and this is quite the match. Even though I love the Undertaker Mankind match because of what it would go on to be, this Shawn Michaels Davey Boy is an underrated main event. It feels like everybody talks about Austin 316, and that's pretty much it. But the deal here is Mr. Perfect comes out as referee, and they're teasing that he's going to be a heel ref throughout the show. He's even been dressing in Jim Cornette's team's dressing room, and he has some choice words with Shawn Michaels earlier in the show. And Gorilla Monsoon comes out and says that Mr. Perfect is going to be the outside the ring ref and that Earl Hebner would be the referee in the ring. Meltzer would say the first 18 minutes of the match consisted of Bulldog holding Michaels generally in a headlock, working high spots off of that headlock. And at one point, Shawn went for a power slam and Smith reversed it into one of his own. But Michaels gets behind him, goes for the super kick. Davey blocks it and hits a clothesline. Meltzer would continue. The last few minutes were one near fall after another until the dreaded Hebner bump. So that's like number 3, I think, on the night. Michaels does an elbow off the top and a terribly weak looking super kick. Perfect jumps in to make the count, as did Hebner. Perfect stopped counting at 2, but Hebner counted 3 for the win. And after the match, Owen Hart, who was wearing a cast, hit the ring, and Shawn Michaels basically beat up both guys for a while until they got the 2-on-1 on him. And then Ahmed Johnson comes in, and then here comes Vader. Cornette is going to hit Jose Lothario with the tennis racket. Owens has Michaels with the cast. And finally, Warrior comes in, slams Vader off the top. The heels run off, and we're essentially setting up our main event for the next In Your House, which is International Incident on July 21st in Vancouver. Meltzer loved the match, though, and gave it 4.25 stars. I think you could argue that Davey had some of his best matches in the WWF with Shawn and Brett. This was no exception, right?
No. And it proved that Davey could do it as often as he wanted to.
Yeah.
Some people had issues with Davey that he didn't turn it on all the time. And he was really, really good. So when somebody allows their performance to slip down a notch, it's more noticeable because Davey was that good. But Davey was motivated. That alpha male ego is a strange cat. And Davey knew that Shawn wasn't going to slow down. Shawn wasn't going to phone anything in because Shawn. And I think that Davey delivered the goods that day. And he showed everybody just how good he could be. But can we see it all the time? Or do we have the ability to see all that consistency? It's like, seeing Bret Hart wrestle. And by the way, what a great documentary recently on Bret. I thought it was good. I thought it was really well done. One of the better ones, quite frankly. That Bret always delivered, but that was Bret. Bret was a different cat, man. Bret was the John Wayne guy, and I never saw him have a bad match with anybody. Hell, I remember one time we booked him with Hakushi. Remember Hakushi, Conrad, the Japanese
tremendous performer.
Tattoo, absolutely, and nobody knew it, but Bret did.
Yeah.
And Bret goes out there and makes him look like $1 million. So that's kind of what we wanted out of Davey. Davey's a veteran, experience, had been around a lot of great talents over his career. His training in Calgary in Stu Hart's territory was very valuable, but you just wanted to see it more often.
It's a weird show in hindsight, because we're on the heels of In Your House, Beware of Dog, which was a disaster because of the power outage. So we're getting another great Davey Shawn match. Shawn continues to have really good matches as champion. Of course, we all remember he had that phenomenal match with Kevin Nash on the heels of WrestleMania and In Your House, where they use Mad Dog's leg and the whole thing. So we've also got Mr. Perfect here, who's going to be a focus character, sort of hokey pokey like for the rest of 96 before he leaves. But it feels like there were a lot of stop and start plans for him and the Ultimate Warrior. In fact, it's interesting in hindsight to think this is the last pay-per-view appearance for the Ultimate Warrior in the WWF. And it's even crazier to think his last pay-per-view opponent is Jerry Lawler. And the last we really see of him on WWF pay-per-view is slamming Vader off the top. I like the show, though. I think the overwhelming majority of the readers agreed. I think the readers of the Observer voted Davey and Shawn as the match of the night. Hard to argue that. I just love the sort of the precursor of what would become the feud of the year, or arguably the feud of the year with Mankind and Undertaker. What do you think of this show, and what was your match of the night? Thumbs up, thumbs down, thumbs in the middle?
Well, I like the tournament. The tournament could have been a lot better if it had been booked more strategically and we weren't trying to protect so many people. I thought the Undertaker putting over Mankind was huge for Mick. It was huge for their feud and their rivalry. I like the show. I'm with you, Shawn and Davey had a hell of a match. Great way to end the show, and not an easy spot to be in, Conrad, because my goodness, what else is there to see that we hadn't already seen in this tournament and the other subsequent matches within it? So I like the show in that regard. I enjoyed working with Owen and Vince and I and Owen. We didn't have Lawler there because Lawler was in the tournament. So I had fun. It was a fun night and a good time. And I thought the company delivered well. There was always that pressure on everybody to, the pending challenge of WCW was not something that wasn't being thought about. The talent were talking about it as well. So I think maybe it was a little extra motivator. but it seemed like everybody that had the chance and the desire to have a good match got the opportunity to do that as far as time was concerned and all those things. So my only complaint would be that we could have had winners and losers more prominently within the tournament, and but we didn't. But my hat's off to Undertaker and Mick. That was a great match. The last match was a great match, but the overriding thing, big picture wise, was the fact that it launched Stone Cold and the Austin 316 brand.
And it launched him in a big way. The wrestling business would never quite be the same again. One of the top selling t-shirts of all time, and even to this day, a top seller on any WWE event or website. Next week, we're talking about another all-time great, Terry Funk. Well, you've had a Terry Funk impression on your podcast as long as I've been listening to your podcast, way before I was on the show.
God damn you, Conrad. My show didn't mean shit until you joined my team. My brother Dory and I will take you outside and whip your ass. We can whip the Briscoes. We can whip them all because we're Texans. I love Terry Funk. This show will not be objective. I love Terry Funk. I never got to work with Terry that much until around 89 when he came to WCW and had this thing with Flair and the I Quit match. I told you that it's my favorite I Quit match I've ever called.
Sure. With
Terry and Nate. Again, because of all the side pieces, the great Gary Hart, golly, Tommy Young refereeing, Gordon Sully on commentary. Great memories for me. But Terry was the straw that stirred the drink there. He was just extraordinary. But this is going to be a great show. Talking about Terry Funk is one of the most fun things I do.
Well, the most fun thing you do is grilling up some good meats over at jrsbbq.com. If you haven't already, go ahead and click the button and get the party started. Even if it's a little late, Dad would still love it. It is the gift that keeps on giving. That's the pro tip we haven't talked about a lot this year, Jim, is if you get Dad one of your gift packages from jrsbbq.com,
yep,
not only is he going to enjoy it, he's probably going to make something that you, the youngster, get to enjoy too, right?
I agree. And they're good quality products. The JR's original barbecue sauce is our number one seller. And it's my mother's a spin-off, upgraded of my mother's barbecue sauce. When I was a kid growing up, we smoked outside because we didn't have air conditioning in our home. And to keep the house from heating up, we did a lot of cooking outside. And little Jimmy here's job was to make sure that the smoker stayed at a certain temperature. I kept the fire going, all that good stuff. While Mom and Dad were at work, that was my chore that day. I was a little chef. And but man, I just I love that sauce, and it's such an important part of my childhood and my adulthood. And then Jan, late wife Jan, they kind of adopted all those products, and we started developing the chipotle ketchup and the jalapeno honey mustard. I had a jalapeno honey mustard on a turkey sandwich last night, and it just makes a difference, all the difference in the world. I mean, it ain't got to be fancy. I had turkey, I had tomato, and I had jalapeno honey mustard, and it was a great sandwich. So, and it's pretty healthy. The mustard's got like 1 gram of sugar or something. It's very flavorful, but it's very healthy. And so, we are proud of our family attempts to build this brand. jrsbbq.com. We have specials every day. There's all kinds of flash sales. If you haven't registered at jrsbbq.com to get on our mailing list, we don't share that list with anybody, Conrad. We're not looking to do that, but we do have offers that we make available to our mailing list, our email list, before anybody else sees it. So it costs you nothing to do it. We're not going to share your information. I'm not asking for your ATM number, but just register, and that way, then you're in the hunt for this information ahead of everybody else. So jrsbbq.com. It is the grilling season. We'll be for several more months. Great gift ideas. We had a good business during the month of June so far, And we appreciate everybody's support. I'm very grateful, very grateful. A lot of people are selling things online, and I'm very grateful that people take their time to order from us and let us service their accounts. So thank you, everybody, for that. We appreciate you.
We do appreciate you, and we appreciate you guys tuning in today. Don't miss next week. It's all about Terry Funk right here on Grilling JR with the voice of wrestling, Mr. Jim Ross.
Heavy on the mister, and have a great day, everybody.
Let's talk about how you can make your structure better, and you can do that with Athletic Greens. Our next partner has a product I use literally every day, and it's Athletic Greens AG1 because I needed more energy. And I was tired of taking pills and vitamins. This is just one scoop, and it gives you 75 high-quality vitamins and minerals. I'm talking about improving your gut health, improving your focus, sleeping better. Man, what's not to like about this, JR? It just sounds like a slam dunk to me.
It absolutely is. It's a great product. I have this is one of the few products that I can tell you that I have a lot of friends that are using it, and they, like you, Paul, they are very happy with the results.
You can't beat it. You get better sleep quality, you recover better. It costs less than $3 a day. It's completely worth the investment in you, and it's received 7,000 five-star reviews or better. I'm telling you, those are rankings Meltzer's never even heard of. And right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it.
That's it.
I mean, no need for a million different horse pills and supplements to look out for your health. Make it easy. Athletic Greens is also going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune-supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/JR. That's the key. There you go, athleticgreens.com/JR to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance.
Now, if you believe the rumor in innuendo, you'll believe that the curtain call at Madison Square Garden actually pushed off Triple H's win of the King of the Ring crown and instead allowed for Stone Cold Steve Austin to win King of the Ring in 1996. Well, that brings up 1997, where Hunter Hearst Helmsley has another opportunity as he heads to the King of the Ring finals, this time against Mankind. And alongside that, a big main event for The Undertaker as he defends the WWF Championship against Farouk. So, without further ado, let's take a listen in to King of the Ring 1997.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with good old Jim Ross. Jim, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good, buddy. I could not be better. It's a great week here in Oklahoma. My lady Sooner softball team got eliminated by UCLA. I was all in, by the way, on the College World Series. I will tell you that last week, I know you were out of the country. It was a good thing because I was going to call you when my Sooners they didn't eliminate, but they beat Alabama. But boy, Alabama's got a good team, and it was fun. I was just bullshitting you. I wasn't going to call you, but it was, I'm able to spend with this AEW thing now. I got a little bit of my life back, and I do things that people probably wouldn't suspect me doing, and that was including going to the Women's College World Series, which I think is a very underrated event. I enjoy the hell out of it.
Well, and I'm looking forward to talking about our topic today. It's King of the Ring 1997. And Jim, you watched this for the first time in a long time this week. What did you think?
I sat outside yesterday and watched the entire show on my iPad, believe it or not. And I got into it and I liked it. I remember so many nice memories of things that I had forgotten about. I had forgotten that Vince McMahon and I were the broadcasters on that show. And the King, who was on our team, our 3-man team, which is a kind of the exception, not the rule, the 3-man philosophy I have, was in the tournament. So he did not broadcast that night, which made him extremely happy. I do recall that. The King was almost euphoric, the fact that he got to wrestle on the pay-per-view and didn't have to sit out there for 3 hours and broadcast one. So it was an underrated show. I thought the Austin Michaels rivalry and that, it was a little bit forgotten from that match. They had a hell of a match, by the way. And it was Triple H. Paul Levesque got his opportunity to get on the, get noticed, start getting a push, as it were, after he'd been punished, whatever the hell that meant. from the curtain call we talked about before. So that was a big start for him, and I'd forgotten how good Goldust was, to be honest with you. God dang, he's talented as hell in that gimmick he did. And he and Terry, his wife at the time, Marlena, that was a good booking. That was a good, creative piece of business, in my opinion. And it really worked well, I thought. And looking back at it, you kind of regain your appreciation for how good they were together. There's also another saga in the chapter of Ahmed Johnson. That was always an interesting road to travel. So Farouk.
There's just a lot to get into on this show.
Yeah, it's a ton. And there's a lot of backstory. I look at these shows that we do, Conrad, and of course, these are your ideas, and I love them. I love for you to call the plays. And that is the fact that these things are like, we're talking about a show or an event, but it's also about a big ensemble cast surrounding that event or show we're talking about. So, and this one's got a massive cast that we can talk about.
It does, and it's almost like a time capsule. And I want everybody listening to the show, if you're digging what we're doing here on the new format here on Jim's podcast, Grilling JR, tell a friend. Even though something may be titled King of the Ring 97, it's really more of a snapshot of the summer of 1997 in the WWF and all the news and notes, because we're not just going to cover the show as if it happened in a vacuum. We're going to talk about the things that got us there as well. Of course, King of the Ring went down on June 8th. So like 22 years ago from this weekend at the Providence Center right there in Providence, Rhode Island. And it's a pretty crucial time for the WWF. The NWO is running roughshod over in WCW, and they are running away with the Monday Night War. So we're trying to play catch up here on the WWF side of the fence. We're on the heels of WrestleMania 13, where maybe the original plan was Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. Shawn pulled up lame in February, lost his smile, and chaos was created. So Bret wound up working with Stone Cold Steve Austin in an all-time classic, one of the best matches in company history and even wrestling history. The main event, of course, became The Undertaker's night, where he beat Sid Vicious, and then we would transition into Cold Day in Hell in May, where we would first see Steve Austin get his first world title singles match on a pay-per-view, which he lost against the reigning world champion, The Undertaker. And there's lots of backstage drama going on at this Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels saga continues to evolve, and the Hart Foundation is now going strong. No longer just a couple guys. Now it's a whole roster of dudes. It's Brian Pillman, and it's Jim Neidhart, and it's Owen, it's Bret, it's Bulldog, and the Nation of Domination is really starting to take off. Kane is about to debut in just a few months. There's just a lot going on here. So let's sort of hit the reset button and talk about, well, something you were involved in. Contracts. Dustin Rhodes, the Goldust character, renews his contract here, and it's reported by Wade Keller that Mankind, his contract is expected to expire later in the summer. And I wanted to talk a little bit about these two guys, because at this point, neither one of them are necessarily main eventers, although they've both been positioned with top guys, whether it was Mankind and Undertaker, or Goldust and Undertaker, or Mankind and Shawn Michaels. How critical were they, and how nervous were you that maybe this Dustin or Mick Foley escape and go to the other side? Because we're in the middle of the Monday Night War. Guys are jumping back and forth. Was there ever a concern that either one of these two guys would leave, or did you feel like, no, their feet are planted here, they've been down there, they've had enough, they're glad to be on this side?
Pretty much the latter scenario that you just mentioned. Mick, the WWF for Mick was always home. Him growing up in Long Island, the great stories of hitchhiking to the Garden to watch Jimmy Snuka come off the top of the cage on Don Morocco. We got footage of that's been played ad nauseum. But it's a cool story, and it's a true story. So I didn't think Mick had any issues. The other thing, Wade Keller reported erroneously that Mick's contract was up in the summer. It was up 18 months later. So we had a year and a half on Mick. And normally I started talking to talents that we wanted to keep our priorities about a year in advance. So, but I never thought Mick was going to leave. He was, we were doing those, we did those vignettes with him, that sit down interview thing I did with him, and he loved that. And he's seeing a chance. He had a chance to work on top in the WWF, and that was a huge dream for him. As far as Goldust was concerned, you nailed it. He'd been down to WCW. He'd been there in a couple different incarnations. He worked for his dad, and Dusty was the booker. That was a tough drill for him, though, quite frankly, challenging. So I didn't think either of those two cats were going to leave us. But we still had to do our due diligence, communicate with them, make sure they were cool, and we did that. So, and luckily they both stuck around for many years after that.
One of the things I've wanted to ask about was Leif Cassidy, and we know him as Al Snow. And we should mention here that Al Snow just put a new book out, and I highly recommend it for everybody. It's on Amazon or anywhere else you enjoy books, but I read it last week. It's tremendous. I can't put it over enough. But in my research, I found that he gave notice to you guys in this era, but he was notified that, hey, you can't actually give notice. You can only do that at the end of your third year, and you're at the end of your second year. And you guys wanted him to stay, but he's trying to negotiate, I guess, maybe to get out of this deal or position himself differently. When did you realize that Al Snow was unhappy, and why were you guys determined to hang on to him?
Well, Al was a great hand, and Al could make everybody he worked with better because he was that fundamentally sound, which is why now in OVW we see the success that they're beginning to garner there, they're earning there in Louisville under Al's watch. He's a great teacher. He has really good instincts, and we felt like we were getting ready to go through a transition period where we had to get younger, we had to change faces, we had to change our lineup. And guys like Al, who are veterans, who have proven themselves in smaller territories and the independent circuit, was a keeper. And he was like I said, if his work in the ring when it finally faded away, which is a long time to come because he still wrestles, that he would be a great teacher, as he's proven out to be. So, but until he said he wanted to leave, he didn't understand that you can't. He had committed for 3 years, and we were paying him for 3 years, and so we didn't have any desire to break precedent and say, okay, we're going to turn the guy loose a year early just because he wants out, because that would open the door for everybody to want out. And then, of course, a lot of that times those issues, Conrad, are guys wanting to position themselves for a better money deal. That may have been Al's reason. But he was very much valued. Here we are in the middle of the Major League Baseball season. Al was like a very talented, multi-skill utility player, and those guys are invaluable.
Let's talk a little bit about the news and notes at the time. Wade Keller would report that the front office had made some cutbacks in late May, firing longtime ring announcer Bill Dunn, the former ECW Hype Central host Lance Wright, who I guess had been with you guys for a while, a longtime employee in the art department, and 2 other office workers. And also the duties of George Steele and Jay Strongbow were cut back with only 1 house show per night. They weren't needed as much, but have been kept on board either way. But I guess now it's sort of nut cutting time for the company. We're not too terribly far away from where Vince would sit down with Brett and say, I can't afford your contract. So this is sort of the first time that it makes the newsletter that, hey, maybe all's not well at the home front financially. Tell me about Bill Dunn. It's a name that I'll admit I didn't immediately recognize.
He was a ring announcer that was been there for a while. When I got there in 1993, Bill Dunn was always overshadowed by Howard Finkel, and rightfully so. Bill, nice guy, did a good job, but the seepage of information on these layoffs came. Was not a major secret internally. Many of us, I took a big cut in pay. I think it was a $30,000 a year cut in pay.
In 97?
Yeah. Right on that, maybe right before that. But somewhere in the mid 90s, I didn't try to commit that date to memory because it wasn't something I wanted to recall all the time. But Vince came in and said, we're having issues cash flow wise. And I'm asking the wrestling people to, take massive cuts in pay. And I said, okay, what do I need? What are you offering or what are you suggesting? And he told me. And, so I think I got cut to, I think $30,000, I believe, but nonetheless, that's when, you go back and we do our research. We'll see that was the week that J.J. Dillon, in a very upset mood, and rightfully so. J.J. had a lot of pressure on him from being a dad of a special needs child and, three young children. And So JJ couldn't it wasn't going to work for him. That you're getting that big cut and pay, so he quit abruptly. And our man Bruce got to be the head of talent relations there for a good while. And I was the senior VP of another wrestling administration, which I think Vince gave me that title just thought it would keep me happy. I would have been happy to be Bruce's assistant. I didn't care. I was more concerned about the payday. I'm one of those 2C guys. I knew what the creative was going to be, and I liked the cash, so that's where we were. But it was not a big issue. It was a bad issue for those guys and their families, but it wasn't a secret that the company was hurting, and we had to make changes, and that's why it was so important to get this some new stories established and new talents established, including Stone Cold.
Who has the unenviable task of breaking the news to Strongbow and George Steele? Because it feels
me. I got to do that. It wasn't fun. I was a new kid on the block. I hadn't been there very long. This was 97. I've been there 4 years. Had already been in and out a couple times. And Strongbow was one of Vince's boyhood heroes. So he didn't need to do it. Quite frankly, it's my job. And George basically the same. I don't think George had the relationship with Vince that Strongbow did. Strongbow had a great rapport with Vince. I remember Strongbow always called Vince Caesar. Oh, Caesar's in a bad mood this week. The wrestlers love this. Wrestlers love to spread bad news. They just do. It's inherent. Have you noticed that?
I have.
Yeah, they love it. Howard Finkel, God bless him. Howard's been on the weather. He's not feeling great, but he used to run them. Anytime there's a death in the wrestling business, it could be in Australia. It's an Australian underneath indie guy. Jim, I got some bad news for you. Howard. I said, of course you do, Howard. Who died this time? Well, have you ever heard of fill in the blank? No, I hadn't heard. Well, he passed away last night. Okay, Howard. Well, let's send him flowers. Well, it's like, so it's just that's the nature of the beast. It's crazy. It was that way in 1974 when I got into it. They love to talk. Wrestlers are worse than women that watch soap operas in the old day. And now I'm sounding chauvinistic, but most soap operas back in the day, kids, were meant for women, the female viewers. Look at the sponsors. And these ladies took those shows very, very seriously. And I grew up in a household of them. I know this. So the wrestlers are worse. And but it was just a big layoff. We had to get more energy. We had to get more productivity from our coaches or producers or the agents, as they were called at that time. And AEW, they call them coaches. They're all the same job. They help the talents put together their matches, give them direction, coach them up, motivate them, help them to do good. And but not that George and Jim Myers, George Steele, weren't doing that. They were getting older and they were a little bit limited on what they could do or wanted to do. So the only incumbent, I think, old time agent that we kept was Jack Lanza. And Jack did a real good job all during that Attitude Era. And one of the things that kept Jack on board was the fact that he was a great communicator, former school teacher, had a good education. He communicated with me in the way that I needed him to do. Anything that happened off the record would stay off the record. I got another agent report that was not public, that was just for me. If somebody was a little out of the way or messed up, Jack always gave me the full story. And sometimes it's on the phone because he didn't want to write it down, which I commended. So that was how we worked that deal. And we had to get younger. The coach, we had to get a fire there. We had to start something. And luckily, all those things kind of fell into place with those guys.
One of the things I wanted to talk about was Scott Putski. I know that seems like it's out of left field, but in my research for this show, I saw that you guys were plugging the upcoming debut of Scott Putski, and you're even showing footage of his father, Ivan Putski, and you make sure to call the footage really old, and it's a clip of him beating up Roddy Piper, and you're acknowledging Roddy Piper by name. You're doing this probably as a receipt because the prior week on Nitro, they showed a clip of Ric Flair beating on Vader. Then we see Scott Putski get a win over Leif Cassidy. For whatever reason, it didn't work with Scott Putski. What was the hope and why didn't it work out?
Well, Scott had $1 million look. He had a great name. His father, Joe Bednarski, AKA Ivan Putski, was a big star there. And he's a big star in Mid-South. I knew him from back in the day. So he got over big time. And, you hope to parlay on that second generation thing. And sometimes it works and sometimes it's not a guarantee. Being a second generation wrestler really doesn't guarantee you anything but that first look, and something for the announcers to talk about when you're on television. Scott seemed like a decent kid, good looking kid, thought he was a nice athlete. He didn't have the it factor. It just did not come natural for him. He could do things athletically extremely well, but I'm not so sure he knew why he was doing them.
Right.
So that was kind of the deal there. Good look. If it was just all about it, 8x10s, he's a main eventer. But it was about more than that. And his skill set just didn't fit that level.
One of the other things I found in my research was on Raw on the way to this show, the Road Warriors would beat PG-13 in under 2 minutes. I should mention that PG-13 were the two white dudes in the Nation of Domination who would come out in hats and glasses and jackets and sort of wrap their way to the ring. And they're staples in Memphis. It's JC Ice and Wolfie D. And let me just read the recap. PG-13 cried at first, then charged the ring and pummeled the Warriors with punches. The Warriors didn't sell it at all. And after taking a beating, Wolfie escaped their grasp and tagged in JC Ice. Actually, Hawk grabbed Ice and then threw him into the ring. And then Ice and Wolfie managed to double team Hawk and pile drive him, but he no-sold it. The Warriors then gave their shoulder clothesline finisher to each of them and pinned both simultaneously. PG-13 had asked for help from the NOD, but got none and were abandoned after losing the match. Now Meltzer would write, PG-13 is gone after the Road Warriors deal. Apparently the guys think it's Jerry Lawler had them fired because they're working opposition to Lawler in Tennessee, although that's been denied internally. They were told there is a chance they'll be brought back for the light heavyweight division, but that would likely be only for television purposes if it happens at all. He would also say JC Ice had gotten a lot of heat in his short tenure there. Chat me up. What happened with PG-13 and why was this the end for them?
I think the short answer to the story and the bottom line of it is that those two kids were certainly not low on talent. We would not have hired them if we didn't think they didn't have talent. But they were not a good fit in the locker room from a cultural standpoint, meaning they didn't know they were young and green. And both of them have been around since they were young kids. And I think they felt that they'd paid all the dues they needed to pay. And I might be wrong about that, but they just didn't fit well in the locker room. They had a hard time getting along with people. And maybe they were not as good as they thought they were, but they certainly did not lack talent. They just lacked maturity. I think that's probably the biggest issue. They didn't have the maturity.
One of the other things that happened on this same episode of Raw, Mankind would bring Paul Bearer out onto the stage. And this is when Paul Bearer's face is wrapped up in bandages because the Undertaker had thrown fire at him the prior week. And Mankind is telling Undertaker he's going to give him one more chance. And this is when Paul Bearer is threatening, it's a secret I made while I was standing over the graveside of your mother and father. Come back or I'll hurt you. At this point, of course, we know the big payoff for this is going to be Kane. At this point, did you already have Kane mapped out? And did you know it would be Glenn Jacobs?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That role was tailor-made for Glenn. It was made for Glenn. You know, I saw Glenn when I was doing some work in Smoky Mountain Wrestling for Jim Cornette's group. It was always a lot of fun. And I didn't make a lot of money there, but I sure as hell had a lot of fun doing it, and traveling the Smoky Mountain roads once every several weeks to do TV. But Glenn was perfect for that role. You know, he was a Unabomber for Cornette, big, athletic, intelligent guy. Of course, he's the mayor of Knox County, Tennessee now, and he's doing a great job. But he was a keeper. I brought him to a TV, I believe, in either Augusta or Macon or something like that, and for WWE taping, and everybody loved him. He was polite, well-spoken, intelligent, and it didn't hurt that he was 6'10" and 300 pounds. So, that role was his.
So at this point, are you guys like drawing sketches in the art department of what it will look like, or do you already have all that mapped out? You're just letting the storyline play out because it shows a lot of patience here.
No, we signed him not knowing that would be his final role, because he did the crazy Diesel thing, and he did Dr. Yankum. And so finally, you're looking around and you're scratching your head. Are you kidding me? We can't find something viable for this big dude to do. Dr. Yankum's never going to draw any. That's sometimes gimmicks are given to talents, and they're just they're career killers. You can't get over this gimmick to the point of being a main event guy. And people say there'll be critics of ours or mine. Well, JR, you can get anybody over, and they can all draw on top if it's done right. If it's done right, okay, good for you. Well, you should start your own company, do everything right, and you'll make a lot of money. It's not that easy. So finally, but Glenn, if looking at Glenn Kane and Undertaker, they're both almost identical in size. Maybe a little here, a little that, but essentially they could pass as brothers. Hello, that's what we did. So that's how that worked. But the art department got on I know there's a lot of work on the mask being done because his face was allegedly burnt and all that stuff. It's a good story. And I'm very privileged to say that I think Glenn had 2 masks left, and he gave me one of my restaurants. I still got it. It's pretty cool.
That is cool.
Yep.
Let's talk about Farouk. He's going to be a big player on this pay-per-view. You're positioning him for a world title shot, and you sort of start to set the tone when he's in the ring being interviewed by Vince McMahon. And he's talking about how, there's never been a black man to wear the WWF world title. And there's only been token intercontinental champions like Ahmed Johnson. And he even makes the comment to Vince. He says something like, you don't feel a black man is worthy of being champion of the WWF, but you do think a black man is worthy of washing your car. And he called the Undertaker your white savior. And he says, we are no longer sitting back, and we're going to, get what we want by any means necessary. So this militant stance and maybe teetering on controversy when you're talking about, well, there's never been a black champion, just token champions. Is that Vince Russo pushing for that? Is that Vince McMahon pushing for that? It does feel like a slippery slope creatively.
It is slippery. It was a slippery slope. It was edgy. It was TV 14 material. And in today's world, it would not be probably accepted because of the racial overtones of the topic. At that time, in that era, 1997, a little bit different public climate. It was in the process of a fictional presentation. Of course, we all knew that Farouk was Ron Simmons, 4-time All, and I even said that on that broadcast. He was a legit 4-time football All-American at Florida State. He was a beast as a nose tackle. So you couldn't do that today, as we all know, but then it seemed to work, and everybody was on the same page. Ron had no issue saying it because, quite frankly, one of the things that makes heels great, Conrad, is when they tell you the truth and you don't want to hear it.
Right.
And that's what he did. So, and then of course, Taker was, and Ron and all those cats in the nation were Taker guys, friends, buddies, whatever. So, and Vince wanted to be edgier. So I don't know if it was a Russo just flipped the switch and there it came. It was a combined effort, but certainly it would not be fair to Russo to say that his creativity didn't contribute to that type of presentation.
One of the other things I wanted to talk about on this show is Rob Van Dam, while he's still working for ECW, has a match on this same episode of Raw, and it's against Jeff Hardy. Now, this is before we know the Hardy Boys. Jeff's here working as an independent, as an underneath, as an enhancement worker, whatever you prefer. And Rob Van Dam is positioning himself as like a traitor from ECW who's now competing on Monday Night Raw. And Jerry Lawler is using this to advance his angle, which will ultimately pay off at Hardcore Heaven with a match on an ECW pay-per-view against Tommy Dreamer, where he's saying that this is extremely crappy wrestling and that ECW can't compete with the talents of Rob Van Dam. So he's done there, and now he's Mr. Monday Night. Tell us how this came to be, because at the time, this is pretty groundbreaking that you have another promotion featuring their talent on Monday Night Raw.
Well, it is the one of the things behind the scenes that some people know is that the WWF at the time was subsidizing ECW and helping them keep their doors open. And because I know that to be a fact. It's not hearsay because it came out of my budget in the talent relations side. So, that was several reasons. You know, I think Vince actually liked Paul. I certainly did. We knew he was a bright mind who was there if we ever needed something somewhere down the road. He was an asset that we wanted to at least, covet to some degree. But the other thing is that we also knew that ECW had some really good talents that, and so many of them were Northeastern guys that they grew up with a WWF background and DNA. So they would be a good fit for us because they would want to come to our company, we thought, and they did. So there's a lot of reasons to do that. And it helps keep the business alive and all kinds of the right reasons. So that was kind of the part of that deal. It wasn't like it was a screw job on Paul or anything. You know, it's all planned out. And but I thought Rob Van Dam, I still do. I think he's one of the best performers we ever had. He can do things that were so far ahead of their time. He's so innovative and creative and unique. And the thing a lot of people don't realize about Rob, and you kind of talk about how tough he is. And his movie he did not too long ago, a little documentary, was really good. He talked about his concussions. This son of a gun worked hard a lot, and he was tougher than a $2 steak without a doubt. So Rob Van Dam was always high on my list of talents, and I'm glad that we got him. You know, it was Rob Van Dam had that ability, that inherent ability, which is a blessing in this business, to connect with his audience, because he was being himself, not unlike Steve Austin was being himself, or Shawn Michaels being himself, or Bret Hart. Rob Van Dam was an enhanced version of Rob Van Dam, and people could get that. They didn't think they were being worked. So he was a big time player. Jeff was so young. About that time, I'm guessing, Conrad, Jeff he might have been 17, maybe 18. He and Matt both maybe fibbed on their age when we used them. I brought them in a lot to do TVs. I liked them. Their dad was a mail carrier, single dad, and I loved their story and the fact they made their own wrestling gear, and they're big time marks, just like me. I always had time for the Hardys, still do. But you could tell Jeff was going to be something special because he too connected with the audience, and he had that great face and the great body English and athleticism. So, looking before us right there, we had two guys in the ring. Again, going back to that Al Snow story earlier about wanting to get guys that could work with anybody and make guys better. For a guy like Jeff Hardy to get better, he needed to work with guys like Al Snow, for example. But he and RVD that was a nice night, and Rob got his win, and the people connected with Mr. Monday Night, and they stayed connected for a long time.
Let's talk about the Dustin Rhodes interview that aired here. This era of 97 is a little weird in that you guys are doing like sit down interviews with different talent. Later in the summer, you're going to do this with Mick Foley. Of course, he'll be in character as Mankind, but that's when we'll first learn about Dude Love and all that. But here we're doing it with Dustin Rhodes, and it's a pretty emotional interview. And he's talking about his relationship with his dad, where he's saying, all those years I looked up to you and you were bigger than life. I wanted to be just like you. And there's no one on the planet who can do Goldust as well as I can. And I hope you're proud of me and myself and my family. And I love you, Dad. But they weren't really talking at the time. They'd had a real life falling out. Whose idea was it to, hey, let's put that on TV?
I'm assuming it's Vince's idea. We started getting this more reality-based television storylines, and that was a good one for all the right reasons. Dusty's a world famous Hall of Fame guy, and everybody had great name identity. And, the father-son thing was not a work, it's real. So we were kind of fading toward that era of presentation, which is will still work today, quite frankly. Reality-based, much like, again, we saw Cody and you saw the match finally of Cody and Dustin from Double or Nothing, and they had one hell of a match, I thought. You know, I'm sure you enjoyed it as an old school wrestling fan. How can you not like that match, right? So it was good stuff, and but Vince, that was a Vince deal. Anything that was on TV, Vince either created it or approved it. Nothing passes. Nothing. Oh, when we started to do that, nothing. That never happened. At least in that era, it did not happen. So, but it's just reality, and we were trying to figure out if Dustin was going to be a babyface or a heel. My point was always in this thing that whether we tried it or not, we can't. I don't think we should have ever tried to do something that would, the homophobia, the backlash of the negativity of him being a heel, was not good. Why do you dislike him? Because he may be gay, he may be bisexual. Again, you asked me this on one broadcast, but I didn't know what androgynous was, so I said on TV probably.
Right.
But so we didn't want to go that sexual route wholeheartedly, but it was always going to be there. It's one of those deals where you say, that'd be like me saying, well, here comes Ahmed Johnson. Man, what an African-American he is.
Right.
Well, I can kind of see that, JR. He's a black man. Okay. So things like that go without saying. It's like saying Andre's tall. Okay, good job. So that's kind of where we are on that deal. But Dustin had a story to tell, and he wanted to tell it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to.
I think that may be a way, Conrad, for him to make up some lost time. And thankfully, at the end of the day, that all happened.
Well, JR, I want to pause here and share a huge opportunity for all of you listening to me today. And that's how you can win with Zen. And what I want you to do is go to WrestlingPrizes.com to register for your chance to win one of 4 once-in-a-lifetime digital Q&A sessions with wrestling legends Ric Flair, Eric Bischoff, Jim Ross, or Mick Foley. Winners also get an autographed replica championship belt and a prize pack from Zen, America's #1 nicotine pouch. Register once per day now through July 15th at WrestlingPrizes.com, all one word. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 21 and over. Void where prohibited. For official rules, visit WrestlingPrizes.com. Warning, this product contains nicotine. Nicotine is an addictive chemical.
When did you guys shoot that? Is that shot in Stanford? Is that shot on location? And how far out in advance did you guys discuss what you would talk about? Was there anything as you're going through that where he's like, I don't want to talk about this, I don't want to talk about that? Or did you just tape for a long time and then just chop it up in post?
Yeah, we just talked and edited what we needed, what we wanted. And so that way you don't eliminate nothing. You don't stifle any creativity. In the creative process, there's no bad ideas. Obviously, some are much, much better than others. So you let the guy talk. You're as an interviewer, you're prepared to ask the questions, and you know the story. So, but no, we didn't rehearse it. It wasn't rehearsed. You kind of go over what you're going to talk about from we're going to try to start here, we're going to try to go to here. This is what we want to make these points in between, and then you do it naturally or as organically as you can, and that's kind of what we did there with the Dustin interview, and it worked out well. It was a nice interview.
We finished this episode of Raw with the Hart Foundation coming to the ring. Brett's going to tell Bulldog, Anvil, Owen, and Pillman to return to the dressing room. And then he calls out the gutless little poser, Shawn Michaels, and tells him to get his ass out here. He cuts a promo here saying that, it finally dawned on me the arrogance and attitude and cockiness that is in you is what all these Americans represent. And you think you're better than everybody, and you look down on us, and he compares America to the Roman Empire, and he says it's going to fall because of scum like Shawn Michaels. And he starts to list things like, instead of trying to face him like a man, you're too busy posing for girly magazines and putting tattoos on yourself and earrings in your navel and nose and ears and shaking your ass and making yourself look like a horse's ass. And he said, Shawn Michaels, the biggest thing that bothers me is you didn't have the guts to face me at WrestleMania this year, one-on-one. Chat me up. This promo, how much of this, we hear these days that everybody's given a script. How much of this is just Brett riffing? How much of this is bullet points? And what, if any of it, was approved ahead of time?
I would say, based on my experience there, especially during that tumultuous era, Brett was going to say what Brett wanted to say. And Vince is going to let him by and large. not that that's an indictment on either side. So my point is that Brett created the interview. He knew what he wanted to say. He was going to take it in a direction that it would make him and his boys, Heart Foundation, heels in in America, and massive baby faces in Canada and the UK. Anywhere that, we find out, Conrad, when you travel, Americans are not loved by everybody.
Right.
Sorry to mention that, folks, but because we are somewhat arrogant, conceited bastards sometimes, no doubt. And so Americans aren't loved. You could tell that by how Trump was treated in England. The big protests, and people surely got better things to do than protest Donald Trump being in their city, but they seemed like they did. So Brett, they were smart. So in the lower 48, so to speak, they're going to be heels. Didn't have a problem with that. You get an ass over 18 inches, you make more money. Outside the U.S., they're going to be baby faces because they are saying the truth about how many Americans are. So it worked out pretty well. That's a Brett interview there all the way around, and it certainly was not written. He certainly did not memorize it. Now, I'm sure that as any good performer will do, he'll have bullet points. He'll either write them down himself, which most will do, just to have some sort of rule of thumb, a direction, or he will just make mental notes if you're that good. And but you got to have some structure. But I don't think it was written at all. I don't think he's memorized it. I think it came from his heart. He followed the direction of where they were going in their story, and where he was going with the Heart Foundation. But it was a riveting promo, way ahead of his time, I thought.
Well, Shawn Michaels disagrees, because the idea is Brett's supposed to stand up out of his wheelchair and Shawn's going to super kick him, and then the show goes off the air. But Brett keeps talking. And then by the time he finally stands up and gets the super kick, the show's off the air. They've already missed it. And Brett wrote about this, and he says the fan noise was so loud that he couldn't hear his cue. And instead of the show ending the way it was supposed to, it ended with him still berating Shawn, and Shawn just standing there and doing nothing about it. And Shawn backstage thinks he's done it on purpose and is furious. What do you remember about the backstage temperament when Shawn comes back and realizes, hey, none of that shit made air?
Well, I was out front, so I didn't see it with my own eyes. So I heard enough about it. Again, wrestlers and people that agents and guys, those guys are in talent relations side of my world. Couldn't wait to come tell me everything, and embellish, of course. Shawn thought it was a screw job. He'd been set up, but I am a firm believer to this very day that was not the case. I know it was noisy. Brett was very believable on the mic, and did some great promos from time to time, without a doubt. But to say that his promos were the strength of his game would not be accurate, because what the strength of his game was wrestling bell to bell, in my opinion. So he missed his cue, and he didn't get his last line in, apparently, that he wanted to get in. And so they always have to have a cue. So tell me when you're going to do this, or tell me when you're going to do that. What's your last line? And so they worked that out. He worked that out with a truck or through the gorilla position. He didn't get there, and we went off the air. But it aired the next week, so it wasn't like oh my God, we lost it forever. But I never believed that Brett would sabotage the angle. It's just not his style. It really isn't. But of course, he was made to look like the bad guy, and Shawn had a lot of people, I'm sure, in his ear, chirping that Brett just screwed you. And are you guys that stupid? The camera's rolling. We got this kick you kicked him right out of the wheelchair. It was a great move. It was a great heel move, or a babyface move in the States, I guess. But it certainly made Shawn a heel everywhere else. So I never thought that was a conspiracy. I just thought it was oversight, human error, quite frankly. It's not as exotic a story to tell, but I think that's what happened.
Yeah. Meltzer would freestyle that maybe some friends are in his ear being Shawn, trying to get him riled up. And as a result, the next week, Shawn shows up at Raw in Mobile, and according to the Observer, appears to be in no condition to perform. When he was on TV, he's slurring his words badly and makes a remark that Brett was having some sunny days. And that, of course, is something everybody starts talking about. When did you realize, hey, this is a problem?
When he started talking, he sounded like he was slurring, so he either was extremely fatigued or he was medicated. I sensed the latter. And, but that was part of these issues. Sean was in a very, dark place at that point in time in his life for whatever reason. And there's probably plenty of good reasons, but the bottom line was he was not conducting himself as he does today. And he needed to change to something. Obviously a better lifestyle would have been one thing, but, I don't know. I felt bad for him. I love this kid. I went down to San Antonio and talking to come back into business after he'd been gone 4 years. It took him 4 years to get over his issues. Basically, bad back, medicines, maybe some booze, attitude, big time attitude issues, personal life. But, it was just sad to see where he was headed, because if he had not, and look, you got to give McMahon credit too. Sean's making $750,000 a year. Now you do that, divide that by 52, and you get how much he's making a week. It's pretty good money. He got that check every week, every day, every week of every year that he was under contract, and while he was sitting at home in San Antonio. Didn't have to happen, but that's how Vince did it. And Vince always had a soft spot for Sean, because he saw Sean's rebellious, anti-establishment attitude as reminiscent of a young Vince. And now he had to navigate the waters of the old WWF when his dad owned it. And so I think there's something to be said about that. So Sean was he was really going down a real bad road, and luckily changed his direction before it got too late.
Let's before we get down the rabbit hole of what happened next, I guess we should talk about the climate in wrestling at the time, because it does feel like you guys start to get a little bit more attention in the mainstream media. The Baltimore Sun, for example, is talking about how, since the WWF is playing catch up ball, it feels like they're countering with sex, violence, crude language, and blood. Would you disagree with that?
Well, I wouldn't totally disagree with it, because it's not totally untrue. The choice of, violence is controlled violence. So I don't know. It's not the traditional violence. Those are Kevin Eck. I actually went to work for WWE not too, after that, and the creative side. And he does a lot of work now for Danny McDevitt in Maryland Championship Wrestling. Smart guy. But the language is always, some of that language that you use in describing it, crude language. Okay. This part was crude. Blood is not new. But yeah, we went to some extremes. We got a little bit, we got more physical. With boys started working a little bit more intense. It was a good physical style. And sometimes you have, broken noses and things of that nature that come along. But no, I don't think Kevin was totally wrong on that. I might not use the same words, but the bottom line is they meant the same. So yeah, he's pretty much spot on.
Let's keep it moving here and talk about Michinoku Pro Wrestling. You guys are trying to work a deal out here. According to the Observer, he's saying there's nothing new on the relations with AAA. It looks like you guys had a pretty successful event at Royal Rumble, but now maybe it doesn't feel like there's going to be anything progress there. Talk to us a little bit about the relationship with Michinoku Pro and AAA, and how all of a sudden those became a thing where for years and years, it almost felt like the WWF ignored everybody.
Well, we had to start rethinking everything, Conrad. And that's, sometimes in any business, you have to just step back and reevaluate, hit the reset button to some degree in some areas of what you're doing. We believe that our brand was going to be very global. We wanted to get more diversity on it. We wanted to do some more work and develop a junior heavyweight, light heavyweight, whatever, cruiserweight, whatever word you want to give it, division. And we knew that there are a lot of really good young talents out there that were not giants that we could could be very entertaining on our television programming. So and Victor Quinones, who was real close to Gorilla Monsoon back in the day in Puerto Rico and so forth. Victor was our liaison between AAA and Michinoku Pro. So that's when we brought in Kai and Ty, those four fellas. Hell, and I'm trying to think of his name. I see Shofunaki hasn't left yet. He's still here in the States. I think he's got to be a citizen by now, for God's sakes. I know he's a big Dallas, and he's a Green Bay Packer fan. You can see that on Facebook. So those guys, just depth. We got some new talents. Could do some new things with them, and of course, in our stupid society, because everybody certainly vividly remembers December 7th, 1941. All the Asians were or villains in that era, which is kind of hilarious when you start thinking about it. Sad hilarity. But nonetheless, that's why we got it. We're going to expand our roster, add some Japanese element, get some guys that have a little different style, and Victor brokered that deal. So we brought those four cats in, and one of the best names of all, one of the best wrestling names ever, Dick to Go. Dick Togo, Dick to Go.
Let's talk a little bit about your good friend, Paul Bear.
Mm-hmm.
He's no longer with us, but May 17th, he is featured in his hometown newspaper, the Mobile Register, and they're putting him over huge. And talking a little bit about his background in wrestling. I don't know that we have spent enough time in wrestling really talking about who Paul Bear really was. Before we just sort of keep it moving here, I just wanted to give you a minute to sort of talk about the man behind the character.
Big George Jones fan, biggest George Jones fan in the world. I'm one of the big ribs one time when somebody might have been Owen, went to him and said that he just heard that George Jones had been killed in a car wreck. And he didn't realize how serious that information was to Paul Bear. It was devastating. And so the rib really blew up in the wrong way, and Owen had to apologize, and only kidding. And I don't know that Paul Bear ever forgave him to give him that rib about George Jones. He was a real mortician. He was an Air Force veteran, United States Air Force. He was not always 300 pounds. He did some wrestling. He did some managing, and he was a regular on the weekly shows there in Mobile, in that old territory. He worked a lot in Dallas for Fred Spont to the Von Erichs. He worked for my friend Dennis Brent for sometimes, and Dennis's company as well. Just a really good dude, man. He is a great historian, dearly loved the business, and getting to play that mortician, which he really was, with Undertaker, was a match made in heaven. It really was. He was just a super guy. And I remember I paid for my budget. I didn't pay for, you know what I mean, out of my budget for that gastric surgery to help him lose weight, because he was going to just, wasn't going to be a long life. And I think we extended his life, but not long enough. Obviously, he left us too early. But we did the surgery, the lap band thing, or whatever the hell it was. I don't remember exactly the name of the procedure, but to help him lose some weight. It kind of resurrected his career a little bit, because he had gotten so heavy. His health was just going to hell. And but a sweetheart of a guy, Conrad, really good guy, a credit to the business without a doubt.
One of the best, and I hope we get to talk about him long form sometime. If you guys are into it, we'll try to make it happen. Let's talk about the May 19th Raw. We briefly talked about, the whole Sunny Days promo, and that really sort of takes over the show, and it becomes what everybody is talking about. Did you think that, it's weird because I don't think anybody knew how this would shake out. Obviously nobody could have predicted Montreal, but with Brett and him being injured, did you think, any part of you think, because the original plan, if I have this correct, was that Brett and Sean were going to do something at King of the Ring. And then when Brett's injured, that changes. And so they pivot, and we're going to talk about what they did. Did you think at all that maybe Brett I don't know, was sandbagging. Maybe he could go, but didn't want to, and thought maybe now's not the time, or I don't want to go in there against a guy I don't really trust and not be at my best. I'm not saying that he was faking the injury, but maybe if it was somebody else, he would have tried to power through, but because it's Sean, he doesn't want anybody saying, "Oh, Brett gave me a bad match," or whatever.
No, I think that Brett would not have taken that route if he was 100% healthy, because he was very mentally tough, very mentally tough, and he would not have backed away from the challenge. And it was a challenge for Brett to deal with Sean and Sean to deal with Brett, and for them to coexist as professionals. It was challenging. Everybody knows it was challenging. We know they had fights. We know that they had the thing in Montreal, et cetera, et cetera. But they had a legitimate rivalry. They apparently at the end of the day just despised each other. So, but I never thought Brett would walk away and upset the company and the plans of the company to draw money, which everybody in his locker room shared in. I didn't think he was that kind of guy, and I still don't think he's that kind of guy. So I don't believe in the Bret Hart conspiracy that he, plotted to sabotage the angle. I'm not going to buy that one.
Let's keep it moving here. And you do a sit down in this next episode where you're sitting down with Mankind and you're talking about him growing up and the whole plate of worms. Is this done the same way with Goldust? And why was the decision made to say, hey, you know what? These Goldust ones went well. Let's do it now for Foley. Why was he the right guy to go to next with this format?
Mick had a great story to tell, and we had footage. He had unique footage. We had that footage I mentioned earlier about Snuka coming off the cage in Madison Square Garden. We had footage of Mick wrestling as a teenager and jumping off the roof of his house or something into a mattress. We had some classic old footage that helped tell our story. And Mick was an amazing storyteller. This is before he'd written any of his books. And I think that some of the motivation, I should say, for him to write that first book came out of some of those interviews that we did, because they got over so big, him just telling stories of his life. The story about playing lacrosse without a cup and getting hit in the gonads with a lacrosse ball or where the hell they are. He's a funny guy. And his stories are real and they're relatable. So, like he said, the only time that girls ever noticed his groin was his testicles are the size of grapefruits, and from that injury. So, but he just had a great story to tell, Conrad, and we needed to tell that story because we didn't really know if Mick was going to be fish or fowl. His story down there made him a babyface because fans could relate to almost every step of his journey. But we didn't need him to be a babyface in the early going. We needed him to be a guy that we could put with Undertaker. That's why I hired him. Undertaker needed heels, and Mick's 6'4" and 300 pounds, and he could match up well. And both those guys liked each other from previous territories in Dallas and in Atlanta. So that was the deal. He just had a great story to tell, and we felt like we were compelled to tell it. And we had no script. We did that in a little studio on 120 Hamilton in Stanford. I had our crew there, and I noticed that as the night progressed, we did it after work. As the night progressed, we had more and more people hanging around. That usually meant one of two things. One, they're waiting on some really good catering, or they are really enthralled in what they're hearing. And so then all of a sudden we're doing this interview, or I think we get to a point to take a break, a pee break or something, maybe to eat, I'm not sure. And all of a sudden I hear Vince's voice in the darkness, because the lights are on us. We can't see past the lights. And I remember what he said. He put it over like, "Damn, this is good shit, boys. This is good shit." Something like that. And that was what's for a guy like Mick and myself. That was great validation. He couldn't have said anything better. And he never interjected his creativity. He never told us what to say. He never told those guys what to edit out. He just let it roll. So we just had that long conversation. The only thing we knew we were going to do at the end was I was going to get the mandible claw. And my only thought process was I going to get the shooting mandible claw or the working mandible claw. You know what the difference is, Conrad?
I don't.
All right. The shooting mandible claw is where he puts his two fingers in your mouth under your tongue and squeezes with his thumb under your chin. The working mandible claw is where he takes those same two fingers and bends them over in half, and it looks like they're in your mouth, but they're not. Luckily for me, I got the working mandible claw, I think.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but that's how we were going to end it. But that's how we constructed our interview. That's why so many fans are saying it's going to be great for AEW because they're not going to have writers to write these promos to these guys and tell them what to say. They're going to let the talent say what they want as long as it's got some sort of structure, i.e., an outline of bullet points. That's what it's going to be. So that's great. But that interview was not written by anybody. No writers, no creative people were involved in it. In that respect, it was just Mick and I. Now everybody knew the story we were going to tell, but nobody wrote a script. I'm trying to say there's no teleprompter, no nothing like that. So we had it just clicked. I had good chemistry with Mick. I believed in his story. I knew his story thoroughly. I had to go to the wall to hire him, and all of a sudden, Vince standing there and saying, "This is good shit." I think it also gave Mick a great deal of confidence that Vince finally recognized that Mick Foley had a lot of talent.
Let's keep it moving here because I want to move on from the interview, but I feel like I have to ask when you're telling the sympathetic story about, the kids were making me worms and all that, but then you finish with, and that makes you feel like, okay, he's going to be a sympathetic babyface. We're going to turn him babyface, but then he puts the mandible claw on good old JR. This is not traditional wrestling. This is shades of gray. It's not just standard good guys and bad guys, right?
Right. Yeah. It's a real story, and it just showed his unpredictability, that sometimes he had aggressive urges that could not be controlled, that he could not restrain himself from perpetrating. That's kind of how we looked at that thing. And so he's always got that unpredictable aura about him. And, that's kind of where we are. And of course, we knew that nobody wanted to be a star in WWE more than Mick Foley, for God's sakes. And apparently he would do anything to achieve that goal because he's done everything to get here, including lose a half a ear and, his head's all scarred up and, arms are scarred and he's walking crooked and, all that good stuff, losing teeth. He's paid a lot of prices, as obvious by his physical appearance. So you kind of we just told the whole story. And then you let the audience decide if they like him or, I don't know. I don't know if I like this guy or not. I don't know if I can trust him or not. So we just let it play out. Then you let the audience make their own call. Did you like it or did you not like it? Is he a babyface? Is he a heel? And the audience should be able to decide that themselves.
We should mention here, because I do want to put a bow on this Brett thing for a minute. After the Sunny Days comment, he talks about in his book how, Julie, his wife, and Stu are upset. And then people at school are starting to sort of mess with his kids a little bit about the Sunny Days comment, and you have to call and apologize. And as a result, Brett would write in his book, throughout that week, I brooded about what to do. I wondered about beating the hell out of Sean for real at the pay-per-view, but that could be costly to the company if he got badly hurt. And I had to be careful of my knee. I decided to tell Vince that I had to pull out of the pay-per-view because my knee wasn't ready. And Vince already had a plan. Stone Cold would catch me alone, flatten me, and bash the hell out of me, taking me out of the pay-per-view storyline. And that would be a clean win for Sean, and what would have been a clean win for Sean. We should remember that Brett had this arthroscopic knee surgery done on April 23rd. And we've set a stipulation here on this episode of Monday Night Raw on the 19th, that if he doesn't beat Sean in 10 minutes, he'll never wrestle in the United States again. So it's over. Did you think at that point, we may never get this match? These guys are so sideways with each other, or did you think eventually it would happen?
Oh, I thought eventually it definitely would happen, without a doubt. Too much work had gone into it. They both knew that the one thing about that override their personal issues, Conrad, is from a professional standpoint, ego standpoint, is that they love having great matches. And nobody can deny that when those two cats were on with each other, they made great magic, great music, no doubt. So, yeah, I thought it would eventually happen. I just didn't know when or where or what shape it's going to take, but there's too much invested to not make it happen. And I knew that Brett was going to do all he could to get that stuff rolling, get back in the ring. He just had to restrain himself as best he could from doing what he said he was going to do, and that was beat up Sean. Because, Sean had crossed the line in the family thing, and that was not good, and it embarrassed Brett and his family, and that was certainly not cool. And so it got just another log on the fire, man, just another log on the fire. But I did think at the end of the day, we would finally get to see some sort of conclusion to the storyline, because both guys are too old school, too much of a traditionalist to let the angle just evaporate and go away without a conclusion.
Let's keep it moving here. I guess we should mention that Raw did a 3.6. It's the highest rating of the year for Raw. When a rating comes in like that, maybe it doesn't win, but it's the highest rating of the year for you guys. You got to feel like, okay, we're doing something right? Or is it high fives all around, or is it just business as usual?
Well, there was some obviously minuscule celebrating that we had our best number in a while. But golly, you're just, I used to tell people this all the time, they said, did you get depressed in those 83 weeks that Bischoff's crew beat your ass? And I said, no, not really. I didn't have time to get depressed because I had work to do. And we had, and some days we had another show to do that week or another pay-per-view to do that week, whatever. So there was no time for celebrating and no time for, boo-hooing it. But yeah, there was some, hey, we thought we were onto something, Conrad, with the reality-based storytelling. Reality-based storytelling that the fans could actually sink their teeth into and not have to try to buy some silly character that was all it was is a comedic thing and an eye roller. So we thought we were onto something trend-wise that we should continue to travel. This road should be reality-based, and we did that as best we could. And the talents we had at that time were perfect for that scenario, and they loved living those stories out and embellishing on the reality of their lives and their issues.
It's a fun time to be a wrestling fan. How do you find out that the match with Sean and Brett is off? And what'd you think of the pivot to do Sean and Austin?
Well, Vince told me after Brett talked to Sean, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that after Brett had his conversation with Vince, of course, I'm sure within minutes of Vince hanging up the phone, that he had me in his office, and he had an idea. He said, "I'm going to go with Austin," and that to me was the magic, because I was an Austin mark. I still am. Steve's a good friend, still is. I just saw something and felt something that I had not seen replicated in years. There was one period of time in Louisiana, in the Mid-South Territory, where JYD was white hot, and he could do no wrong, and he sold massive amounts of tickets and so forth. And people believed in him. They seemed to gravitate to him. Black people, white people, men, women, adults, children. I didn't know if the children were going to be too crazy about Austin because of his demeanor. But boy, the guys, our primary demo of males 18 to 34 and 18 to 49, loved his ass big time. So when Vince said, I'm going to go with Austin, number one, I knew that Austin and Sean would have a hell of a match. And the fact that it gives Austin some great TV exposure in building that brand of his, that it was the right thing to do. So it was a good call. It probably the best call we could make, quite frankly. And it worked out pretty good for everybody involved. But I think Brett's knee was not good. And look, hey, you asked earlier, if this was somebody else other than Sean, and it was really a big thing, and could Brett have worked? Probably he might have been able to work. But I just don't think he sandbagged it, but it worked out pretty good. That show ended up being a pretty damn good pay-per-view.
Let's talk about the situation with Shawn Michaels. Meltzer, he was not kind to Shawn Michaels in this era. He would say, but the situation with Michaels over the past few weeks has gone far deeper than making shoot comments after being told not to, slurring his words on live television, wearing a bandana on his head, to signify to the television world he's still best friends with Kevin Nash, complaining backstage about having to do an interview with putting Ken Shamrock over, or even walking out on the company the day he was supposed to drop his title, and not returning until after the WrestleMania that he was supposed to return the favor from the biggest victory of his career, thereby screwing up nearly one promotion and being a key factor in the show, doing a poor buy rate, and the company being down literally millions of dollars in revenue from its biggest show of the year. He says, Meltzer would go on to say, that he is ill-equipped emotionally to handle the spot that he's been given. And that came out again in recent weeks when he became at odds with Vince, when he demanded a new contract, one that would put his pay at the same level as his rival. And of course, we're talking about Bret Hart there. And when McMahon turns down his demands, he gives his notice saying he wants to join his real friends in WCW, but he's got 4 years left on the deal. So McMahon refuses.
Goes back to that Lee Cassidy situation we talked about earlier. You can't let guys go and just walk in their contract when they feel like they want to leave.
Did you feel like this feels common? I mean, you can tell just by the way Dave says this happened and this happened and this happened and this happened. And then he even says, and I want your take on this, ill-equipped emotionally to handle the spot his talent has gotten him. Do you agree with that assessment?
At that time he was, because again, you make a lot of decisions under stress, depression sets in on a lot of things for these performers. And then you add either drugs and or alcohol abuse, self-medicating, prescription meds, all this other crap. So under those terms, Meltzer was probably right under those circumstances. Now, eventually that would be cleared up and he would be fine. As he's very valuable to WWE now. Sean is in the Performance Center. But yeah, he wasn't ready. He lost his buddies. It just was a whole slew of things. And again, I don't know how his home life was. I don't think it was great. He had not married. He had not married his current wife at that time, I don't believe, which she made a big, big difference in his life. And luckily for him, because we would be talking about him posthumously if he had not met her, in my opinion, and she helped change his life. He had major issues. Now, all that said, he still, along with the Nate, was the two best in-ring workers I ever saw. So he stayed, and even when we brought him back after a 4-year hiatus, he comes back his first night in, and he's as good as anybody we've got, if not better. So he was special in a lot of ways, but he was not nearly able to handle his issues outside the ring as he was to be able to go bell to bell with anybody.
So when you hear, hey, there's an issue with Bret, I mean, do you hear that from Vince, and does everybody in the meeting sort of go, oh, fuck, not this again?
Oh, I don't know. I don't think we all knew that the possibility of Bret not having the match because of his injury was there.
No, I mean, in terms of with Shawn, like Shawn wants to be paid like Bret. And it's like, oh, another fucking Shawn Michaels is upset about Bret deal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It got old. Well, the other thing is that you don't tear up contracts with 4 years left on them.
Right.
That's not bad. That's bad business. And it's not very smart to even ask somebody that question. He's making great money. And, of course he's talking to Kevin and Scott, and, they're telling him how great things are. They're doing it where they want. They run their own show. They do their own program, which Eric might disagree with. I don't know. But that, they're going to paint a very rosy picture to try to get Shawn to come down there with them. And that wasn't going to happen. There was no way in hell. It ain't going to happen for 4 years. I tell you that. So, hold your breath. Don't hold your breath.
It's written in the
Observer. You get tired of it. You get tired of anybody doing that. It's like I said, people think I'm oversimplifying shit. It's always about cash and creative.
It was written in the Observer that Shawn was making roughly $750, and that's his downside. And he signed a 5-year deal after WrestleMania 12 when he won the world title, or maybe right before, but it's a 5-year deal around WrestleMania 12 with a downside of $750. Does that sound like it's in the ballpark?
Oh, yeah, that's accurate. He got $750 because, again, that's my budget
right
at that time. And all, as I said earlier, Vince took care of Shawn. because he felt a kinship to the son of a gun, and he loved that. I don't know, his demeanor, in a lot of ways, because Vince, it reminded Vince of Vince, when young Vince. So I don't know if that's bragging or complaining. I don't have a clue, but nonetheless, Sean was making $750. He made $750 a week for 4 years, and all that time he was home, like I said earlier, he was making $750,000 a year. That's a lot of money to not do nothing.
Let's talk about something that happened the next week on Raw. This has been something that's floated around on the internet in these last few years. You know, obviously things are different. Times were different. You addressed it earlier when we talked about the racial promo from Farouk. Jerry Lawler comes out and cuts a promo on Goldust trying to hype their match. And he says something like, Goldust's old man, Old Dust, doesn't even love him anymore. Well, I know Dusty Rhodes, and he told me why. It's because you married the biggest gold digger in Georgia and then put on a woman's wig and went around kissing men like a flaming F word. And then regarding Dakota, Lawler said, you should have named that little brat Target because I heard everybody in Atlanta had a shot at it.
Oh, that's classic. Well, that was not written for him.
You know, it's an edgy promo, you know, in the era where, you know, things were over the edge. This got everybody's attention. It is something that you would almost hear on like a roast battle or something like that. There's lots of low blows, but it is making Goldust that sympathetic baby face, which was maybe the idea with the interview the previous week. But does anybody say, hey, I don't know if this is a good idea. Obviously talking about Old Dust and, you know, that's whatever, but then to say the F word and then to reference the child, maybe in hindsight, not the best idea.
Maybe, good point. You got to remember the talents, when they saw that the blinders are off and the bits are out of their mouth, they were able to run free. Most of them will take it as far as they can. And Lawler getting the word that, hey, we want to be a ledge here, and you're a heel, blah, blah, blah. People forget how great a heel Jerry Lawler was, and amazing talker. During that time, like I said, I watched the pay-per-view this week. I watched it on Tuesday, and you know, his work leading into that and that night was classic. Any young wrestler that's watching that wants to be a heel and wants to know fundamental soundness and logic of being a great heel should watch the events that we're talking about here today and watch how Lawler navigated that thing. Now, he wasn't no young kid at that time. He was a veteran. He didn't lose a step. It was all about psychology and positioning. It was as good as you'll see. So it's like a clinic on how to be a wrestling heel. Not a Bruiser Brody heel or Abdullah the Butcher heel, the monster heel, because Lawler's not a monster heel. He's a wrestling heel. And you get a great example of what a wrestling heel really is if you watch that show and watch his mannerisms, his timing. He sells differently as a heel than he does as a babyface. He has it down to a science. But he went into business for himself. Could have certainly been argued that it was a little bit too edgy. And I don't condone talking about children or religion or sexual preferences or any of that stuff. Politics and religion and that stuff don't belong in wrestling to me. But we didn't have any rules, and he took it as far as he could go. And then Vince would tell those guys, well, go see what you got, and then if we got to reel you in, we'll reel you in next time. So that's kind of what it was.
Let's talk about the Dude Love footage, because that's aired in part 2 of your Mankind interview. When did you guys know you had this Dude Love footage? How does it even come up where you see footage of a young Mick Foley jumping off the roof of his house and cutting promos? I mean, does he say, hey, I've got this? How does that come about?
Mick provided us those old home movies, and that's where we discovered Dude Love and, Mick's suicidal nature, high risk, high reward type thing. But Mick provided the home movies, and we found, it's like finding these hidden gems in the NFL films vault. It was just classic stuff that we had to use it. We had to figure out a way to use it. And those interviews that Mick and I did was the vehicle that we chose.
One of the things that happened on this show, and it happened a lot in this era, especially after WrestleMania 13, was we would see Sable modeling stuff, whether it was an Undertaker shirt or an Austin 316 shirt. Here she's modeling the inflatable King of the Ring chair, which is a $59 item plus $11 shipping and handling.
Yes,
but you guys were surprised when you would see the ratings come in, and holy cow, Sable's popping a number, and all she's doing is walking down the ramp in a t-shirt, right?
Damn right. And she did it very well. She did it very, very well. And of course, those t-shirts are always like double mediums or something she wore. They were very form fitting, shall we say. And she had a very nice form for them to fit. You know, no different, just like we talked about on the show before, Connie, you know, when Vince and I interviewed Mark Marrow and his wife, Rena, came along for the meeting. And then we go back and he calls me in a few minutes. Did you see what I saw? Yeah, I sure did. Goddamn, JR. Well, so she had it, man. The sex appeal, the look, the walk, the stature, the eyes, the smile, the little smirk. She knew she was in control. And the great stars, they used to say the same thing about the original Nature Boy, Buddy Rogers, that he could leave when he left the dressing room and he walked out, that great tan and his nice robes and stuff. And some people would cheer him because he looked like a real pro, but with his sneers and his arrogance and his walk, by the time he got into the ring, they hated him. And that's a true story. And Rena, you could tell she was the same way on the opposite. She walked the aisle, does her selling job, or Vanna White. Man, can you imagine her on Vanna White? Vanna White's job would have been in jeopardy if Rena had been coming along in that role. But she did real well. And that's where the minute by minute ratings, again, influence creative. And I think that's probably a smart thing. The audience has always responded to her. It was documented. So she should be doing something more than modeling a t-shirt.
Well, I'll tell you, a t-shirt, was the topic in the office after these Mankind promos air. These sit down interviews with you air. Keller would write that the sales on those shirts for Mankind go up 300%. Talk about building a baby face, right?
Yep. I appreciate all that money I got from those shirts. Nothing, not a damn thing. No, it worked. That was a part of the whole process of building that character. Is you're going to be a baby face or a heel? We knew what we wanted initially, but we knew that we had more because we had 3 layers. We knew Cactus Jack was a character that Vince didn't want to use in the beginning. So he helped invent Mankind with the mask and the whole 9 yards. That was Vince's deal. Because he wanted to create something new, a WWF version of Mick Foley. And so then Dude Love came along in a whole movie. So we know we got Cactus Jack. Now we got Mankind. And who's this Dude Love dude? Dude Love dude. So we got 3 guys there. Hell, we got 3 t-shirts. We got 3 main events. We got all kinds of ways to go with this thing. And it established Mick having more security. So, because he had a lot of diversity. He could help us in a lot of ways. Babyface, heel, one of 3 characters. And he was always so reliable. So it was a marriage made in heaven for us as far as how Mick evolved in those 3 roles. We got lucky.
Let's keep it moving here. I want to talk about the match where Shawn Michaels is going to team up with Steve Austin. They become reluctant partners. You know, Austin had teased that he was going to use Harvey Whippleman or Brooklyn Brawler. Eventually it becomes Shawn. Shawn is making it clear, nobody likes me around here. I don't know if you want to do that. And he is successful in his quest to become tag champion with Steve Austin. They beat Owen and Bulldog here. And you push on commentary that this is Shawn's first match in 4 months. Austin's going to get the 3 count. Afterwards, of course, the entire Hart Foundation jumps on Shawn Michaels, and Austin looks on, walks past them, and instead goes after Bret Hart at the top of the runway. And of course that leads Bulldog and Owen in to make the save. Something happened in that match though. Wade Keller would report that Shawn slide kicked Austin in the match by mistake as part of the angle. and Michaels actually accidentally damages Austin's neck. Austin apparently felt a sharp pain after the impact, and his leg buckles, and you can actually see that on the tape. And he, as a result, is going to go see a few different doctors. They're saying there's no major damage, but the MRI is showing that he has the neck of a 60-year-old. And this is ahead of SummerSlam 97. When you heard, hey, maybe Austin suffered an injury here in this match with Shawn, does this just feel like a snake bit pay-per-view on our march there?
A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Luckily first let's clarify, it was a spot in the match that these two guys had called, but just the execution of it and the way where Steve was standing and how Shawn kicked him, all the stars aligned, unfortunately on that one. I know that Steve found a great neurologist, neck guy in San Antonio named, I think his name is Lloyd Youngblood.
Mm-hmm.
And Dr. Youngblood's eventually did the surgery on the Steve. But it was a delicate situation. All those years of football, he was a tailback in high school, and he carried the ball 25, 30 times a game, and most of it straight ahead. Lower your head and go. So you don't know how many equipment as it was at that time. So football probably had a issue in his neck issues. Then he went to North Texas for the Mean Green and played defensive end, also striking people with his head and using his neck again. Then wrestling. And then, everybody was just free willy these chair shots. My God, it got to be where the boys were like, who could make the loudest noise, who could hit the hardest.
Right.
It was sad, man. We just kept condoning it. It was just not knowing all the repercussions of the long-term effects of CTE and all those things. So, we just held our breath, because anybody that had any sense that didn't have a dog in the hunt, like a buddy who Steve was passing up on the roster, could see that he's the next big thing. And we wanted to keep him healthy as hell for a lot of reasons, not just that, but it was dicey, really, really dicey, because we had big plans for Steve. And of course that kind of went out the poop chute at SummerSlam that year against Owen.
Let's talk about the last segment on this particular Raw. We're still trying to pay off this Undertaker Paul Bearer secret. It looks like it's finally going to come out. Undertaker then grabs Bear by the throat. And then after this long, awkward pause, he kneels at Bear's feet and, seemingly submitting, I guess, that he doesn't want this secret to come out. And the show comes to a close. Nitro does a 3.2. Raw does a 2.78. Let's fast forward. Brett wrote in his book, on June 2nd, I had an in-depth talk with Vince McMahon. He told me the company was in financial peril and that he was only just barely hanging on. The next 6 months are either going to make or break him. He said Ted Turner was hell-bent on putting him out of business, and he told me he might have no choice other than to restructure my contract. Of course, I'd still get every dime he owed, but I'd get it on the back end years down the road. He added that he appreciated how hard I was working for him, and he told me not to worry about anything. I sure didn't want to receive the money owed to me now at the back of my contract. So I did call my lawyer to see what my options were. Vince tried to do that kind of a move, but when it came down to it, I don't believe that he ever would do that. Does Vince have a talk with, you're making budgets. So does he sit down with you and say, Jim, what can we do? What are the suggestions? Or does he bring it to you and say, looking at this, I think we've got to restructure Brett? And do y'all have a conversation ahead of that conversation, or do you find out about it after the fact?
Well, I knew that we were treading on thin ice, to the point that he and I had a conversation at one point where there was casual may not be the word. It wasn't a formal meeting, but we talked about the option of bankruptcy, reorganization. So it was serious, very serious. Again, for those of us that did take those cuts in pay, it was real too. Real stuff. Your check just shrunk a bunch after that. So, but we knew cash flow was bad. We got to get something hot. We had to get some talent over. Somebody's got to get hot. We got to start drawing. We got to get some pay-per-view attractions, et cetera, et cetera. But we didn't have that. We were still working toward that deal. But then, he said I think that his words to me were the Brett deal now with this financial situation is going to be very problematic. Well, when somebody tells you that, here's what you don't have to be a mathematician or an MBA to figure out the fact that we got to fix this thing. So we either got to get an influx of new cash and be able to honor Bret Hart's contract, or we got to go to Bret and say, hey, look, we made a mistake. We didn't realize business was going to be this way. We don't have the cash flow. We can't honor our agreement, but we want to restructure. Much like you see in the NFL all the time. We want to restructure. And that's kind of where you kind of know that's one of those things is going to happen. But we didn't have a specific conversation about Bret, but I knew that his deal was tenuous. It was a little rough now because of the economy and our economy specifically.
Let's keep it moving here. We're going to talk about the go home edition of Raw on our way to King of the Ring. But first, I want to ask you about Great Sasuke. He held a press conference on May 28th in Tokyo to announce that he had signed with the WWF. He says the WWF offered him a 1-year contract, but he only agreed to a 6-month deal. How did Great Sasuke come to be on your radar? Is he a guy who's trying to send tapes? Are you guys actively looking for a way to compete with the luchadors on Nitro and the cruiserweights, or how does this come together?
Victor Quinones again brought him to us as we were trying to get more diversified and to find some new talents that were fresh talents. You know, WCW had signed a lot of people. The indie situation then was not like as good as it is now. And so we needed some fresh talent that we could work with creatively and that could offer something that we didn't have. And that was the Kaientai group, the junior heavyweights. So Sasuke was the boss of that group, Michinoku Pro. So that's how he came about. Again, Victor Quinones was our liaison with the Japanese and the Mexican promotion.
This go home edition of Raw opens up with The Undertaker. Vince is trying to get an explanation out of him for why he did what he did. And he explains that he wasn't doing that to protect himself, but the ones he loved. Paul Bearer wants to come out and say, hey, you've done enough talking. Maybe I should do some talking. And Bear's going to say that now that he controls both Mankind and The Undertaker, he's going to be the ruler of the world. And at that point, Sid's music hits and you exclaim, he's back. And you explain that he's been out with a lower lumbar back injury. And Sid sets the record straight that, first of all, fat man, you don't rule nothing. I rule the world. Sid's back here. Talk to me a little bit. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about Sid, but this is a guy who developed a reputation for being in and out. And there's lots of rumor and innuendo and sort of inside jokes about softball. Was he really out here with a lower lumbar injury? And, what can you tell us about Sid's return and his sabbatical, if you will?
Well, I had to believe that his back was bad and that, it was affecting his work, et cetera, et cetera. But a lot of the boys will tell you that, it was softball season and he loved to play softball. And, he was an attraction in softball. He hit the long ball, as you can imagine. He wasn't a bunter. He didn't move runners around. He didn't sacrifice anybody. He hit the long ball. So, but Sid kept getting opportunities because of his amazing and obvious unlimited physical potential. He had an amazing look. He was athletic for a guy his size. And so he had everything. He had it. And, but always something seemed to get in the way. Always something adversely affected the progress of this guy who really legitimately, if you're going to draw a picture of a big box office guy, then he's one of the guys you should draw because he's 6'9", 300. He's ripped up. He looks great. And if the old Vince McMahon rule, you walk through the airport, is somebody going to notice him? You're damn right they are. So that was he kept waiting that all the baggage of whatever it was, self-inflicted baggage or donated baggage on Sid was going to go away, and he was going to finally be able to be what he wanted to be and needed to be. It just never did happen in WWE.
Let's talk a little bit about the way we build to this Shawn Michaels, Steve Austin match here. Originally, as we said, this was supposed to be Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart. You might wonder, what was Steve Austin supposed to do? He's supposed to be finally paying off with a match with Brian Pillman. And they've been building this thing since the prior fall. It was the prior September or October when Austin broke into his house and Pillman pulled a gun. And this is supposed to be the big payoff. But according to the rumor and innuendo, Pillman wasn't all the way ready to go. Sean now needed an opponent. So you guys pivot on the way to the pay-per-view just 6 days prior and say, nope, we're going to have the tag champs face each other. Were you disappointed that Brian wasn't able to go, or was this sort of an easy fix and you still had hope for the future?
Well, it's certainly an easy fix, and we had hope for the future. And yes, I was disappointed that Brian wasn't cleared. And the question was always going to be, then, will he ever be cleared?
Yeah, because since we should back that up, I guess. When he first signed with the company, he had been in a Humvee injury, in a Humvee crash. And as a result, he just shattered his ankle, I believe, and was not able to perform. So we've got lots of stops and starts where we think he'll be ready here. Nope, he's not. Okay, we'll think he'll be ready here. Nope, he's not. Okay, we think he'll be ready here. Nope, he's not. And eventually they do one of these where it's going to be an angle because they know he's got to go have another surgery done. So on Superstars in the fall of 96, you have Austin put his foot in a chair, jump off the top, crush the ankle, quote unquote. Then he does the surgery. Now he's got the big cast on. That's when Austin breaks in. So he's moving around, but still not medically cleared. And it doesn't feel like at this point, you guys have gotten much of a return at all from your Brian Pillman investment.
No, unfortunately we didn't. His ankle got fused, so he couldn't bend it. So it really obviously restricts a very athletic 215, 20-pound guy's mobility. And a guy that size couldn't really afford to have that mobility restricted as it was. It was a heartbreaking thing, and I believe that it really contributed to Brian's death. The fact that he was so disappointed in his career because he knew in the back of his head that he could never do the athletic things that he used to do as Flying Brian with a fused ankle. It was sad, and you could see that emotionally it was really working on him. And he had some some drug and alcohol issues. I remember I had him drug tested somewhere. Somebody, the night before we were in some town, and he was asleep on the floor in the dressing room. Of course, Jack Lanza gives me a call and tells me what happened. So I call the office and get my stuff together, and we get a drug test. Got a doctor there, and he's got to pee in the bottle on the next night. And he was so irate. He called me at home, and I guess he forgot that, I'm living in Connecticut and he was in Washington State. It's like 10 o'clock in Washington State. So it's 1 a.m. for me. And the old phone rings and Jan answers the phone, as she did more often than not. I think she got smart, finally moved the phone to my side of the bed. But I talked to him. He was cussing and raising hell. And I can't believe you do this to me. And I thought we were friends and all these things. And I said, Brian, we are friends. That's why I am doing it. Somebody's going to protect you from you. And so, he had some pain medicine in him that he didn't have a prescription for, I think. And some things, just maybe some steroids. I'm not real sure, but this day is minuscule, if he had any. But nonetheless, the ankle fuse broke his heart because he knew he could never do what he wanted to do. And that's why I kept trying to convince him that he could be the next Jesse Ventura and be a great, that crazy voice of his, a gravelly voice. He's very intelligent, very quick-witted, understood the business, very well-read, up in pop culture and all those good things. But, boy, he just hated that. He thought that was a huge, huge come-down and would make him much less of a man that he wanted to be perceived as. It was a very sad thing. That Humvee accident really, it didn't kill him. The accident didn't kill him, but the results of the accident, I think, led to his death.
We'll talk about Brian Pillman more another time, I'm sure. We see Vince interview the Road Warriors, and he's asking them if they ever had problems getting along, and of course they deny it. And he's asking this because they're about to take on Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin, who are both threatening to beat the shit out of each other. LOD gets the win by count out, so Austin and Michaels retain the tag titles. Then we see part 3 of the interview with Mankind, and you're asking what fuels the insanity, and he's telling the story about Cactus Jack, and we're finally acknowledging Cactus Jack, which WWF had really never done before. And he talks about the quote, sadistic wrestling subculture in Japan with deathmatch wrestling. This was like bizarre to me as a longtime WWF fan to see you guys acknowledging anything else happening, much less deathmatch wrestling from Japan. What's Vince's stance on this? How did he soften? And what did he think of fucking deathmatch wrestling?
Well, it wasn't a matter of that we're going to start endorsing deathmatch wrestling. It was a matter that we're going to acknowledge that it exists. And that in itself was a major step forward for Vince, that there was a world outside WWF at that time. And as I said earlier, sometimes even the most established organizations, and there's no organization any more established than WWE, sort of none more profitable, that sometimes even those companies have got to sit back and say we might want to put the reset button and change our philosophy a little bit and amend what we're doing creatively. Our presentation needs to be tweaked. Maybe that's time. Maybe that's now for those guys. I don't have a clue. That's their deal. But bottom line is every company's got to do that periodically. In an entertainment world, you can't stay status quo. There's only a few things that work that way. Even the Jeopardy, this cat win all that money. They do a 30-minute show. It takes them 22 minutes of content. It's a little different animal, but the bottom line is most shows have to have constant tweaking. And I'm sure they've made some tweaks over the years, but nonetheless, it's a different animal. But it's hard to keep something on television the same year after year after year after year. Even we see our news change, and we see weathermen. Now we got weather women, and we got female meteorologists. We got female sports anchors. Things are changing. And so we need to change, and I think that our acknowledging these other organizations. And we kind of acknowledged that with the Billionaire Ted stuff and all that stuff too. So it was just a matter of Vince changing his mind on how he was going to perceive things, how his positioning, and some are saying, as I mentioned earlier, not being an asshole. But maybe it's time for him to do that again.
Let's talk a little bit about what's next on the show. We've got Undertaker and Sid for the world title, and you can't help yourself. You say that Sid swings the best baseball bat or best softball bat in all of the World Wrestling Federation, which is kind of fun.
What a wise ass.
Undertaker gets the pin. Of course, NOD interferes at the end once the match is over. And that's our go home show. Just a few weeks or a few months prior to this, Sid and Undertaker was the main event of WrestleMania. And here it's less than 5 minutes with a clean pin. Does that tell us that Sid's fallen out of favor, or is it just we're trying to sell the pay-per-view?
No, it told you, well, we're trying to sell the pay-per-view, obviously, but it told you that the front office had lost confidence in Sid at that point in time, and his priority is being reevaluated. So, the match that Undertaker and Sid had at WrestleMania 13, I'm sure if you ask both those gentlemen, they'd tell you that it wasn't their best match that they've ever been involved in. It was a little bit, but it had to follow Brett and Steve, and that's tough. That's really tough. So, especially on that night. So, they were in a tough spot, but nonetheless, Sid did kind of fall out of favor on that one. And it's unfortunate, Conrad, because again, I always thought that Sid had everything: look, demeanor, the whole 9 yards. It's for whatever reason, we just couldn't quite get him over the hump.
The show in the ratings winds up with a 2.78. Nitro that night gets a 3.28. Let's get to the real show. Reason we're here. King of the Ring 1997. You guys drew 9,312 fans. The gate's $202,963. The arena is set for 16,000, but only 9,300 are here. You once or twice in the show referenced that there's 10,000 fans here, but McMahon multiple times calls it a capacity crowd. And Vince always did that. He always called it a capacity crowd, even if it wasn't sold out. Do you think Vince knows what capacity crowd means?
Oh, I think he probably does. I think it's just part of his damn vernacular.
Sure.
It's like the old, he said about me, he can't help himself. JR can't help himself. I don't think that's the promoter in him. And so he overlapping roles of being the promoter, the owner of the company, and the lead broadcaster. So no, he had a habit of doing that. For all those years, we thought that the WrestleMania 3 did 93,000 people. Hell, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. I saw it on closed circuit actually. But we found out at the end of the day, and when the newsletters and the Meltzers and the Kellers of the world found out it was 78,000, that was a headline. For whatever reason, McMahon embellished this dome crowd. So hell, I don't know. But yeah, I wasn't comfortable with that, and he never said anything to me about that though. It was all what I said was the truth, and it was a good crowd. The shots were good, but yeah, it was about half a house.
Let's talk a little bit about Vince as a broadcast partner. I, like you, didn't remember that you guys did commentary together on this. How would you categorize the roles? I know traditionally people think, okay, this guy's play-by-play, that guy's color, but a lot of times throughout this show, Vince is trying to do play-by-play, and that feels like that should be the other way around. Did you guys have a conversation about that? Or did you know, hey, it's his show, I'm just here to support him however I can?
I knew my role. My role was going to be the color guy. Lawler was not with us that night because he was in the tournament. So it was Vince and I, and so my role didn't change. This is always the lead. When it was he, Jerry, and myself, he was still always the lead. And then Jerry and I would fill in, basically Jerry first, and I would pick up whatever's left. I had no problem with that, quite frankly. But yeah, we knew what I knew what my role was going to be. That's why in that show, if folks go back and listen to it, you'll hear so much background information. I felt it was, my storytelling theory is that, we got to continue to tell the audience who these guys are and why they're here and et cetera, et cetera. So I did a lot of background information on that show. And I think I did it I was pleasantly surprised at how I did it when I watched the show back, because I didn't really step on any dramatic moments or high spots or false finishes or anything like that. It was done at a time where there's either wrestler separation or during an entrance. We get some of that background information in, but I thought it helped the show, and it told everybody who these guys were. And we had lost an audience. We're trying to gain an audience back. So we thought with new people coming back, they might not know the backstory of all these cats. So that's kind of what we did. But I knew my role was going to be the color guy, and quite frankly, it worked out fine.
Your dark match that night was the Headbangers getting a win over Bart Gunn and Jesse James. That would have been a weird version of the New Age Outlaws. It's the wrong smoking gun here. The Headbangers get the win in 6 minutes and 10 seconds. And Meltzer would note, before the show started, they do an angle that's simply for the live crowd, where they're trying to remind everyone, hey, Mankind's a face now. So Mankind comes out to cheers since he's without Paul Heyman and cuts a babyface promo. And Lawler appears on the video screen and does a heel promo. I guess they just wanted to sort of prime the audience for our second match on the card. But let's talk about the first match. We open it up with Ahmed Johnson coming to the ring, or I guess he could have been Buck Johnson. Thankfully, Bill Watts wasn't around for that. Hunter Hearst Helmsley is out next. This is supposed to be his year in 1996 to win the King of the Ring. Of course, we know he's now going to claim that crown here in 97. They go 7 minutes and 42 seconds. This is a King of the Ring semifinal. The match is okay, but I was reminded watching this why I was not a huge Ahmed Johnson fan. What'd you think of the match, watching it back for the first time in 20-something years?
I thought Hunter got much out of Ahmed as could humanly be done. Ahmed was still very green. Again, you get guys with this great look, but I don't know if he had a feel for the game. And I thought he may have listened to the wrong people too. He seemed to always not trust anybody. And, you get in this entertainment world, you got to start trusting somebody somewhere. Find your little inner circles you can count on and trust those dudes. But I thought Hunter got about as much out of Ahmed as he was going to get. And you saw the value of Joni, of China, how she was used. I can assure you that Paul Levesque helped lay out that match from start to finish, which shows you his ability to do those type things. And I thought he did a nice job. And but I think it was a surprise that Ahmed lost, because Ahmed kind of going into this thing was, we kind of made him the pre-tournament favorite because he was so impressive and he hadn't been touched.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people would have thought that Ahmed Johnson was the favorite. He hadn't lost a lot on TV. It was a big deal when he finally did lose. You guys made him the Kuwaiti Cup champion once before. I mean, there's a lot of, I guess, belief that Ahmed was going to be the guy, but Hunter picks up the win here with a very jacked China, and you're pushing that she's benching over 300 pounds. And it's remarkable to see this early footage of China, considering what we know she would look like when we knew her later, after she had had some augmentation and some enhancements, a little nip, a little tuck. But seeing her in her 1997 form is probably the way I still remember her the most.
Yeah, it was brought back a lot of memories to see her. Another thing that brought back memories, folks, if you watch that show back on the WWE Network or YouTube or wherever you see it, me and Gene Okerlund voiced over the cold open like a voiceover guy. And I didn't realize that. I went back and listened to it the second time. It brought tears to my eyes because Gene's voice was full and clear and clean. And if you go back and watch this show only to hear Gene's open, which is like a minute, voiceover style, it'd be worth it. You'll appreciate his work, his skills at that time. But Joni was a big asset, and I got to hand it to Hunter. Hunter, not that Joni was not a dumb woman. She was not by any stretch, but Hunter really had a great feel for the pair of them, the character, and he did a great job in molding her and getting her to be in the right place, the right time, the right demeanor, and whole 9 yards. And she was very consistent with it. She played her gimmick very, very well. And we realized that they were going to be a money group pair. But at that time, you get the same thing you could tell with we talked about with Sid earlier. Ahmed, we kind of moved on from Ahmed. That's why Ahmed didn't win the tournament. He wasn't ready for it, and there was not a trust factor there that everybody was comfortable with.
I want to mention Jerry Lawler is in our next match here. And of course, everybody in this era is talking about how, Jerry Lawler's old or over the hill or whatever. He's only 47, and the Undertaker, who's going to wrestle tomorrow in Saudi Arabia, is 54. So just keep that in your purview when you watch King of the Ring 97 again. Mankind gets a win here over Jerry Lawler, 10 minutes, 24 seconds with the mandible claw. Of course, beforehand, we see an interview that, Mankind's trying for the crowd. It doesn't feel like anyone's really reacting to it beyond Vince McMahon, who's forced to. And then Lawler comes out and does his usual, hey, I'm going to crack jokes on everybody on the way there. What'd you think of the match? Meltzer gave it a star and 3/4.
I thought it was better than that after watching it again. It was everything I thought it would probably be. I wasn't disappointed. They did not do anything I thought they should have done or whatever. So I disagree with Dave on that one. I thought it was a little bit better than a 1.5 stars, but nonetheless, it shows you again the magic of the heel Jerry Lawler. So if any of you guys are listening, there are any students of the game that want to look at somebody that's textbook, or you're a wrestler and you want to understand more about crowd psychology, then that's a great 10 minutes and 24 seconds of your time that I would certainly check out.
Let's talk a little bit about the next match. But before we do, I want to talk about Brian Pillman. He's doing an interview backstage. Steve Austin sneaks up behind him. We, the viewer at home, can see that Austin's behind him, but of course Pillman has no idea he's right behind him. And then Austin attacks him and then eventually puts his head in a toilet bowl. And magically, as luck would have it, there's a camera over the toilet. So we can, I don't know who installed that. I don't know if that was Klondike Bill or who, but there's a camera over the toilet and you see Pillman's head go into the toilet. And of course, Austin flushes. Who hands that piece of creative to Pillman? And does he feel like, oh shit, man, I got to get this ankle working, because they're going to do all kinds of weird shit to me if I don't?
Well, maybe TL Hopper actually had that idea. I'm not sure. TL Hopper, the plumber or the plumber crack. I'm thinking that's a creative idea. It might've been a Russo idea. I'm not real sure, to be honest with you. It came from creative, but I could promise you that if Steve and Brian had not liked it, thought it was entertaining, then they wouldn't have done it. And they had the clout. Both of them had the clout to say, I'm not going to stick my head in a toilet stool. But I thought one of the great shots there, if you guys again go back and see this, Brian's hair, it's like his hair, his head is in the toilet and his hair is all over it looks like a big ball of hair in the toilet stool. Like if somebody, a cat spit up a big cat hairball. It was funnier than hell, but it showed that Austin didn't care about anything or anybody, do anything to prove his point, et cetera, et cetera. He's the rattlesnake. And rattlesnakes don't make good corporate pets. Somebody once said.
Next up, we've got Goldust working with Crush. Meltzer would write, this match killed the crowd. Wow. He gave it a dud rating. Not a great match. Is this just, they don't gel? I mean, some of this is blamed on Crush in the Observer. Meltzer would write, Crush is just awful. Basically, he's Jim Duggan without the charisma. Lots of long nerve holds and chin locks. Is this just, the chemistry's not there, or does Crush just suck?
I think there's no chemistry there. There was no chemistry there. They didn't jive. I think sometimes, Brian, AKA Crush, Brian was very high on his, on himself. And I understand, and that's good, but he might not have been as good as he perceived that he was. He had physically, he was gifted, no doubt. And a nice guy, good looking guy, strong. When they did the vignettes, WWE did the vignettes with him in Hawaii, I thought that was his best work, best positioning. He never did make a great heel to me, and he and Dusty just did not have good chemistry for whatever reason. It's not, it's not a bad thing. A lot of guys, nobody's ever going to tell me that Austin and Undertaker had great chemistry together. They didn't. But they had a lot of matches, but they didn't have their best matches with each other as they do with other people. That's just a chemistry thing. And that's kind of what we're here with Crush. I don't think he was a bad worker. I don't think he was a great worker, but he certainly was better than that match should have indicated.
Let's talk about the next match. It's Owen Hart teaming up with Jim Neidhart and Davey Boy Smith to take on Psycho Sid and Legion of Doom. The Hart Foundation get the win in 13 minutes and 37 seconds, star and 3/4. Maybe not the best match these guys ever had. Lots of good workers in here, lots of Hall of Famers, but I thought this was a bit of a miss. What'd you think?
Yeah. Too many cooks in the kitchen. I think too many agendas to take care of, in my view. They beat Sid in the 6th. Owen beat Sid in a little sunset flip thing, when Sid was looking to do a power bomb, I think Davey Boy. I loved, Owen and the Anvil and Davey. It was clear to me that while Davey and Neidhart were very, very viable, valuable Hall of Fame guys, that the star of that team was Owen Hart. We forget how good he was. He was amazing in this match. So I would say that if Meltzer believes that it was a 1 3/4 star, it might not have been 1 star without Owen in the match. But again, the chemistry was tough, and not good chemistry in that match. Not a great booking by us, quite frankly. Thank God Owen had a good night, and but the match should have been better with all that star power in there. But there, you got to remember, man, there's a lot of egos, a lot of alpha males, a lot of guys don't like to sell. And when you get into a situation where guys believe that selling is a weakness, not only are they showing their ignorance, but it's also going to make the match suck. You got to sell, no matter who you are. Andre sold, so why can't you? Type thing.
Never heard that before. That's a great line. Next up, Hunter Hearst Helmsley becomes king of the ring. He beat Mankind in 19 minutes and 26 seconds to win the tournament. Meltzer would say the fans were not into this first half of the match. He says that eventually they worked hard enough that the crowd started to get behind the match, but quote, they must have seen this as an unworthy finale. Meltzer only gave it 3.5 stars. Mankind's crawling to the back, on his hands and knees. This of course happens after, an absolute melee after the match. Helmsley's pulling off his mask and all kinds of crazy spots. They're going through tables and, they're breaking the scepter over him. And it's one of the first big beatings that we see Mick take in the WWF. And he's doing this, of course, to get the babyface sympathy. What'd you think of the execution, and what'd you think about the long delayed crowning moment where Hunter finally became king of the ring?
I really liked the match. I thought that, Hunter and Mick did a really good job in Joni. They did almost 20 minutes of intense action, told a great story, very physical. They added some very unique spots to it. So I liked the match. I thought it was really, really good. And, happy for both guys, quite frankly. So, we knew Mick was on his way to being something special without winning the King of the Ring tournament. He was getting there very, very readily and very obviously. As far as Paul Levesque is concerned, his time had come and he'd earned that opportunity to be the King of the Ring. And I thought it was a good move. I was never a proponent of this punishment bullshit. Guys, the curtain call thing, and then he's going to be punished, and all this. Whether that happened, which I assume it did in a lot of ways, it never happened that way with my mind. I never did anything of booking him or whatever. I could only book him to where he was on television. So it's like saying, well, JR, you could have put him in main events. Not if he wasn't on television in a role. That'd be stupid, disconnected booking. So that was not a thing for me. I didn't like it. I liked the match, but I didn't like the criticisms of they did too much. Mick may have done too much. He was taking bumps in the apron to the concrete floor, dropping elbows, and there's no way you can protect yourself. It's one of those moves where you cringe when guys do moves that are unprotectable. It's just a fait accompli that at some point you're going to take your last one like that. So we always had to try to restrict Mick, but it's hard to do. He's going to do what he got to do. But I thought they had a hell of a match, Conrad, and I was glad to see how it came out. It's one of those matches where a guy can lose and still get over. And Foley lost, but his toughness and the story we told, I think, made him even more memorable, or as memorable if he had won the damn thing.
Let's talk a little bit about the post-match where Hunter destroys the crown. Meltzer would freestyle that, hey, maybe this means the gimmick is it's going to be King Hunter and Queen China. But the guy who made the crown, Andre Freitas, down at AFX Studios in Marietta, Georgia, says that the reality is Hunter fucking hated the crown and he would stomp it every night. So the WWF kept asking for more. He just didn't like the look of it. And as a result would try to turn it into a piece of business where he would destroy it whenever they would have another one for him. Do you remember hearing that for whatever reason, Hunter didn't like wearing the fucking crown?
Yeah. He didn't like it. Too gimmicky. Wasn't his style. Thought it didn't fit his persona. I don't know. It's one of those things where it's almost a rib. Those guys you got to take your crown on the road with you now. It's like a lot of guys. There's been guys I know in the business, Conrad, that didn't want to be a champion because they
didn't want to carry the belt.
They didn't want to take the damn thing through TSA and security and take it with them. So silly shit. But so they thought of it more as a prop than something that have to draw money. And something real and tangible, like the fans would perceive it as. So
I guess, and I know this sounds weird, but why the insistence on Hunter using the crown? You didn't have Austin do it the year before in '96. I mean, that would have been super goofy, right? Stone Cold King Austin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think he may have thought he was in that same level of perception. It just didn't fit his gimmick in his mind's eye. And so he didn't use it. And, there's where you listen to your talent. I didn't, it wasn't my idea to have him do the crown stuff. I'm with him. It's kind of hokey. And so I agreed with the hokiness of it, but you should always listen to your talents to tell you why they're uncomfortable or whatever, and how we can make amends to this thing and get back to where we want to be. And I don't know that he was ever asked that question. He had to work very hard to get back in the good graces of the chairman.
Talk to me a little bit about because we've covered, the curtain call here on the show recently. We've established that he was supposed to be King of the Ring in 1996. He's going to get that moment here in 97. When do you remember it becoming clear that, okay, we're going with Hunter on this one?
I think around this time. Yeah. Around this time, the commitment to make him the champion or the King of the Ring was, nobody was not met with a lot of, with any pushback. So my role is a different role than some creative guys. See, I wanted him in the locker room. I wanted him to be involved. I liked his intelligence, his intellect, his IQ. He was very reliable. He was not a drug and alcohol guy. You always knew he was going to be there. and he had a great skill set. Killer Kowalski had taught him very, very well. So, but about that time, it's a year later from all that curtain call stuff, and we all had slept since then. Let's go. So, young guy, to get 6'4", looks good, and student of the game. Why not invest in him? And I remember signing him to $1 million a year downside contract, sitting on an amble case in the back of the Evansville Arena. I remember vividly. We signed a contract there, and he just wanted to make sure that he was getting the same thing that we were paying downside. We're paying the other top guys, and that was the maximum at that time that talents were being paid. No one in the company at that time had over $1 million downside guarantee.
What year would that have been if you had to guess?
Oh, around this time.
No way. Not 97. You guys are hemorrhaging cash. So 99 maybe? I mean, because 98's when he got hot, when Austin leaves.
Yeah, it might have been. Conrad's hard to remember these many years back.
Sure.
I remember sitting on an anvil case for some crazy reason. I remember being in Evansville. I remember it being in the 90s. So
good enough.
Well, the fucking day, I don't remember what year it was. I could go back and look at when we were in Evansville around those times, I guess. But he was a good investment, and it obviously it panned out. Our judgment was right. He was a very good investment, and he's panned out and made the company a lot of money and himself a lot of money, and he's done well marrying.
Yes, no doubt. Nobody's going to argue that. Let's go to the next match. Shawn Michaels and Steve Austin. They go to a double DQ in 22 minutes and 29 seconds. Normally when you hear double DQ, you think, well, that's a fuck finish. This is going to get murdered in the Observer, but it didn't. It got 4 stars. I guess we should mention here that Shawn Michaels goes for the super kick. Austin catches the foot, hits the Stone Cold Stunner, but there's no ref to count the pin because wouldn't you know it, there was a ref bump. Austin gets up and he's so mad at the groggy ref that he gives him the stunner. And then Michaels super kicks Austin and has him pinned. But of course the referee was just pinned. It's referee Tim White. So a second ref comes in, but instead of counting as Michaels had him pinned, he goes to check on the first ref. White eventually gets up and counts as Michaels has Austin pinned, but Austin kicks out. So now Michaels is frustrated that he didn't get the pin when he had him down that long. So he super kicked the second referee, and Earl Hebner, a third referee, comes in and DQs both referees or both competitors for attacking different referees. The fans are chanting bullshit here. But this is a pretty cool match. I enjoyed it. 2 of the all-time greats, and we're getting a sneak peek of what WrestleMania is going to look like. What, 6 months later, 9 months later?
Yeah. They I thought they had a hell of a match, and it's kind of a forgotten match.
Right.
It's not one of those matches where if you're thinking about Shawn versus Steve, you think about
WrestleMania.
You think about WrestleMania, where Steve beat Shawn for the title. That's the primary thing that comes to my mind. This King of the Ring match had kind of escaped me. I had forgotten about that match. I really enjoyed watching it. They told a hell of a story, and then the Bret Hart Foundation stuff was also played in that deal because Bret was supposed to come down and do commentary. And we lost it. We got screwed up on our headsets. So I think Foley and Hunter demolished our area that actually screwed up some headsets. So we didn't have an extra pair of headsets for Bret to use. And there's a little dialogue between Vince and I about him. I'll take mine, I'll give you mine or whatever. But it just never did work out that way. And so Bret didn't come out there, couldn't do color, but it was a chaotic, all that was chaos. And the Hart Foundation had a lot to do with the success of that Shawn and Steve match. I thought this is the thread of what they're doing, and here they are. And we told multiple stories in one match. We've married Steve and Bret back together. We established Shawn has issues, obviously, and the Hart Foundation loathes Shawn. And they'd have got Steve too if he'd been in the ring, but he left to go get Bret. So it was one of those Wild West nights, and I really enjoyed it. That was a lot of fun. If you watch that again, folks, watch the interview that Bret did before and all the interaction with the Hart Foundation, and then the post-match that Conrad outlined was some pretty damn good stuff. And it just showed that these two, look, remember, Austin and Shawn were the tag team champions at that time.
Right.
They were the top tag team in the WWF, and they're fighting each other. because of the circumstance we outlined. So, but they had one hell of a good match. And if you like great wrestling and old school philosophies, selling, comebacks, logic, this is a good one to watch.
Yeah, it's fun too to see Sean with an edge here because, of course, in this era, Austin's running around flipping everybody off, and when Sean flips him off, it gets a reaction from the crowd, and half the crowd at this point loves Sean, and the other half loves Austin. There's a lot of fan response from this one, so it makes for a good viewing. Go check it out. If you're gonna watch one match this week from your Wayback Machine, go watch this one. Next up, though, the main event, not as good. 2.25 stars in the Observer. Undertaker and Farouk go 13 minutes and 43 seconds. Of course, Undertaker gets the win. Meltzer would say that the NOD had a lot of presence when they started the gimmick, but it's lost a lot of steam, probably because it's been overexposed. What do you think about Farouk's performance here and just the gimmick of Nation of Domination? Was it running its course here?
Yeah, it was beginning to run its course a little bit, but I love if we could have, in today's world, again, go back to today and then you could kind of get away with some of this, the racial overtones, the John Carlos, 1968, protest in the Olympics. Tommy Smith and John Carlos, like their names were, they were protesting how blacks were treated in America, with a black fist raised in the air, very memorable. So that militancy was not something new to our psyche, but it had not been played out that definitively in wrestling before. That's why all those years that in wrestling, if you go back and remember the first heel I remember in wrestling, there was a main event level heel because he was not afraid not to take the heat of the crowd, was Ernie Ladd. Most promoters were very cautious that they had their black representative on their roster. We have one scenario was a babyface because you couldn't stand to get the heat that the white audience might have on a black heel. Ernie didn't care. He just cared about the green. That was money. But I thought that things started to run its course a little bit, but I liked the concept of it. I thought it was an interesting, compelling, almost uncomfortable watch sometimes, very controversial. But I don't know if it was ahead of its time or behind its time, Conrad, but for heels, it worked out real well. And they had a good cast. I thought D'Lo Brown did a good job there. Eventually, Godfather in that group. I thought little Clarence Mason was pretty entertaining. He looked the part. He was a lawyer, for real. So I don't know. I liked the thing. And would I if I was booking today, would I do it today? Of course not. No. But I liked it then. It worked out very well. And Ron Simmons deserved that opportunity after being a WCW world champion, great athlete, great accolades, and he's been loyal to us. Ronnie is a great team player. And he and Bradshaw and the APA were a very, very underrated tag team. We should do a show sometime about tag teams and talk about the ones I've seen and talked about, and some of them were underrated, some of them maybe overrated. But Ron and Bradshaw are very, very good together. But I thought they had a solid Undertaker match. It was very ground and pound oriented, very fundamental, very deliberate. But that's what we expected, and that's what we got. And so, I didn't have an issue with it. I thought it was a pretty good match because, again, the booking side of it was very complicated because, Conrad, there's so many moving parts. There's so many variables. There's so many spin-off characters in this one match. So I thought that was managed well, and those guys had a solid outing.
Well, and we hope we had a solid outing here for you today on this episode of Grilling JR. And I want to tell everybody that we've got the rest of this Bret Hart, Shawn Michaels story, because the plot thickens the very next day after King of the Ring 97. This is where we see the backstage fight happen in Hartford between Shawn Michaels and Bret. And we're going to get to that when we cover Canadian Stampede, which is our next pay-per-view in 1997, and arguably one of the best pay-per-views the company ever produced. Let's run down what's coming up here on the next few weeks with Grilling JR. Next week, we're going to visit one of the biggest moments in JR's career, King of the Ring 1998. We look forward to seeing you next Thursday and every Thursday at 6 a.m. on your drive to work right here on Grilling JR.
And the final King of the Ring we're going to take a look back on in this Megasode edition of Grilling JR, of course, is King of the Ring 1998. Personally, this is one of my absolute most memorable pay-per-views in my entire timeline as a professional wrestling fan. For two matches specifically, of course, Mankind and The Undertaker. There was a cell involved too, I believe. It's one of the most iconic matches in professional wrestling history, and the voice of wrestling himself would play an extremely important part in making it live on in the wrestling timeline as it has. As far as the main event is concerned, you might also recall it was an opportunity for the big red monster Kane to prove that he would become a main eventer for years to come in the World Wrestling Federation as he squared off in a first blood match with Stone Cold Steve Austin. So without further ado, we give you King of the Ring, 1998.
Hey, it's Conrad Thompson, and you're listening to Grilling JR with the man himself, Mr. Jim Ross. Jim, what's going on, man? How are you?
I'm good, man. Couldn't be better. I'm happy to be here with you again, and I'm excited for the folks to join us. We thank you guys for your loyalty and your support, and we hope we're not disappointing you. Our numbers have been great. We're making a dent in what we want to do, so I'll contribute that to Conrad's format and his ideas, and we're having fun. So, and it's been a unique week.
We're going to revisit one of the hits, as they say, King of the Ring 1998. We're going to talk about everything that happened on this show, but this has got to be the most, I mean, this is the show where you have a call that's probably the most quoted. I mean, it went viral, as they say. Is this the most notable call you've ever had, you think?
Yeah, it's the most memorable because I get asked about it if I'm around wrestling fans, it's inevitable. If you and I were to do a Q&A, and we're going to do some Q&As going forward, some stage shows, as we've talked about, I promise you there'll be somebody in that audience that'll want to know something about that event in June of 1998. I'm getting ready to board a plane about, I don't know, maybe 6 months ago, going someplace, and I'm in the priority line, American priority line, and to pre-board, and this guy and his son's probably 12, 13, they're standing right behind me, and the dad is immediately behind me, and so he gets real close to me, right, and he says, I hear him, he's whispering. I think for a second he's talking to his kid, but he's talking to me, and he says, as God is my witness, he's broken in half. So he commences to quoting all these things I said during that match of Foley and Undertaker at Hell in a Cell at the King of the Ring 98. And so finally he said something else, and I didn't. The kid kind of flew out of my mind, and I turned around. I was getting ready to turn around the guy. I said, "Okay, buddy, look, I know you're a fan. I appreciate it very much, but you whispering in my ear don't look good." And so I was going to tell him that. And so I turned around, and the kid was not as starstruck as his dad, to be honest with you. But he said, JR, we're sorry. Apologize for the old man who's just sitting there with his mouth open. Dad, JR, we're sorry. My dad does this all the time at home. He quotes that match every day in some shape, form, or fashion. And my mom hates it. I said, well, your mom's got good taste. So anyway, you never know where you're going to hear it.
Right.
And there's a friend of mine is the starting left tackle he's the right tackle or left tackle for the Baltimore Ravens, Orlando Brown. And Orlando played here at OU, coached by Coach Bill Beedenbow, the great line coach, who's my neighbor here in Norman. And Orlando wanted some T-shirts because there's a T-shirt out at Pro Wrestling Tees that says all those quotes are on there. And I think one of them was, they killed him or something like that. He wanted to wear, he got 3 or 4 of those shirts to wear under his shoulder pads. But that's kind of the damn match, and the quotes kind of go beyond just the wrestling world. It just picked up. And I know a lot of guys that I've met guys at ESPN, Fox Sports that will quote them, and they're big timers type thing. So it just happened that those calls stuck. And, it was without a doubt the most memorable night that I maybe have ever had in one match that did not involve a tragedy. It was a near tragedy, and Mick Foley dodged the bullet. Quite frankly, we all did. But it's the most quoted thing that I recall in my career ever.
Psst. Who's going to take care of your family if something happens to you? What would they do without your income? If you don't have a plan, you need to go to GoliathLIFE.com. Get a quick quote for more than 20 carriers. You don't even have to leave the house. If you need a medical exam, they'll send somebody to your house or office. You're in total control. You pick the rates, you pick the payments, you pick the terms. You're in total control, but it gives you and your family peace of mind. What if something happens to your income? Hurry to GoliathLIFE.com. Let's get to the money of today's episode, though. King of the Ring 1998 went down on June 28th at the Civic Arena right there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Of course, it was a sellout, just like almost everything else in 1998. It drew 17,087 fans. 15,505 of those were paying customers, and it set an all-time city gate record of $539,660. But check this out, nearly $149,000 in merchandise. You know, when you hear about sort of wrestling hubs or hotbeds, you hear about Chicago, you hear about New York, you hear about Dallas, you hear about Atlanta. You don't really hear about Pittsburgh that often. Why do you think that is? I mean, some of the all-time greats are there, Bruno Sammartino and Kurt Angle and Shane Douglas. And, even these days, Corey Graves and Elias, all from Pittsburgh. Why don't you think Pittsburgh has a reputation as being more of a wrestling town?
Well, I guess if we perceive that Pittsburgh is in the quote unquote Northeast of the United States, that the Northeast, the star of the Northeast, as far as wrestling is concerned, is New York City.
Right.
So I think maybe there was a little bit of being in that shadow of New York City as far as being considered a Northeast city. But you're right about the market itself. Bruno Sammartino was like, there was Bruno, then there was everybody else. There was Bruno and there was everybody else. And Mick Foley got trained there by Dominic DeNucci. That was another thing. And a lot of that used to be a little territory hub there. I don't know that Corey Graves and Elias belong in the same conversation with Bruno just yet, but maybe they will someday. I hope they do. But I liked it. And of course, Larry Zbyszko came out of there, was Bruno's protege. Oh, hi, Larry. Larry's that guy. Yeah, JR, can I come on your podcast and talk about Bruno? No, Larry, you can't. He's dead.
Oh my gosh. Well,
so I love Larry, but seriously, good talents came out of there. But look, it's like saying, who's the greatest Yankee? Well, that's easy. Babe Ruth.
Sure.
So Bruno was Babe Ruth of wrestling, WWF, Pittsburgh, and anything else in the Northeast. So it was Bruno's town. And of course, my late wife, Jan, was raised there, went to Shaler High School, graduated from Shaler High School. And she was, of course, my angel. And so I'm close to Pittsburgh. And I do still go to Permane Brothers every time I go to Pittsburgh. And then I take a Lipitor so I don't get my cholesterol crazy. But I love the whole city. Good. It's just a great place. Great place. And man, that crowd that night was jacked. I watched the show last night in its entirety. I watched it again this morning. I enjoyed the whole damn presentation, but Pittsburgh is a special town, and they rose to the occasion on that night.
Indeed, they did. And you guys were experiencing rising gates. We've talked about, year over year, how the business was changing from 94 to 95, 96 to 97. But here from 97 to 98, it's incredible. Your average attendance in June of 97 is 5,687. A year later, come June of 98, we're up 68%. We're at 9,568. And that's your average attendance. Your average gate is actually up 92%. You go from 93,000 and change in June of 97 to over $179,000 in June of 98. And you're selling out 46% of your house shows here. The prior year, you were selling out less than 6%. Ratings, of course, they're way up too. The tide has turned by the summer of 98. You're now beating WCW in almost every category. Television ratings, no exception there. In June of 97, you were getting a 1.7. Here a year later, you're up 58%. You're getting a 2.7. Drastic improvement across the board. We talked a little bit about 97 last week when we covered King of the Ring, and we were talking about, the way the mood was in the office, that, hey, we're at least talking about bankruptcy. It's been discussed because things are tight. A year later, it's a new business, is it not?
Absolutely. Yeah. That Attitude Era talent really connected with their audience, and they all had distinct and exclusive features and benefits to sell. They knew how to get themselves over and how to identify and to connect with the audience. And the other thing that, and I think this as we go through the show today, and the Raw after that, and so forth, the Raw before and after, you can see the process of needing to make heels, and that's an issue right now. You know, people say, talking about WWE from time to time, about, well, they don't know how to make a baby face. I don't know that to be accurate, but I will say that there is a case could be made that they're not real proficient right now in developing villains, and villains cannot be perpetuated and grown with 50-50 booking. No babyface or heel can. So we were in the process of really developing heels because we had the babyface situation pretty well under control. Austin was getting over. Austin was becoming bigger than life. And they also knew that we were one turn away from having 1A and 1B because Rock was young and hungry on that roster as well. So the babyface side of this whole equation was pretty damn solid. And they weren't the only two, but they were the main horses in that respect. Undertaker, hotter than hell. In '98 was, you know, he was big time, as he is, you know, he will be forever. So the heels was the issue. So that's what we did, and that was an interesting part about this show today is going to be about focusing on making some heels. But quite frankly, Conrad, the best heel we had during that period of time was Vince.
I'm glad you mentioned that, because I feel like that's sort of a footnote in history, because everybody talks about the rise of Steve Austin, but Steve Austin had to have somebody, you know, to oppose. And that opposition has never been stronger than with the Mr. McMahon character. You know, when you look at the success of '98, you know, most people would attribute this massive jump in the rise of Steve Austin. I think maybe what gets lost is the success. You know, he had to have somebody to dance with, and that's Mr. McMahon, but also the writing. And it was a combination of you had this super baby face because you had this super heel, and the writing was perfect. It was exactly what the fans wanted at the time. Do you think we'll ever see that? I mean, everything clicking on all cylinders with the top program, because that really lifted the whole company, the McMahon Austin feud, did it not?
Absolutely. And it eventually led to the company going public. The success of Stone Cold, The Rock, the whole crew, getting over, all being very, very competitive with each other. The locker room was not a martial law environment, but it was a very competitive environment. And it also was a situation where the top guys had no issues conversing with the boss. And I don't know how that plays out today in their company, but you know, the boss, everybody else does a lot of work and everybody else works hard. But Vince is always going to be the guy until he's no longer with us, God forbid. But that's the whole deal. That crew, starting with Taker and Austin, all those guys, they all had an open door to Vince. He'll say everybody's got an open door to him. And I think that's pretty much true. But they took advantage of it and developed a rapport with Vince where they could openly communicate. Remember, see the old man? Converse, don't confront. And that's kind of what those guys figured out. And so a lot of this creativity, not to knock the creative guys, but a lot of the creativity was the talents themselves coming up with ideas to help perpetuate their persona, because nobody knew their persona better than they did. So it was really a unique thing. But Vince he should always get major credit, major props for this, for the Attitude Era success. And then obviously leading WWE as an administrator and owner, and then as a top heel to becoming a public company and $160 million IPO.
Talk to me a little bit about Vince Russo. We haven't spent a lot of time talking about him here on the show, but I'd be remiss if we didn't talk about, you know, perhaps his influence was a critical part of the ingredient, because when I tried to put over the writing, you pivoted a little bit back to, well, it was the talent too. Was it Russo who forged a relationship with some of these guys, and that's what made the writing better? Or was it going to happen with or without Russo?
No, I think Russo had a big part to play in that whole era, you know, and he for where we wanted to go, to be more bold, to have that attitude, to be a TV 14 product, which is a big change in the climate in WWE. You needed special, a special group of people with unique personalities to get that done. And he did that. Russo, well, that was him. He was a big fan of Howard Stern, the outrageous, over the top, overzealous stuff at time to time. And Vince McMahon was the guy that reeled Russo back in to give him some, put a bit in his mouth a little bit, but he pretty much let him go. But Russo was smart enough to know that you're not going to get all these ideas that you have in your head through the court system here if you don't have the judge in your pocket, which is Vince, and the key witnesses testifying for you, meaning the talent. So he listened to the talent. That's smart for him. And I think Russo got in trouble more seemingly. I don't know, because I didn't work with him past WWE. He got more trouble when he started being a little bit more autonomous and didn't have that filter, and maybe he didn't have the same rapport with talents in WCW at TNA, wherever he went after that. That's just my speculation. But to say that Russo did not have a major hand in creativity during that era would be a lie, and that's not my style. So, we've had our differences, philosophical. We had them then. If we work together, probably have them again now. We just have a different view of what wrestling should be, but that doesn't make him wrong. It doesn't make me right. It just makes us have a different opinion. But he was a key cog in that whole scenario.
Let's talk a little bit about the countersuit that comes down here in late May. WCW is going to file a lawsuit, I guess, on May 18th, and they're trying to essentially mirror the lawsuit that you guys brought against WCW in '96. Of course, back then you were suing, saying that, the Razor and Diesel characters were your property, and Kevin Nash and Scott Hall were certainly implying or inferring or, confusing the audience by positioning themselves as outsiders, as Titan employees. So that's the crux of the lawsuit in '96. And now WCW is going to countersue here. And they're going to say that because you guys have shown the CNN Center when you guys were, doing an invasion angle, that they have similar damages. And they've also claimed that, you're showing clips of Ric Flair and Hulk Hogan and Roddy Piper and Randy Savage. Talk to me a little bit about when this lawsuit comes in, how Vince responds and how McDevitt responds.
Well, the key thing there is you mentioned Jerry McDevitt, another Pittsburgh guy, ironically. We're talking about King of the Ring 98 in Pittsburgh. We have McDevitt and they didn't. That's a big difference. That's a big leg up for the WWE and Vince. I looked at that suit essentially as a nuisance suit, Conrad.
Right.
I never thought it had any basis to move very far up the court system. I didn't see any judges or any the courts spending a lot of time on these arguments. And if we had made the same arguments, I would say the same thing. They seem to be nuisance suits. They got a little publicity. I don't know if it helped anybody publicity wise, but I thought all along it meant nothing. I remember having a couple of meetings with Vince about it. We called off the dogs and some of the things, the hotline, on-air mentions, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't know of anybody there that when we did the Billionaire Ted skits, anybody endorsed it. There may be some sycophants there. There's always a few of those hanging around. But some of those guys, they would say yes if they would say shit, they had a mouthful. But the bottom, but the bottom line is it was a waste of time. Did nothing. Didn't increase ratings. Didn't do anything positive, but stir the shit. It made no sense. So I felt the same thing in this lawsuit, the counter lawsuit. It's almost like, okay, we'll show you. We got lawyers too, by God. We got more than you do. Okay, good.
It's kind of fun too, because, whereas you guys were claiming, hey, you're sort of making Scott Hall look and pretend and talk like Razor Ramon, and they try to sue for the same thing, saying, well, you've done that with X-Pac, because that is a carbon copy of Six-Pac with the NWO, and he's not his old 1, 2, 3 kid persona. I do want to mention, we had Jerry McDevitt as a special guest for a live Something to Wrestle in Pittsburgh last year or year before. And as he was our guest, I couldn't believe that this was the line. He said, yeah, as a result of that lawsuit, eventually WCW settled with us and gave us $2 million. And a few years later, we used that same $2 million to buy their company, which I thought was just tremendous.
Oh man, he's the best, man. I went to his wedding. Jan and I did. You know, we were great friends. Still am great friends with Jerry. I can tell you this, man. If I were ever in bad trouble, and I needed a badass MF as far as a lawyer, he's the guy. He's the smartest, most strategic. He's got great street smarts and an amazingly high IQ. And boy, he's done great work for WWE and made his firm and himself a fortune off of the services he's provided Vince. So, yeah, that's a funny story. That's how it went too. They got $2 million, which in the big scheme, how much money is that? Well, it's a lot of money to guys like me and you, but to those billionaires and these big corporations, is not so much. And then that's what WWE paid for the entire WCW library. $2 million. That to me was one of the great steals, with quotes, that I've ever been a part of in the business.
McDivitt, you know, as a sidebar here, how much of an unsung hero is he to WWE's success, do you think? I don't think history really talks about him in that regard. They talk about him when it's time to get somebody out of trouble or whatever. But really, I mean, had Neidhart not gotten in trouble that one time and they needed an attorney to sort of, you know, right the ship, WWE's path may have looked a little differently. I mean, they had an ace in the hole with him for decades.
Oh yeah. He's major player. I remember, going to a hotel in, New York City to prepare. He prepared me for, my testimony in the Nicole Bass, lawsuit. And, he's genius-like. I mean, I was in awe of listening to him. Here, you know, here's how you present this, and certain words you do use, certain words you don't use. You know, be succinct, which I have a hard time doing. As fans here could testify. But he's amazing, man. I don't know. I never met another attorney I mean, he puts other attorneys. They're in awe of him. I mean, he's got a national reputation as one of the best lawyers in America. This is no exaggeration of wrestle speak. This son of a bitch is really, really good. And so he's bailed, I don't want to say bailed out, but he's defended the company honorably and thoroughly and successfully for many, many years. There's no way that all those victories and the progress of the WWE brand would have been as quick or maybe even happened as much if Jerry McDivitt had not been there as the head of the legal side.
Let's keep it moving here, and let's talk a little bit about TSN's Off the Record. The Winnipeg Sun would run an article making fun of the fact that Steve Austin's appearance on that TSN show drew the largest audience in the history of the show. I don't know why they would poke fun at that. It's great success, another feather in the cap for WWF at the time. But you guys had a long-standing relationship with them. Bret Hart was on it. Vince McMahon was on it. What was the relationship with TSN and Off the Record, and why did the WWE allow them so much access? And talk to us about Landsberg, a guy we don't hear about anymore.
Yeah, Michael Landsberg was the host of that show. Michael's a big advocate of mental health. He's suffered from depression over the years. He's been very transparent in his issues. He's helped a lot of people. He still does. Good dude. I was on his show a couple of times up there Off the Record. And he asked the questions that you knew the fans would want answers to. He was very well prepared. But I think the TSN, that was one of TSN's favorite shows. That's one of their personal favorites there on their network. And at the time, if I'm not mistaken, we were on that network with wrestling, with Raw and so forth.
That's right.
So it was a kind of a, you know, just cooperating with the network that we were on there. And they always solicit our guests because, just as you mentioned, they drew ratings. It was a big number deal. So, but it was a good thing for us, and it was a positive thing. Michael was not there to butcher us, unlike the idiots at the Winnipeg Sun were doing on that day. Why the hell would they say something like? You're right. Why would you say something like that? Unless you're weak, unless you're insecure, and your nuts would fit into a fucking thimble. That's what those guys are. Because why would you suggest that WWE getting these great numbers is a joke? I guarantee you, TSN didn't think it was a joke.
Nope.
They loved it, and so that's just another example of it's almost like fat shaming or any other prejudice. All those wrestling people. Oh yeah, we're wrestling people. Where do you live? I used to tell guys, these reporters, I live actually through the week on Uranus, but I commute, and I'm here on the weekends to do wrestling. You asshole.
I love you for that. Let's talk about the junkyard dog. Unfortunately, we lost him on June 2nd. He passed away way too early, just 45 years old. I'd be remiss if I didn't bring him up to you. Of course, you had a long history with the dog. What's your favorite junkyard dog story you can share with us that you haven't shared on a show before?
Oh boy. Sylvester Ritter's real name he was a creation of Cowboy Bill Watts and Ernie Ladd. Other bookers helped him. Buck Robley was a big influence in JYD growth. Cowboy was number one because he saw what he had there. He had a black Superman who looked like a Greek god at the time. Was JYD a great wrestler? No, absolutely not. But he had unlimited charisma, and he could sell tickets on the mic. His verbal skills were basic, straightforward, but he spoke with such conviction and with a sparkle in his eye that you couldn't help but not believe he was telling you the truth. If he said, I'm coming to New Orleans to whip Butch Reed's ass, you better believe he's serious about coming to New Orleans to whip Butch Reed's ass. I used to travel a lot with Pee Wee Anderson. So Pee Wee Anderson, as I mentioned, was JYD's driver. And basically, he was JYD's babysitter. Sylvester, toward his latter days in Mid-South, had little drug issues, like the cocaine. Didn't do that much drinking, but he liked the drugs. And then he liked to smoke weed. Now, I'm not going to knock a guy for smoking the weed, but you don't sure as hell don't need to go down that cocaine trail. So Pee Wee would carry a great big money bag, like you get the old school, like a canvas bag you get at the bank, and it had nothing in it but quarters. So it was like carrying around a lead ball, and the quarters were there because at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, when JYD would get the munchies, he'd send Pee Wee down the hall to the soda machine or the candy machine in the hotel. Nothing was open. It ain't like today where you can call, Uber Eats and it'll bring your stuff over to you. Not that way. So that was the deal. Pee Wee always carried that great big bag. And I know Cowboy found out about it. And so he got on Pee Wee's ass. He said, you can't be feeding him Hershey's chocolate and all this other stuff at 3 o'clock in the morning. He's getting fat. He's getting out of shape. And, and he was, but he had more charisma. There was a situation, Conrad, down there in New Orleans, the Times-Picayune was a daily paper there. They ran a contest many, many years ago, the most famous athlete in Louisiana. And it came down to, everybody thought it was going to come down to Pistol Pete Maravich, a great basketball player who played at LSU and in the NBA for years, and Archie Manning, the father of Peyton Manning and Eli, and that other one, whatever his name is. So anyhow, and then the winner was Junkyard Dog.
Wow.
So if you go to Louisiana and you beat the quarterback of the NFL team, you beat the starting point guard of the basketball team, I would say, my friend, you're over. So JYD was definitely over. That music, it'd be great now because we came out with paying royalties for that Queen song, Another One Bites the Dust, and that was his music. And man, when they heard that music, who's going to beat that dog? Nobody going to beat that dog. So they loved him, man. Who dat? I heard the Who Dat long before with JYD, long before I heard it for the Saints. To be honest with you, Who dat? Who dat going to beat that dog? Nobody going to beat that dog. That guy. People loved him. He gave impoverished people, whether they're black or white, hope, because he would talk about his humble upbringings, and they could relate to him, and they saw him being successful, big chains around his neck and nice big rings, and so it was just he was a once in a lifetime talent. I don't think there's ever been an African American talent on his level before or since. At one time, he was as hot as anybody, and I can tell you that he was printing money when he went to WWF he had the first African American action figure, as I recall.
Wow.
And it sold like crazy. So it's just a shame, man, that he died with hardly anything. He fell asleep either coming home or going to his daughter's graduation. And when JYD was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame, I made sure that we reached out to his daughter, and we had to get police and detectives and stuff like that to find her, because she was really off the grid. She wasn't, a wrestling, she wasn't trying to get into business or anything.
Right. But
he had royalties coming. His royalties. That's one thing about the WWE. You get the royalty program is pretty damn solid, and so he had monies. There were monies there accrued for JYD that went to his next of kin, which would be on his daughter. So she was there when he went in the Hall of Fame. But he was a classic dude, man. Great heart, not a malicious bone in his body, really not. But he was his own worst enemy, and but he was a lovable guy. He really was. But I tell you, Conrad, I've been around a lot of guys, Austins and Rocks and Takers and Dusty Rhodes and Ric Flairs. At one point in time, there was nobody more over with his fan base than Junkyard Dog. Nobody.
Let's keep it moving here, and let's talk a little bit about the June 5th show at Madison Square Garden. On top, it's Steve Austin and The Undertaker teaming up to take on Kane and Mankind. It's, of course, a sellout. 19,506 fans, 16,814 of them were paying $391,575. The reason I mention this is it's the largest gate ever in the United States for a WWF event that wasn't a pay-per-view. So bigger than any house show, bigger than any television taping, the biggest non-pay-per-view show ever in history. That's something else, especially when you consider you're just 1 year away from possible bankruptcy discussions.
Yeah, it was a hit. Well, guys got over, I remember putting that card together with Vince. And I can tell you this, Austin and Taker, to a lesser degree, if I recall, neither liked being in tags, but we had a good story going, and that title thing was all, it was all rolling and interesting with Kane and Mankind, and nobody knew who was friends and foes and who could trust anybody. A lot of uncertainty, which is great for wrestling. Unpredictability is a better word probably, but four of our top guys, and they were all over, and getting Mick Foley and Kane over was a bonus, because Mick was, as I said before, we were lucky to hire him because Vince didn't want him there until he wanted to see how I could understand how it was to get my heart broken, which never happened, by the way. Not, at least not for that. And Mick paired up with Kane very well. It was a good thing, man. And hey, the WWE's not even selling at the Garden now. As I understand it, I might be wrong, but I heard the holidays they didn't sell it out. That's almost a layup. So these guys are over, and that's why I say when I hear about some of these talents talking about how great they are, why don't you go sell some tickets before you? Because just because you're making a lot of money doesn't mean you're drawing it.
Right.
Some people get paid a salary basically to make sure they don't leave. But have they really sold the tickets to merit that salary? I question that.
Well, there's no questioning that you guys were doing a great job with the ratings. The June 8th Raw would do a 4.32, Nitro would do a 4.03. Let's talk about that Raw though. There was something on this show that really stuck out to me. You've got George Martin from the New York Giants and Darnell Autry from the Chicago Bears, and they're here to present Mr. McMahon with the Humanitarian of the Year award when Austin shows up with a black tie and jeans, but no shirt or jacket. And Martin claims that he's representing the Minority Athletes Network and says McMahon gave less money than he promised and his check bounced twice. And then he reveals that his favorite wrestler is Steve Austin. And of course, Austin winds up picking McMahon's pockets of $1,200, gives it to the charities, calls Vince the tightest son of a bitch in the WWF. Out comes Taker with the Druids bringing a casket to the ring, but it winds up being Kane coming out of the casket. Mankind comes from the other side of the ring, and they put Austin in the casket, and then Kane stands on top as he's stuck there. You're a sports guy. How did this association with the Giants and the Bears legends come to be?
Well, I can tell you this, WWE's always been very pro things like Make-A-Wish, etc. And in that New York area, we did a lot of things thanks to the efforts of Susie Aitchison, who just went in the Hall of Fame this year. Well deserved. Susie Aitchison going into the Hall of Fame was as deserved as anybody that was inducted this year, in my opinion. So Susie had a good rapport with George Martin. They did a lot of charity stuff together. And so, but Vince, to his credit, he was being a heel. He didn't really, he won't acknowledge the organization and acknowledge the company's support of it, but he wanted to kind of protect his heel status. So that's why the dialogue was as it was. But George Martin was a big friend of the company. I'm sure George is alive. He probably still is. Great linebacker for the Giants, Bill Parcells teams back in the day. So that was how that went down. But it was a legitimate award, as I understand it. But Vince just wanted to kind of protect the Mr. McMahon side of it and not give the heel any major redeeming social qualities, which is a mark of a good heel.
Without question. Let's talk about the next week's show. June 15th, Raw does a 4.3, Nitro does a 4. You keep that momentum going. June 22nd, Raw does a 4.3, Nitro does a 4.1. So clean sweep here for Raw. Let's talk about that June 15th Raw though. Shawn Michaels, according to the Observer, was at the WWF event for the first time since WrestleMania. Of course he's there because they're doing TV in San Antonio. Quote, the report from those who saw him was that he was, mentally in better shape than he had been in a long time. And he had cut his hair and he was able to sit down and stand upright for periods of time without excruciating pain. And you may remember he goes home after WrestleMania 14 with a debilitating back problem. You can see him grimacing through the match. He's just not in good space physically, mentally, emotionally. So when you see him here, he's moving around a little better. He's got a haircut. What did you think? Do you remember seeing Shawn at TV for the first time in a long time? And what were people saying sort of behind the scenes about that?
Yeah, he looked great. And it was heartwarming to see that he wasn't in pain all the time. I think that's probably the biggest issue. Whether we thought he would ever come back or not, I always did. That's why I made the effort to keep in touch with him. And that's why I went to San Antonio on, I think, more than one occasion to meet with him and his attorney. And, you know, I was just so honest with him. He needed to have the honesty thrown at him. And I can't remember his attorney's name, Skip something, a nice guy. But, you know, I said, you don't want your legacy to be this, that you went home and never came back because of a bad back. I mean, there's things you can do. And he said, well, I can't, you know, he got a little angry. What can I do? I can't move around like I used to, blah, blah, blah. I said, well, you can when you get healthy. I said, but until then, having a guy like you in the locker room, in our locker room, and you got to understand, Shawn, for a lot of these guys, these young guys we're trying to hire, you're the role model. You're the guy that got them interested in wrestling, you know, to a large degree. They pattern their game, some of these guys, after things that you do. So I said, you know, there's a lot of things you can do to help the company. And I didn't want to throw out the damn thing. Well, hey, look, by the way, we're paying you $750K a year on a weekly check. So, you know, you're getting paid well, and I know that you'd probably want to contribute, and, you know, and I said, you can do a lot of good things for us. So it was great seeing him there. That was a big breakthrough for him to venture back into that atmosphere, to that environment, because at one time, Conrad, you know, it was when he first left after that WrestleMania you spoke of, nobody was really sure he would ever see him again. And if we did, it might be after 4 years, and then maybe he'll go down south. Who knew? We didn't know. A lot of unanswered questions.
Well, something that wasn't unanswered is what's going to happen with the WWF programming on Raw. USA inks another deal for 3 years here. It's reported in the June 8th Observer. Talk to me about what that process looks like. I mean, once upon a time when ratings are what they are, but they're not necessarily gangbusters, you've got to be just glad to have the opportunity. Now that you're on top of the world, are you getting a better deal? Or are you very appreciative that you had a partner when you needed one? Does that relationship change when the tide turns business wise?
I don't think so. The Vince had a lot to do with the relationship built with USA, and Bonnie Hammer was, I think she was in Power, or was certainly involved. She was a big player there that got along well with WWE. our ratings started coming back. The thing about it is that if you look at the big picture, Conrad, the ratings that USA were earning on other shows that they're paying a lot of money to produce or they bought were less than what we were earning, even when we were in a little bit of a slump, when we were getting our ass kicked 83 weeks in a row. But the relationship was good. That helped because here's another deal. Being in Stanford and in Connecticut is a 30-minute drive to New York City. It was almost like we were all local in that regard. So they could see each other often. They communicated well. And Vince had some good people around him in that world that also took up the slack. So we had a good relationship with the USA and in that time because we were still delivering good ratings. And then when the ratings really started going up, we were the bull of the woods, as Dusty Rhodes might say. So that's how that worked, and it's a staple. She fought for us. She fought for us big time to keep us on Monday nights, keep us in prime time, and so it was a real good, positive, win-win business relationship, which seemingly are few and far between nowadays. But that's what you always look for.
One of the things I wanted to ask about when I started to do this research is something that happened very briefly called pay per listen. Meltzer would report the WWF pay per listen for the Over the Edge blew out the circuits because so many people ordered it at the last minute. So everyone who ordered that show will now be given the King of the Ring broadcast for free. It's still sort of the infancy of the internet, but talk to me a little bit about pay per listen when you first heard about it, what Vince thought about it, just what you remember about it, because it does feel like something that is very 1998.
Yeah. And, when I saw our format and I started trying to think about this, honestly, I have very little memory of it because we must have tried it once or twice, if that. We did try to do radio WWF at one time and it just needed a good syndicator and we didn't have that. So the infrastructure wasn't there. So the audio thing was just, we're going to sell on this occasion, JR and the King audio and whatever else, natural audio. And, for a cheaper price for people that just wanted to listen and not watch or wanted to save money more specifically. But I think it was a short-lived deal. I always loved, and when my first meeting with Vince in Augusta, when I was leaving WCW, coming to WWE, we talked about the radio network. We talked about hotlines. We talked about audio. And it's funny that you and I are making, doing well now doing audio, and it's funny how that all started. Of course, that was preceded by my radio show I did for a good while in Atlanta on WSB. So the audio was a big component of our discussion. It was something that we tried, but for whatever reason, again, it could have been infrastructure-wise and not having the personnel that knew what they were doing to manage it. But I thought it was a decent idea. It almost like a paid podcast, like the paywall or something. But it didn't. It just didn't last long.
No, it didn't. And it's a shame too, because, it could have continued, but I mean, it was maybe a little bit ahead of its time. At the end of the June 22nd Raw, which is the go home edition, for the King of the Ring show, Austin is going to do a promo here challenging Kane to come out, and Kane's going to come out and make some sort of motion. And then all kinds of red liquid, comes from the cage to give the impression that it's raining blood on Steve Austin. Talk to us about the magic behind that. What was the liquid? How was it put together? This feels like it's a precursor for Gangrel's bloodbaths.
Yeah, probably was an idea borrowed from that deal. I think it was obviously water-based. I'm not really versed on all that stuff. They had a good prop crew there that did all that stuff. And I would think that was probably a Russo idea. Sounds like something he'd come up with. But it was a very viable graphic. I mean, a video rather. The picture was very, very strong. But I'm sure it was just water-based, and because you got to make sure it's not, if it gets in your eyes or your mouth or you swallow whatever, you're not going to poison somebody or blind somebody. So that kind of deal. It was very graphic, but the gravity of the angle leading into First Blood, et cetera, was that's what it called for. So it was very effective. And so if Russo did come up with it, I think he did, hats off to him.
One of the things that doesn't get talked about enough is the fact that the Friday before the pay-per-view, Austin goes into the hospital in Houston. He's got a staph infection in his right elbow, which of course results in a super high fever, allegedly as high as 104 degrees. So that's clearly not something you want to mess around with. And they wanted to have him hospitalized through Monday, but we know that's not going to be the case. He's got a pay-per-view to get to. Allegedly, the bad elbow bruise took place at the television tapings at either San Antonio or Houston. And by Wednesday, he had a mild fever. He's booked on some smaller shows in Corpus Christi and Tyler. And he's in great pain and has to be taken backstage after the show. When you hear this is happening to your top star, your pay-per-view main event, do you start making backup plans? Like, hey, what if we lose our main event? Here's what we could pivot to. Or did you always think hook or crook, he'll be there?
The latter, hook or crook, he's going to make it. You know, Taker was hurt that week too. Taker had a bad foot, bone spurs, et cetera, et cetera. Hey man, they're war horses. They had worked their asses off and through the territory system, to get to this level of a global superstar, not a territory superstar, but a global superstar. And they damn sure were not going to relinquish it very much. It reminds me of that commercial years ago that Clint Eastwood did about his guns. You know, you'll take my guns, or maybe Charlton Heston, somebody said, you'll take my guns through my cold dead hands or something. You'll take my spot through my cold dead hands. That's kind of the theory I was thinking. And, but we didn't have I don't know that we had a plan B. Those things are, you know, that would have been, that's the wrestling business. The great thing about it is there are some interchangeable parts. Some are less than, obviously. We'd have come up with something, but I don't know what it would have been at this moment in time. Nobody's going to replace Austin. You can substitute for him. You're not going to replace him. But we always thought that he's going to make it, and he was adamant that he was going to make it. And so the fever broke, but he competed and performed with a lot of pain. And that I remember he looked like the goddamn Bionic Man coming out there in that '98 King of the Ring match with Kane. Big knee braces, as we all remember. Now his elbow's all screwed up. So Steve Austin really was the Bionic Man on that night, and he just gutted it out and got his job done and got the work done. So no plan B, Conrad, but we just had belief that, you know, he's going to saddle up and go.
Let's talk about the Undertaker. You mentioned he had a foot injury. Meltzer would call it an ankle injury. He says it was a cracked ankle, which he thinks resulted in some bone chips, and it was all from an angle that was shot on location for the June 16th taping in Austin, Texas. Now you may remember this is where he was at Paul Bear's house, tearing it up. And that's before it airs on June 22nd. There wasn't a noticeable spot on camera where he was injured, but ironically during this angle, Paul Bear also suffers an ankle injury, which Meltzer freestyles is when the Undertaker was throwing furniture around, something landed on his leg. Although of course his role is going to be more limited than Undertaker. He's still not going to appear to manage Kane on the shows for the rest of the week. And they're going to use the television beating as the storyline excuse. So when your two top dogs go down with injuries, you would think this would be cause for concern, but them being war horses, maybe not so much. I do want to mention something else that made the Observer. Westwood write, there have been some reports going around, including some fairly significant press in Japan, about the World Wrestling Federation being interested in buying the Minnesota Vikings. There has been, to the best of my knowledge, no mainstream media report on this in the United States. What we do know is that a company meeting on June 12th, McMahon told some of the higher ups that he was interested. One would think the Vikings, since they would go for a few $100 million, would be way out of McMahon's league, although McMahon could head up a group of investors. Officially, the word from Titan is only to the extent that there has been dialogue. Well, obviously everybody listening to this knows you're a big football fan, and we know that the XFL is a thing back then and will be again soon. When did you first hear the rumor about Vince trying to buy the Vikings, or did it happen? What do you remember about it? Chat me up.
Vince talked to me about that because he knew, and sometimes begrudgingly, of my love for football. You know, Vince had a good deal. I had a great deal with him in the sense that I didn't have any hobbies. He knew I needed to have a time to stick my head above water occasionally. So he would fly me and Jan, if she wanted to go, to the OU games when we were living in Connecticut. So I would go to OU games on Vince's dime, fly first class, took great care of me. I'm very appreciative of that. So he knew I was a football mark, for lack of a better term. And so he talked to me about it, and not to give my blessing or just the general, because he had not kept up with football. But I don't think it ever got past the talking stage, Conrad. I don't think it ever got no major meetings with the Vikings, or, he may have had a casual meeting with some investors or something. But I think bottom line is that it was just a talking thing. They were on sale. They were on sale. They were for sale. And but he I don't know the seriousness of it. Long shot at best, but there was dialogue.
Isn't it amazing too to think, what if though? And I know that's a weird game to play sometimes, but if he had bought the Vikings, odds are pretty good the XFL would have never existed, right?
Exactly. Yeah, I can't see that happening.
It's fascinating to me. Well, let's talk about the show. Let's get into King of the Ring 1998. You watched it this week for the first time. Is this the first time you've seen it since it happened?
All the way through. Yes, absolutely.
I'm sure a lot of people are watching it this week for the very first time. This is going to set a record for Pittsburgh, as we mentioned earlier. And you guys have been there a lot. SummerSlam 95, which is a rematch from the ladder match at WrestleMania 10. The NWA actually held a record for many years with the Great American Bash in 87, which is pretty amazing because it's always, at least to me, been a more historical WWF city. Let's get into the first match. It's the Headbangers teaming up with Taka Michinoku to take on Dick to Go, Men's Te'o, and Funaki. It's an unannounced match. Feels a little thrown together based on, they didn't really promote it too much, but they got 2.25 stars in the Observer, and lots of interesting characters here. It does feel like the Headbangers are maybe a little out of place, but what'd you think of the match watching it this week for the first time in a long time?
Good opener. I thought. A lot of action, good spots, and a feel good finish. Good opener in that respect for that era. The Contact kids did a good job. It's good to see Taka back doing things with New Japan. He's still around, but he was a hell of a little hand. He's part of the star of that group, in my opinion. But Funaki, who now lives in San Antonio, mentioned that earlier. He stayed in the States, so I'm assuming he's a citizen by now. I'm not real sure, but that Men's Te'o was a good hand. He kind of disappeared, I believe. And Dick to Go, Mr. Barnett's favorite carryout. Oh my God, I love the Dick to Go. He was a good hand too. So I think Funaki and Taka were the 2 stars of that quartet. And but it was a good opener. Did everything he needed to do. Get the people up, get them to react, and get them a little invested in the match, because the match was not star laden, but it was talent laden. All those guys could work, and they did a nice job for the opener.
We haven't talked much about the Headbangers. I gotta admit, I kind of dug the Headbangers. I thought they had good matches and were maybe underrated a little bit. Mm-hmm. Whose idea was the Headbangers? Is that a Russo gimmick?
I think it was actually Jim Cornette's idea.
Really?
I think Cornette created the Headbangers. If I recall correctly, I could be corrected, but yeah, they did a good job. They're good guys, and they worked hard. Glenn Ruth, Chaz Warrington, reliable. I've talked about reliability. They always are on time. They're always at work. They're always working hard. They should have probably got a little bit more of a push than they did, just as a straight tag team. But they were good guys, and they probably don't get the credit they deserve as a tag team in WWE. And they meshed very well with those 4 Japanese fellas. And they ended up, like I said, they had a nice opener. But they're a good team. They were a good team. And probably looking back at it, hindsight, there could have been more mileage achieved with them if they had been given the ball a little bit more prominently, but that didn't happen.
Talk to me a little bit about gimmicks. Do you think that those guys, had they been given a different gimmick, may have had I guess what I'm trying to get to is, did the headbanger gimmick limit their upside? Because it does feel like you never hear anybody say anything bad about either one of the guys. As you said, reliable, good worker, things like that. Were they a victim of a gimmick that just sort of pigeonholed them into, well, that's where they are?
Perhaps. Bad answer for you, but perhaps. Many didn't have a problem with it, and I certainly did not. I think the main thing that some older school guys, even older than me, that were on the staff, couldn't understand how a talent in wrestling, how a male wrestler could get over wearing a skirt. So silly as that, but it could have hampered them a little bit. I liked their gimmick. I liked it. It fit their lifestyle. It was current with the times.
Isn't that weird though?
Metal
that guys
stuff
would think that, this is a world where Roddy Piper exists. I mean,
I know. Makes no sense, but they weren't Roddy Piper.
Right.
So, but yeah, it could have been that. It could have been some of that, Conrad, without a doubt. But personally, for me, I liked the gimmick. I had no issues with it whatsoever. I thought they played it off well, but we could have done a better job of positioning them to where they didn't come off, and taking consideration that their gimmick needed some explanation. They could have probably got over a whole lot more if there'd been a nice string of vignettes done to explain what a headbanger is. Some bitch in Muskogee or Dothan might not know.
Right.
So I don't think we did a good job of explaining that to them.
All right, let's get to the next match here. We've got, well, before we get to the next match, we should talk about the fact that Sable came out looking, as Ric Flair would say, as only she can look. Meltzer. Yeah, it was hard. It was like a sore Peter. That was hard to beat. Meltzer would write, before the next match, Sable walked to the ring without tipping over, which I don't know why, but Meltzer really took a lot of shots at Sable back then. And she introduces Vince McMahon, who of course comes out with his stooges, who are going to become big characters on the show, Pat Patterson and Gerald Briscoe. As Sable goes to leave, Pat pats her on the ass, and Sable turns around and slaps Patterson. And you make a remark about him being in a place he's never been in before, or something like that. And then McMahon does an interview, and he talks about how Kane was going to win the title. And at ringside, wearing an Austin 316 shirt, was heavyweight boxer Michael Moore, cheering McMahon, apparently not realizing what was going on. But you don't really acknowledge Michael Moore being in the crowd. McMahon, though, is going to be criticized by Meltzer. He would say, McMahon did easily the worst interview since he's been playing this role, as he came off like a green independent manager, insulting the fans, and went on far too long trying to get the cheap heat. And when the show was over, it was clear, due to injuries of Undertaker and Austin, that they were adding matches and segments to kill time, as the show ended about 10 minutes early, even after adding 2 new matches. And they showed more replays of Patterson being slapped by Sable. Is this accurate, that you guys were just trying to kill time because you knew 2 of your dogs were down and you were going to have to make up some time somewhere?
Yeah. The show was short. The show was formatted, and it was short on time. No matter if we added or not added, it was short on time. So, and the other thing is that we weren't sure how long Steve could work in the main event because of his staph infection. Had no idea. And of course, you got Taker's situation. We got him in a Hell in a Cell match with a bad foot, ankle, whatever. So, but the show overall was underwritten in that regard. So a couple of matches were added, and they weren't like they were just bullshit matches. They were good matches. So, the matches that were added were solid matches, but the show was underwritten, and we had to cover our bets a little bit, hedge our bets with Steve and Taker both being banged up. So that's where that was. I think Vince's promo, I listened to it again, like I said, yesterday and today. He might have tried too hard to get personal with the audience. It might have been that he was trying too hard to generate some heat, which he felt like was needed, and I can't disagree with that. You can't get too much heat as a rule. Can, but very rarely. and he was being a villain. But I think he might have tried too hard on that one. And there's where he could have had a filter and said, Vince, I don't think you need to say this, or you already made that point twice, or whatever. I don't know if it was his worst interview. It's all subjective anyway, and Meltzer's got his own opinions, and he has a right to them. I wasn't turned off after going back and hearing it again the last couple of days by any stretch. What I suggest folks do when they hear our show, go watch it. Right. You make the call. You make the call. That's easy. And you got an opinion too. And your opinion, folks, is just as valid as Conrad's or mine, and even Dave Meltzer.
That's fair to say. You know, I think a lot of times people get caught up on, you know, what they read or what they hear, and that becomes the gospel. But so much of this is just sort of your opinion, right?
Yeah, that's all. It's a take. It's a take. If you and I are driving down the road and somebody's riding with us, or we got a driver in a Uber and we're drinking. Hey, what, you boys football fans? Yep, we sure are. Who's the best college football program in America? They'll say it's, well, that'd be Alabama, Oklahoma. Well, you know, it's some team ends with a vowel.
Right.
We can say that. We'd agree on that, but it's an opinion.
Right.
But that's kind of what Meltzer does for a living. He provides a seasoned expert opinion, a take on the business. So, but I wasn't offended by the interview whatsoever, because the thing with Patterson, Briscoe's animation, being animated, it was always entertaining as hell to me. And then when Pat hit Sable on the backside, let me tell you something. I did hear before the show that she was instructed because she didn't know how to work. She didn't know how to throw a punch.
Right.
She didn't know how to do a slap. So she slapped the ever-loving shit out of Patterson, and it popped. And so, and to me, of course, Misery Loves Company. I also like America's Funniest Videos to watch fat women slip on ice, but that's me. I'm sadistic. I thought it was just hilarious. So I think that little interaction with Patterson and Sable on the exit, if anything, if you thought the interview was bad with Vince, that kind of salvaged that segment a little bit to me.
No, I wouldn't disagree. I think that's what people remember. But what you may remember most about this show is I believe this is the show where Pat found out that his longtime partner, Louie, passed away from a heart attack. And Louie was a staple with the company for a long time. And obviously, being Pat's partner, you were probably pretty familiar and friendly with Louie. What can you tell us about Louie, and then how you guys got this unfortunate news?
I actually think Louie passed away just a few days before this, Conrad, I believe, because I want to say it seems like we were in Maryland, at one of the little towns in Maryland doing TV. But nonetheless, you're right about the basic timeline. Louie was a barber, hairstylist, but he had a real successful barber shop in San Francisco. And he and Pat lived in San Francisco Pat worked that territory for Roy Shire for, well over a decade, probably 15 years. But Louie because he was Pat's significant other, Louie had a great mind for wrestling. Louie was a sharp guy, and he understood the business. He understood all the little nuances because Pat would share that with him. And then of course the phone would ring, and I remember it's always some agent calling. We'd be sitting around having a drink or eating. I was there at their house at least 1 or 2 days a week. When Jan flew, she was based out of Philadelphia, so she would take a train from Connecticut down to Philly and catch her flight to go to work. And then same deal. She'd come back to Philly, then take the flight home train home to Connecticut. But I was there. I was like a permanent America's guest. And Bruce, our other podcast partner, Bruce was there a lot, but Bruce was married and he's home like a husband should be more often than not. And I was not. I was married, but my wife was gone. So I really enjoyed being around Louie. Great cook. He made this great chimichurri sauce for the stuff, great spaghetti sauce. And I remember Jan loved their dog, Buddy. They had a big old kind of a mixed breed, like a German Shepherd and something else, big dog. And Buddy loved Jan, and Jan loved Buddy. And they didn't want Buddy eating treats, but she would bring these little treats over for Buddy every time she came over. And Pat would grumble and bitch and moan, and Louie would just kind of tolerate it, because Buddy was like their son. So I'm not being facetious either. People that got pets they love understand that.
Sure.
But Louie was a good man. But Louie loved to give you his philosophy of things, life, all kinds of stuff. I remember sitting around when I got hired. I didn't have a specific stuff to do, and I was really getting bored. And he said, "Well, you just need to chill because sooner than later, with your skill set," he said, "I can tell you, Vince already likes you. You're going to be really, really busy much sooner than later." And lo and behold, he was exactly right.
Yes, you were. In the King of the Ring semifinale, we've got Ken Shamrock and Jeff Jarrett. They go 5 minutes and 29 seconds. It gets 1 star in the Observer. Meltzer would say the crowd wasn't into this match at all. The two didn't miss any moves, so there was nothing wrong with the match, but they didn't have time to build and they had no heat going in. Shamrock nearly killed himself when he did a running Hurricane Rana and in turning over appeared to hit his head on the mat and then clamped on the ankle lock for the submission. Not the best match. And, this is an interesting time for Jeff Jarrett because it feels like he's got a big presentation. He's got a manager. He's, got a catchphrase. He's got pyro. But for whatever reason, it's not connecting with the audience. What do you remember about this match and what'd you think?
I've always believed that if two talents are over, that if you're restricted on time, you can still, I don't want to say salvage a good match. You can tell a good story if you're both over. If you got something going for you when the bell rings to start your contest. And Kenny was upwardly going up, but Double J had not gotten quote unquote over at that time. So there was not a great interest in that situation. His presentation, I think he had Colonel Parker with him at that time. I don't know what name I can't remember what name he used, but nonetheless, he was a talented son of a gun, and a hell of a hand in his day.
Tennessee Lee, I believe is what he called himself.
Yeah. There you go. Something stereotypical Southern horse shit.
Sure.
So that's the mentality there sometimes, but that's like Vince wanted me to wear those jackets that Porter Wagner used to wear on a TV show that had those wagon wheels on it and rhinestones and all that shit.
Yeah.
That was proposed to me one time. I said, I'll wear the hat all you want. I got to liking the hat eventually, but I said, I ain't going to, come on. I had no credibility, Vince. I look like a fucking clown. I want to get these guys over. We need to get Talon over. We're not drawing any money.
Right.
So he backed off that idea, but I don't think that the audience ever accepted that combination in a serious way. It's not an indictment on either guy. It just didn't click at that point in time. Now, Jeff finally got over when he started affiliating with Road Dogg, and Road Dogg was the star of that combination because he had more charisma than Jeff did. Great talker, the roadie. It was great. And Brian's been still contributing there all this time. So they weren't over. So if you got two talents that are not over, it wouldn't make a shit, Conrad, contrary to what Meltzer might say, if they had 15 minutes.
Right.
They still ain't going to get up. They're not going to get the people emotionally invested because they're trying to get over and they're not. So that's kind of where we were there. I didn't think the match sucked. It wasn't a great match. And because, again, it shows that the crowd can have such a predominant influence on our perception of a performance. And, they worked, like Meltzer said, they didn't miss any moves.
Right.
It's just nobody cared. I didn't think also maybe, I've thought of this before too. I'm not so sure that people really thought Jeff could beat Shamrock.
Right.
And that probably had a little bit to play into it too.
Yeah. I mean, when you've positioned him to be the, America's badass, the world's most dangerous man, it's hard to imagine that the fake ass country singer is going to beat him up.
Correct.
In the other semifinale, we've got Rocky Maivia getting a win over Dan Severn here in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. Meltzer hated it. He gave it a -0.5 star. He called it awful. Said it also had no heat. What do you think? This is not the best match for either guy, but this match sort of sums up Dan Severn's WWF career. He had, some success on the independents. And of course he was with you guys for a little while, but for whatever reason, it never really clicked. And it felt like it didn't really click in this match either.
No, you're right. Meltzer didn't like Dan Severn taking a pinfall loss because it was going to hurt him in Japan. And I really appreciate Dave's loyalty, his dedication, his fandom of all things Japan, and has been that way for years. I've learned a lot about Japanese wrestling from Dave, but the world doesn't start or end in Japan, nor does it start or end here in America. But sometimes I think that Japanese stuff is given more credence, more weight than maybe it deserves. Not sure. This is my opinion. I like it. I enjoy doing their matches, but I think sometimes Dave's a little bit biased as it relates to the Japanese thing. Dan Severn was a guy that I hired, and I'm proud that I hired him. I just saw him at StarCast in Vegas.
Yep.
He's a class act, Conrad. He's a class act. I don't know how your dealings was with him in Vegas.
Phenomenal.
He's educated, grounded, level-headed, amazing amateur background. And we all knew, we'd watched, we were a lot of MMA fans, including myself, and this knew that Kenny, Shamrock, and Dan were 1-1 against each other. It just seemed to be too predictable that they would meet in the finals. Plus, I don't think that any of us were overly confident that they had the chemistry to perform a worked pro wrestling match to any large degree to be the king of the ring. It just didn't feel right. And I think that, you got to understand too, that there was all kinds of, Shamrock was way outnumbered out there. D'Lo Brown comes in with that silly gimmick I gave him about the chest protector and he did the Big Frog Splash. He had all the nation guys in and out and around. And by the way, he did the honors for The Rock. So, and of course, he wasn't The Rock then. He was Rocky Maivia, but the same guy.
Right.
So I don't think it, and Meltzer thought that, well, this really ruined his career internationally. Danny Severn, to my knowledge, has still been booked since then. A lot.
A lot, yeah.
So apparently it didn't ruin his career, as was written there, but that's kind of what we went with. And we knew what we wanted in the finals. Anytime you see a tournament book, folks, the way pro wrestling tournaments are booked, you go to the finals, and you might even say you go to the winner. Who do you want to win the tournament? And then how do you work it backwards? You work it all the way back to the very first match of the tournament. And we wanted Shamrock and The Rock to be in the finals. They had a little issue on TV that has some history, and they had good chemistry. They like working with each other. Kenny had no issue selling for The Rock because, he admired The Rock's athleticism, et cetera, et cetera. And, of course, The Rock had no fear of nothing, and he could make anybody look good more often than not. So we knew that was our final. And unfortunately, Kenny didn't have a place in that, but he's a class act. Kenny never had the overwhelming television charisma that the audience demands more often than not. But boy, as a human being, we never had a guy in our locker room that was a better human being than Dan Severn.
Let's go to the next match. I guess we should mention that Shamrock had to beat Mark Henry and Kama to get here. Jeff Jarrett had to beat Farouk and Mark Mero to get here. The Rock had to beat Vader and Triple H to get here. Severn had to beat D'Lo and Owen Hart to get here. So that's sort of the background of how we got here. I do want to mention that Dan Severn did an interview on the internet around this time, and when he was asked if there was more than a professional rivalry between himself and Ken Shamrock, he said something like, he doesn't like anyone who isn't natural. And he went on to say, let's just say he doesn't get his body by just working out. But then again, most of the bigger guys in wrestling didn't. And when he brought up about Shamrock admitting to doing things in the past, Severn said something like, I don't know if it's so much in the past. So he's sort of tongue in cheek saying, hey, he's on steroids, guys. Does that make its way to the office? What do you guys think about Severn doing an interview like that?
Well, it wasn't advised to talk about the steroid situation concerning the legacy of steroids in the WWF back in the day. But he expressed his opinion, and we thought, well, it's probably just going to add more fuel to the fire when they do finally work, because that was the plan coming in when we hired. When we got them both hired. We had definite talk about doing a Severn and Shamrock program. but just not in the finals of the King of the Ring.
Right.
So, but no, Danny's very outspoken, but Danny's honest. He wasn't trying to stir the shit as much as he was answering a question and gave an honest answer as he saw it. So at that point, you hope that, well, maybe they'll add a little log to that fire. And if we finally get to Shamrock and Severn, people want to see it.
I know this sounds crazy, but you worked in talent relations for a long time. So I've got to ask, did you guys ever have some sort of coaching with a PR person or yourself or anything like that about, okay, guys, if you're doing an interview and something like this comes up, here's a couple of key phrases or go-to statements you can slide to so you don't put yourself or the company in a bad position?
Honestly, no. I'm sure they do today, I would think. We didn't have the size staff that the talent relations department has now and all the players involved, performance center, et cetera, et cetera. We didn't have that big a staff, so we didn't have the bodies to go around. And I'm thinking it's a great idea, but we saw something. The internet was not nearly as prominent as it is now, obviously.
Yeah.
Gosh. So we didn't have any official meetings about it. You just hope the guys would use their common sense and their logic when they did an interview. And a lot of times the interviews we set up, with a newspaper in the local market, whatever. But we didn't have that many problems with it. And quite frankly, other than mentioning the steroid issue, which you can't really run from, you just don't want to bring it back up.
Right.
You can't sweep it under the rug. Let's just not bring it up as a topic of conversation. But I don't remember talking to. I remember talking to Dan, and he just was a matter of fact with it. He wasn't like, well, Kenny, I don't like Kenny. Never that.
Right.
He just was a matter of fact and answering the question, and so it's kind of hard to get pissed off at him when he's probably telling the truth.
Let's get to the next match here. We've got Brian Christopher teaming up with Scott Taylor. Of course, we know what that's going to become one day, and they're going to take on Al Snow and Head. That's right. That's real here. The stipulations are if Snow and Head lose, then Snow has to leave the WWF. And, this is really the first time we see, Christopher and Taylor on national TV like this. Of course, we know they're going to go on to be Too Cool. What'd you think of their first outing like this? And, most importantly, what'd you think of the finish? And let me mention that Lawler's involved here, and Head is an active participant. The mannequin Head was Al Snow's tag team partner. It is. And they find a way. I know what you're thinking. Well, that's fucking ridiculous. How can you pin a Head? Well, they thought of that. Brian Christopher gets a bottle of Head and Shoulders shampoo. Probably the Head had dandruff. I don't know. And he puts Head on top of the bottle and then covers the shoulders of Head and Shoulders, the bottle of shampoo, and Lawler counts 3 because, inanimate objects can't kick out. Negative 2 stars. And you even acknowledge in commentary that this is a travesty to have this on television, which is probably the first time you've just outright admitted, boy, this sucks. What do you think?
I thought it sucked. And, wrestling fans are smarter than some of the administration and every company that I work for are given credit for being. Omnipotent bookers sometimes look down at the wrestling audience like they're peons, pissants, or whatever, and they don't have any brains. That infuriates me to have that dialogue with somebody. It was an embarrassment. It was a lousy, creative idea, and sometimes Vince's deal that he would save face or try to save face for his writers, not emasculate them, because I had a problem with that sometimes. It was it was a let me up segment. Oh, the show's too heavy. Heavy meaning dramatic, whatever. So it was a let me up segment, a little comic relief. I understand that concept, and I don't disagree with the concept. It was just crappy entertainment. And it just was ill-conceived, and I basically said as much on the air, which I don't think I got any Christmas gifts that year from the writing staff.
I mean, it sucked. It's one of the worst things you've called. I guess we should
horrible.
mention, though, that Al Snow came up with the head gimmick while he's in ECW. And a few months prior to this, it was one of the hotter things. Even a month prior to this, in May, he headlined an ECW pay-per-view. I think it was called WrestlePalooza against Shane Douglas. I think that one was in Marietta. He gets over in a major way with this gimmick, and now he's on TV here, and well, he's not in the main event against the world champion. He's against Brian Christopher and Scott Taylor, and his head is his tag team partner, and they put it with Shampoo. Chat me up. Why did WWE take something that was hot in ECW and essentially shit on it?
Boy, I wish I could give you a really insightful, intuitive answer. The WWE has had an issue over the years of being somewhat resistant in accepting proven gimmicks, proven personas that were developed elsewhere, and they change them when they come to WWE. And I don't understand why. You're always going to own the talent's name while they're under contract. That you got that. They signed that away. But then when you go and start changing the names, that means you can't use that name when you leave, that you got all this exposure on. So I don't know the answer to that. To me, is it ego? Could be ego. Is it insecurity? Are there legal ramifications on that stuff? There might be on the name, but not on a presentation. The head thing got over. Al Snow created head, the mannequin head, the head, the inference to fellatio. That's what it was, right?
Yeah, it is. It's just, you're the voice of our childhood and you just dropped fellatio on us. I'm going to laugh. Sorry.
It's all right. I can't spell it, but I know what it means. So it got over. And so, yeah, why don't use it? But then we, meaning myself and other people that were there at the time, we aren't happy with that on its own. We got to change it. Why do we have to change it? I don't know the answer to that. It doesn't make any sense to change it. That's like Kurt Hennig's son has never been able to use the word Hennig. What you let the Flair on TV, right? You got other second generation guys, but Hennig doesn't make it, which makes no sense. So there's a selective process, is my point in saying this. And I don't know what the answer is. It just seems to be misguided thoughts, and it almost reeks of insecurity to me. But Al got the gimmick over. They sold merchandise, and of course, in that defiant 18 to 34, 18 to 49 male demographic, if you can talk about head in a public environment and not get slapped or arrested, it seems like it's pretty cool for them. And that's what it was.
Talk to me a little bit about that. We're talking about the differences, and what this guy's allowed to do versus that guy's allowed to do. I feel like we're tiptoeing a little bit. Is this all Vince or is this someone else?
No, it's Vince. That's Vince. He may say he's just uncomfortable with something and give that challenge to the creative staff or the agents or whatever to get an idea. But the beginning of that conversation and that action starts and ends with him. So for whatever reason, it's like he used to say, you can't be half pregnant. You either got to go all the way with it or not. He said that to me a zillion times, seemingly, a bunch. But on this deal, I don't understand. It's selective. It's really selective. And it just amazes me. It still amazes me. At names that are changed. Yet talent's coming to WWE now that had great names internationally. Finn Balor, new name. Why? Well, we want to own it. Okay. So, but the thing that people forget is that if you come with another name in WWE and you sign a contract, while you are under contract with the company, the WWE controls the right to that name, whether it be your real name or not, because you're under contract. They manage that name. They manage that intellectual property. So there was always protection there. But again, so it may not be all legal. It just may be egocentric and that nothing exists outside the umbrella of WWE, which, as they are proving now, that's, and AEW is proving that, and Ring of Honor and all these other places, that ain't true anymore. There are other games in town, whether people want to admit it in WWE or not. They're just, and fans like that. Give them a choice. But I thought Al got shortchanged in that deal. And as I said before in another show, Al's a very fundamentally sound guy. He became one of our best coaches. He's doing a great job right now in OVW in Louisville, where he owns that company now. Bought it from Danny Davis. So Al had a lot of skills, and I think we cut short the head thing. And nobody likes to get cut short in the middle of the head. It never works.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's get to the next match. That's X-Pac and Owen Hart. X-Pac gets the win in 8.5 minutes. Mark Henry does a little interference. He's going to come out and splash X-Pac. Of course, X-Pac and Owen Hart are both part of the Nation of Domination. China starts arguing with Henry. Eventually Vader comes out, does the big body block on Henry. And then Vader takes a tumble himself doing it. While it's going on, China gets in the ring, gives Owen a DDT. The ref turns around. X-Pac gets the pin. 2.5 stars. Meltzer liked it, said the wrestling was good, but he said the match had no heat. He felt like the crowd was not really into this one. What'd you think of the match? You haven't seen this one in a long time. It's a rematch, believe it or not, from King of the Ring 94. Back then, Owen beat the 1-2-3 Kid on his way to winning the tournament. And their brief feud is going to end after this match here. 2 all-time greats in the ring, bell to bell. But the match was, I don't know, maybe a little disappointing. Was it overbooked or what was your opinion?
Well, it was added on late. There was no build to it. It's hard to go back to a 94 return, a match that was returned for 94 and 98.
Right.
This didn't work unless you're Frazier Ali. It don't work. But both those guys, Owen and Sean Waltman, X-Pac, 1-2-3 Kid, whatever. Two of my favorite workers, 2 of my favorite guys. I love both those guys. Sean's got his podcast going. He's straightened up his life and he's doing well. I'm proud of him. I love him, but nobody came to see that match. He had no advertising, had no promotion, had no advance, nothing. It just dropped out of thin air. And here it is, because again, the show was a little bit underwritten. We had injury issues. We needed the time. And there's anybody that should not have any problem saying that, well, under normal circumstances, the match between Sean Waltman and Owen Hart would have been anything but excellent, unless it's cold and there's no story and it's not featured. The match, this show was about 3 things. It was about the new King of the Ring. Number 2 is about the Hell in a Cell. And number 3 is about the First Blood. And I'm not so sure that when it's all said and done that the number 1 and number 2 didn't trade places, because the Hell in a Cell became, immortal in that respect. Sorry, Hulk.
Yeah, this is a bit of a 1-match show, but we're not there yet. Let's keep it going. An unannounced match again. The New Age Outlaws are going to get a win over the Midnight Express to retain the tag titles, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. The Midnight Express here, this is the new Midnight Express. You may remember that this is, maybe not the best idea they've ever had. But they are acknowledged as being the NWA Tag Team Champions, even though the NWA gimmick had at this point not been acknowledged. But they do acknowledge that Billy and Bart were former wrestling brothers. So, of course, Billy Gunn, part of the New Age Outlaws, Bart Gunn, now part of the Midnight Express with Bob Holly. Jim Cornette here is involved, and you and I have never really talked about this, but I know he's a huge Midnight Express fan, being part of that legendary trio. He had to be a big NWA fan, but God, this sucked. And when did Cornette know it sucked? Was he for it until it happened and then he wasn't for it? What do you remember about the new Midnight Express? I don't know when we'll talk about him again.
Yeah. Cold match again. It wasn't the Midnight Express.
Right.
It was Bob Holly and Bart Gunn. and so for us to saddle two guys who are both tough, fundamentally sound dudes. I mean, two son of bitches that if you come hell or high water, they're going to be at work. A lot of respect for Bart Gunn and for Bob Holly. But my goodness, it's just none of those things ever work. I've used this illustration before. Old school wrestling fans remember Sifi Afi as a Samoan guy. I think it might have been a fake Samoan. Hell, I don't know. But he was going to be the next Jimmy Snuka. So the only thing worse than if you got somebody named, instead of Jimmy Snuka, you got somebody named, Mini Snuka or whatever. It's a ripoff. It never gets over. So the new Midnight Express was going to shit the bed. Cornette knew it was going to shit the bed. It wasn't Dennis and Bobby. It wasn't Bobby Eaton and Stan Lane. The only commonality of that whole deal is you had Cornette and his tennis racket there. That's it, and the name.
Right.
So nobody took it seriously. It was added to the card, and the Midnight had we didn't do them any favors. So, because I'm not going to say, well, they weren't either one good workers. They were both excellent workers. But again, there were no vignettes. There was no introduction. There was no anticipation, no nothing. So how could anybody expect that match to be really good with no story? It's not going to happen. I was not surprised, Conrad, that the match didn't get over, because my question to you, and I'll answer this question: how could it?
Right. The thing that you mentioned sort of at the top of the show is that the company is enjoying all this great success because the talent feels comfortable with this open door policy with Vince. Clearly, Bart Gunn and Bob Holly don't necessarily fit into that category where they're speaking up, but Jim Cornette could have. Jim Cornette used to book at the house on a regular basis. So why does Cornette raise his hand and say, God damn, this sucks and we shouldn't do it this way. And if we're going to, we've got to pass the torch. We've got to tell a story. We've got to have vignettes. Or at this point, is Cornette just fucking burnt out and ready to do his job and collect the check, go home?
No, I don't think he's ever been that way. The latter. I think that he did raise his hand. I think he did make some, discuss it, but it's the old deal where, I'm thinking Russo probably had a good rapport. Bob Holly and Bart Gunn. He sees those guys. Can we recreate something that had a good name identity? It just was never going to work in that regard. But a lot of guys, and I probably was in that group too, you give the benefit of the doubt to two guys that deserve the opportunity to get a push and to get promoted. So I was always for that. So if you could repackage Bart and Bob Holly, then I'm all for that. But why in the goddamn hell did we have to give them the name the Midnight Express?
Right.
It made no sense. So I'm sure Corny is not bashful about expressing himself. I think that's things like that may have been part of the cause that he detests Vince Russo so much nowadays. But it just ill-conceived, was never going to work. And I hate to sound like a naysayer. I know it all. I don't know it all, but give him another name.
Yeah.
How about that, Einstein? Just give him a goddamn another name. Why do they have to be the Midnight Express? Because we got Cornette. Well, then Cornette can manage them with another name. He could say, this team reminds me of my Midnight Express. They're that good. But nope, we give them the same damn name. Didn't make no sense.
So in the future, if you're keeping score at home, if you put the word new in front of it, it's not going to get over.
Nope.
Next up, we've got Shamrock in Maivia. This is the King of the Ring tournament finale. The winner is going to be your King of the Ring. And of course, we know that's Ken Shamrock. It takes him 14 minutes and 9 seconds to get the win. It's their third pay-per-view match between the two in 1998, and it's just June. The first one was Royal Rumble. Of course, the rematch was at WrestleMania, and now this one. So there's a trilogy of pay-per-view matches, and it does feel like Shamrock is poised for a big push here. Hunter Hearst Helmsley is doing commentary at ringside, and you may ask yourself why that is. Well, twofold. We're trying to keep this angle with Rocky Maivia going. Of course, they're going to square off in a ladder match at SummerSlam in a couple of months. But most importantly, he is the person who won King of the Ring 97, which we covered last year. The match was pretty good. 3.25 stars. What'd you think of the match? And then I want to talk to you a little bit about why more wasn't done with Shamrock. Yeah, I've asked Bruce this a lot. It does feel like if you're paying attention to the way the rise of Shamrock goes here, he becomes King of the Ring champion. He wins this trilogy with Rocky Maivia. They're all on pay-per-view. He seems like a bankable guy. Fans are believing him as a badass and the world's most dangerous man, but he doesn't ever really get a spot against Austin, which feels like maybe a lost opportunity. Before you comment on that and give me your 2 cents, what'd you think of this match with The Rock here in their last match of the trilogy?
I liked it. I liked the match. Very athletic, kind of unpredictable, because you really thought that the deck was so stacked against the world's most dangerous man that somehow or another he would not make it to the finish line, because Rock was a big member of the Nation of Domination and strength in numbers, et cetera, et cetera. But the goal was always to try to get Kenny over, and Rock being the heel. Now, if the roles have been reversed, I'm assuming Rock would probably gone over. But Vince was willing to try something different. There had not been a lot of babyface King of the Ring winners. Bret Hart in '93, I think, was one, obviously. But after that, there were few and far between to this point in that 5-year period. So, but I enjoyed the match, and I thought it was a good match. And, for Shamrock to win with his finish, which was an ankle lock and a submission, I thought was extremely good booking, because, we were getting to a point there where I think we could thank UFC for a lot of that, because you saw some really tough big time stars in UFC that were, getting tapped out or knocked out or TKO'd or whatever. So we found out that you could be a star and not lose your shine by losing to somebody's submission in pro wrestling, because we see it on a regular basis in UFC. So it became a little bit more, realistic. So Rock tapping to the ankle lock, I thought was a hell of a finish. It shows he does business. He's a pro, and we got that holdover. So I thought they had a nice match, and the finish was a little bit surprising, because you're thinking, well, there'll be a miscue, there'll be something, and Shamrock will grab a quick one, as they say, inside cradle, roll up, whatever. But no, he beat him with his finish, which I thought was smart and right spot on. Now, the reason that Kenny had some issues, it's funny, Conrad. I was working with you at Starcast, and which I appreciate the opportunities as always. And I was sitting there on Sunday morning with Raphael Morphy, who just went to work for AEW, by the way. Congratulations to Raphael. And Kenny was there at your show. Looked great. He's got grandchildren, but he looks phenomenal. He's still active. And he came over and we started laughing about the old days. And I had a situation where, he missed a town, and because he had partied a little heavy, and I think he had a couple of people, so they had some company, shall we say, in his room.
Sure.
And they all overslept. And I want to say, I might be wrong on this. I want to say that he was booked in El Paso. And all due respect to El Paso and their great cuisine, there ain't a lot of flights getting in and out of there from where the hell we were. He missed his flight. The next flight was not going to get in there until after the show's over, so he didn't go. And so, that was a weekend deal. So, of course, I got to bring him to the principal's office, so to speak, on Monday at Raw. And, I can't do this. I give him a little fine, reprimand. Kenny got it. Reliability, buddy. If we can't rely on you to make the damn towns, how are you going to get it? You want to push. You want to make a lot of money, right? Yeah, I deserve it. Well, the guys that deserve it go to work. And, I always had Jerry Briscoe around just so he could pull Kenny off of me, started to kill me. And then he missed another one several weeks, but in the same ballpark. So I sent somebody for him at a TV, and I remember there was a loading dock, big loading dock, which are most of the buildings, but a big loading dock. So I tell Briscoe, I said, look, I got to go out and talk to Shamrock. He ain't going to like what I got to say. If I ain't back in about 10 or 15 minutes, somebody come get me and take me to the hospital, will you? And kind of half-assed, tongue-in-cheek. But, he had a short fuse, man. He's a little unpredictable. I said, Kenny, we had this conversation. Apparently you didn't give a shit. Apparently, I don't mean nothing in your life to where you're just going to do what you want to do anyway. But that's not how it's going to work here. So here's where we are. I'm going to fine you a week's pay for missing this town. And no, you would not have made nearly this much money on the payoff of the town. But I don't know any other way to reach you. So, and I think he was making at that time maybe 250, 300K. Let's say 250 on the low end. So about $5,000 a week. I said, so I'm going to fine you your week. And I said, or we can part ways. And we can't do business this way. And I said, I've talked to Vince about it. We're very disappointed. We see great things in you. And, he apologized, he was contrite, but he still cost him $5,000. And, we laughed about that, thank God. In Las Vegas, we did a flashback when put me in the ankle lock. My fat ass wallowing around in Vegas. But we had a good chat. But he had matured. He's matured now. He's not doing guys don't understand, man. And I could tell you this from JR's point of view. I'm not the best drunk in the world. I could be a miserable bastard when I drink too much. And that's been pointed out by my late wife more than one occasion. And
no, how about this? You're just fucking mean. That's what you are.
No, I'm not. I'm not mean. I'm a lovable bastard.
Well, no, but when you're drunk, you're fucking mean.
I know. You want to? I was blaming it on my heritage. Cherokee Indian, man. You feel an Indian's firewater, and I could be. All of a sudden, I'm Vader size.
Hypothetically, though, if you've had, if you're in Las Vegas and you're drunk, for some reason, you're not mean there at all. It's weird how when you introduce a little something extra in there, you're not mean at all.
It's called a dispensary.
Yeah, there you
go. So folks, as you get on this program, you get a lot of extra stuff here, man. Tell your friends about us, will you? So anyway, Kenny got he got more responsibility. He was booked a lot. I mean, I had him booked. I mean, where we run a show, he's there. But I guess he got a little bit burned out on the road, and he had opportunities and significant offers to go back into MMA.
Right.
And in the MMA, instead of him wrestling 5 nights a week or 4 nights a week for WWE, he could fight 2-3 times a year in MMA and make good money and be home training, except for going for fight week or something. And so that's what we discussed. And, when he left, I said, the door's open. You come back anytime you want. We don't want to lose you, but you're welcome to come back. And he never made the circle never got completed, never did come back, but he ended up, good rapport with the company. But a lot of that's because he got clean and sober, because he's a different cat, man. He's just, he's threatening. I mean, he's a dangerous son of a bitch. And I got a good rapport with him now, thank God. But boy, he wanted to go back and fight. He felt like he left money on the table and he had unfinished business to do in the octagon or a cage or whatever. And so that's what happened. That's why the push kind of ceased. We had to kind of back off of it till we could figure out he's going to come to work on time regularly and not getting more, because there wasn't nothing else after after his week's pay getting fined. What's left? I'll tell you what's left. We'll terminate you.
Right.
The old Jimmy Johnson thing. I used to use it all the time, man. If I can't solve your problem, I have no choice but for us to eliminate it. That's what you give me. I got nothing. I got nothing left. So he had 2 chances: little fine, big fine. Now what's next? Next is out of here. And he didn't want that to happen. It was embarrassing, but I think he wanted to be home and fight, and so that's how that worked out. That's why the push was cut short. Well, I don't tell you, he was very, very close in becoming a megastar in WWE. Very, very close, in my opinion, of getting over in a big way. I'm talking about being at the top of the card at WrestleManias or whatever. People believed in him, as they should have, because he was damn sure real. He wasn't playing the character of somebody with a fictitious name.
Right.
They didn't believe in, and he knew what he could do, and everything he did was so damn smooth and realistic. And so he was that close, man. I'm talking that close to becoming a major star. And losing him to go back to MMA hurt us. It wasn't a good thing because we put a lot of money into him, a lot of time. So that was the deal on Kenny Shamrock, and I got all the respect in the world for him nowadays. You know, he's clean and sober. He looked great, clear-eyed. God dang, he still looks like he could whip anybody's ass in the room type thing. So big fan of Ken Shamrock, but we had to grow together, and we did.
So the next match is why we're really here. It's Undertaker and Mankind in a Hell in a Cell. You've got to go back to 1997 and you see the Undertaker take on Shawn Michaels in the very first Hell in a Cell match, October of 97. It really changed cage matches. Just a phenomenal match. It was a 5-star match in the Wrestling Observer, and everyone who saw it would agree. Just one of the absolute greatest matches of all time. And in that match, we saw Shawn Michaels about halfway down the cage take a bump through the announce table. And now the stakes have been raised. So we've got another Hell in a Cell, and Mick Foley is going to take it to a level that maybe it should have never been taken to. And we'll talk about it today, but nobody listening to this has not seen this match. One of the most famous matches in wrestling history, not just WWF or WWE history, but all of wrestling history. It goes 16 minutes. It's unbelievable. Most people remember when the Undertaker threw Mick off the cage. You said, good God Almighty, that killed him. As God is my witness, he's broken in half. And we've talked about that for years. You continued with this great commentary, and some people have said that the wrestlers play the music and the announcers provide the lyrics. And your lyrics here when he's getting off the stretcher are, how in the hell is he standing? And after he gets off the stretcher, some minutes after being thrown off the cell, look at this. He's got a smile on his face, for God's sake. Are you kidding me? He wants to go back up. After he's choke slammed through the roof of the cell, will somebody stop the damn match? After he's choke slammed again, enough's enough. The poor son of a bitch, he's broken in half. After he goes through the thumbtacks for the first time, good God, he looks like a human pincushion. I mean, this match is just one of wrestling folklore forever. And Mick Foley would write in his book, he had been tentatively scheduled to face Stone Cold at King of the Ring in a special Hell in a Cell match. Unfortunately, as I learned with the aid of a phone call, the feeling was that Foley Austin 3 wouldn't. Vince Russo broke the news, and as he did, I could feel my heart sink. I knew that Mankind wasn't over, but I was hoping that the office wouldn't catch on to the current apathy for a while. And Russo's comments made me realize they had. Quote, Cactus, we're just concerned that the audience won't buy another match with you and Steve. So I'm definitely out of the cell match, I said, with a whole lot of sadness in my voice. No, an excited Russo corrected me. You're still in the cell. It's just that it'll be you in there with the Undertaker. Now Austin will wrestle Kane for the title. Mick says he was overjoyed, but minutes after hanging up, he started to feel as if being in the cell was certain failure. I'm screwed, I thought. I suck inside a cage. Undertaker has a broken foot. No one cares about me. And besides, was the world really calling out for a 6th Undertaker Mankind pay-per-view encounter? At that point, I had no idea that it would become the most talked about match of my career. Before we move on with what Mick wrote, do you think that the match would have looked totally different had you went with the original creative of Mankind and Austin in a cage? Or do you think Mankind would have still, or Foley would have still kind of came around to this idea?
Oh, I can't, after seeing it, calling it and being there, reliving it, last year was the 20th anniversary of that match. So there was a lot of hubbub, a lot of scuttle talk, whatever you want to say. I can't see anybody else doing it. Taker and Mick on that night made magic. All the stars, the cliche, aligned, no doubt. Those two guys were always had good chemistry. One of the reasons, I've told you this before, Conrad, I use the old analogy of when the Lakers had Kareem Abdul-Jabbar playing on the low post for the Lakers. And if you're going to try to win the West in the NBA, you better be able to defend the low post and have a defensive mind, an Artis Gilmore type guy, somebody that could defend Kareem. Well, we had a 7-foot baby face that was over, but we were running out of viable opponents that could actually pose a somewhat realistic and viable threat. in the pro wrestling vernacular, in the ring and so forth. I can't see it being anybody else. I really can't. And the way that the Austin Kane match went with the Wild West show and all the blood and all the violence, and no cage was I thought extremely well done for what they had to follow. Austin and Kane, with Austin having that staph infection and being weak as a cat, as Richard Bowden would say, the old TV announcer at Shreveport in the Mid-South days, I felt like a plate full of piss. That's weak. A plate full of piss. I use that occasionally. Jim Cornette reminded me of that the other day, and we did a little promotion together. But it would not have been good. It's good. So I can't see it changing. I like what happened, and even though I don't condone how it came about with the injuries and so forth, but man, I can't. It'd be sacrilegious in a wrestling sense to even think of anybody else in that Hell in a Cell match in June of 1998, other than The Undertaker and Mick Foley. Just wouldn't work for me.
Let's keep it going. He says before the match, he sits down with Terry Funk, believe it or not, at Titan Towers, and has the video department get him the tape of Undertaker Michaels from Hell in a Cell 1, the October 97 match. And he says,
which, by the way, Conrad, excuse me, that was one hell of a match. Shawn and Taker in the Hell in a Cell. That match had a major part of the audience understanding that Shawn Michaels was not only a great flyer, high spot guy, the Hurricane Ranas, the drop kicks, the super kicks, stuff off the top, blah, 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 that a lot of smaller baby faces utilized, resourcefulness, et cetera, et cetera. But man, he proved how tough he was, because in our commentary, I think that came out very well in that show. And I didn't even mention that. Shawn Michaels proved to the world that he was not just sizzle. There was a lot of stake in his game. And that match with Taker in that Hell in a Cell was a major part of that transformation and evolution of Shawn Michaels' in-ring persona. He was no longer just a technique guy. He was a tough son of a bitch. And he proved that in that match. Great. If folks have not seen that match, it's worth your time, because they really, two of the greats of all time, two Hall of Fame guys, two people that we'll always talk about in wrestling. They had one of their best nights together at that event. Now back to, I diverted there, but the point being is that Foley and Taker had big shoes to fill, especially Mick. Mick had to play the role of Shawn Michaels. Now you do the math.
Yeah, that's tough. And Foley realized that. He says when they finished watching it, he and Funk, they go several minutes not saying a word. And then finally Terry speaks up and sort of mumbles, "Cactus, that one's going to be hard to beat." I know. Plus I'm 100 pounds heavier than Shawn. I just can't do some of the things in that cage that he can. And then they sat in silence for a couple of minutes, and then he broke the silence. "What do you think I should do?" And he's asking this of his friend, his mentor, and his hero, Terry Funk. And Mick would write, his answer would help make me professionally and damn near break me physically. Quote, "I think you ought to start the match on top of the cage." And Foley would say, "You would think I would know better than to listen to Terry Funk." And we continued to talk on the way to the show, but it was mostly joking around. "Goddamn, Cac," the Funker said, laughing. "Maybe you should just let him throw you off the top of the cage." "Yeah," I shot back. "Then I could climb back up and he could throw me off again."
Man. Well, God damn it. That's not what I meant, Jack. Let him throw you off one time, for God's sakes.
So they're just sort of goofing around. And then he quietly says to Terry, "I think I can do it." And he says he had told the Undertaker about a week out from the match that he was planning on starting the match on top of the cage, but Undertaker didn't seem real positive about that idea. And then he said, "I had to tell him. Otherwise, if he walked out and saw me standing on the top and decided not to follow, he would look like a big dummy having to climb back down." So he asked him every day for a week, and every day he would shoot it down. And then the day before the match, he asked him again, and he shook his head and asked him a question, not as the deep and dark Undertaker, but as a guy who had known him for 8 years and who over the course of some battles had developed a bond. And he said, "Jack, why are you so intent on killing yourself up there? And he answered, because I'm afraid this match is going to stink. You can't walk. And let's face it, I don't have any heat. We've got a heck of a legacy to live up to, and I don't want this match to ruin it. If we can start it out hot enough, we can make people think we had a hell of a match, even if we didn't. Taker thought it over, and then he could see him cracking, and he said, I'll think about it. And they parted ways. Now let's get to the match. But before we do, I want to ask, did you hear the rumblings that they're going to start on top and he's coming off? Because these days the guys do a walkthrough. And so everything's sort of talked about with each other and the agents. And, you know, they do this before doors open and fans can come in. Do you remember it ever being discussed ahead of time?
I thought it was just a absurd rumor and it just locker room talk, because it was unbelievable that somebody would even consider doing something like that. It was unprecedented. There was no way to do it safely. There was no way to execute that maneuver and do it safely. Now, some smart ass out there listening might say, well, they could have had they could have broken his fall with some kind of padding or whatever. Well, yeah, a lot of things could have. They could he could have been in a harness or something too. I don't know. It was silly, because you never want to put the talent in a position where it's not just simply a fact that there's no margin for error. There's going to be error. You can't do this and not hurt somebody. And the other issue is that we already had Austin with a bad elbow, bad wheels, neck. We got Taker with bone spurs, and his foot's all problematic. God dang, man, we didn't need to lose any more people. So I heard the idea, just casually discussed along these lines. Hey, Jared, hear what Mick's latest idea is? I said, I'm afraid to ask. Well, he's thinking about doing something on top, not starting. He's thinking about doing something on top of the cage. I said, so I didn't know how that was going to end or whatever. I just thought, well, I'm trying to figure out in my mind, how can he do that and not kill himself, or at least be hurt and be off work for a while, and maybe for a long while. So I just blew it off. I didn't think any more about it. I thought it's that absurd. It's not going to ever happen. So when it happened, I almost took a dump in my tuxedo.
Let's keep it moving here. He's talking about in his book, when he's on top of the cage, he comes out, he climbs up, and he's looking back at the aisle, and he sees the Undertaker's really cool entrance. And normally before, he has a big bump, he gets a little scared, but it's what he called a good scare. And he says, this is not a good scare at all. He says, in fact, I saw no chance for a happy ending. And I walked back to face the aisle, and Taker was about to ascend. This is it, I thought, showtime. And he grabs him by the shirt and trunks, and I'm picking it up here directly from his book. And suddenly I was airborne, 16 feet high and falling fast as the Spanish announcers dove for cover. It was the scariest moment of my life, but almost a relief when I landed on the announcer table and felt it crumple beneath my weight. I had missed the monitors, which was my biggest concern, and landed about as perfectly as one could hope for, but the impact had spun me halfway underneath a security railing so that my legs were in the audience. My upper body, meanwhile, was covered with debris of the table. At least, I mistakenly thought, as I enjoyed the attention, the worst is over. I was about as wrong in that assessment as a human being can possibly be. So before we talk about anything else that happened in the match, he talks about, as he's laying there, his shoulder's hurting. It's dislocated from the fall. He feels a dull pain in his kidney area, but he has this feeling of inner peace as people are trying to, work on him and help him, because he knows he's pulled it off. One of the things I thought about for the first time a couple of years ago is, what if he missed?
God, Conrad, disaster. I mean, he'd have been crippled, and maybe worse.
It may be dead.
Oh yeah, exactly. The thing about it is, see, there was not. We were on the ring, and all that stuff was on the ice. There's a little plywood thing, and that plywood would be the right word. It was a little thin wood that just for the ring and the chairs and stuff around the ice part of it was protected. There's no padding. So if he missed the table, whereas the table would not break his fall to some small degree, you can only imagine what would have occurred. It doesn't, quite frankly, I don't know how you would have survived it. I really don't. It may be this. It may be this. Maybe the worst case scenario for him, if he had missed, was he would have been crippled and confined to a wheelchair for the rest of his days. But the other side of that equation could very easily have been, it could have been a fatality. And so that's why I was, hey, look, everything you heard me say, man, was unrehearsed. I didn't write shit down. I never did that. And I didn't know I didn't know he was going to go off, and I was mad. I was pissed off how we as an administrative group, from creative, whether it be Russo or the agent for that match or whatever it was, that we allowed that to happen. I was pissed off. It made no sense in the big picture. And I guarantee you, if you go back and watch that pay-per-view, folks, watch when McMahon came out to check on Mick, breaking his heel persona, you'll see a genuine concern on Vince's face, because he had realized that Mick's moving around, he's moving his legs, moving his arms, not knowing about the kidney and all this other stuff. I don't think he probably even knew that his shoulder was dislocated. But Vince had as strong a look of concern as I've ever seen him have, because we knew that we probably made a mistake in doing that, and we knew that he knew probably the same as me that we dodged a big-ass bullet.
I mean, I hate to be that guy, but if he misses and his head hits the guardrail, that could have immediately killed him right away.
Yeah.
Snaps his neck. He's done. I mean, you know, I hate to make a race comparison because I'm not a race guy, but I remember when Dale Earnhardt died, I saw the crash and I thought, well, I mean, it's not a spectacular crash. It's not end over end. It's not this glamorous, fiery tumble that we've seen in NASCAR when guys walk away. So I, like a lot of folks, assumed, oh, he's going to be fine.
Yep.
But that was the end. And it was because, I mean, his neck was broken and that was a wrap. And if his head hits that guardrail with that amount of distance at that weight, at that height, I mean, this could be another tragedy instead. I mean, it was no easy task as it is. And Mick would write, climbing the cell with a dislocated shoulder was no easy task, but this time I wasn't scared or hesitant. I was running on adrenaline. I was literally flying in my heart as the Undertaker and I raced to the top. The crowd reaction was unbelievable. They had sworn the match was over, but they had just seen the damnedest thing in the history of the business. And now we were going to give them more. I mean, when you see him get off the stretcher and climb up again, what's going through your mind?
I thought, well, somebody's going to pull him off the side of the cage. Surely this is not something that's booked. Cause I don't know that it was booked that way. I don't know. I don't know this very day that the plan was, okay, we're going to throw Mick off the top of the cell. He's going to go through the announce table. He's going to, the ice of the igloo where the Penguins play is going to break his fall. Wink, wink. And then if he survives that, we're going to do another spot where he put his ass back up top so he can fall through awkwardly, and which is, quite frankly, a lot of people say was more dangerous than the other deal, because he was in control of the other one where he could do his rotation, he could get turned, and he landed, as he said, about as good as you could land. Lucky as hell, missed all the monitors and so forth. But then to go back up it was unheard of. I was appalled that it happened. I was scared. So what are we doing to this guy? Have we just come up with every crazy ass thing we could get him to do? And because Mick is Mick, he's not going to say no. So I was angry, man. I was pissed off, and I didn't see the response. I didn't see even the beginning, people getting out there quick enough. And nowadays there's a doctor at ringside and all these, WWE does a great job taking care of their athletes in that respect. But boy, then there were some holes in our armor in that regard. So I was pissed off. I just didn't make any sense. You got to understand, I was pissed off as the TV announcer, JR. I was pissed off as the EVP of talent, Jim Ross. We got a great commodity, a great asset, and we're just screwing with it. That's how I thought at that time. That was not exactly the case, but in the moment of, Mick wasn't the only guy running on adrenaline, especially when he fell. I was on that side, as best I recall, and he was a few feet when he hit. It was a horrid, and like you said, Conrad, What if this did not happen? What if he had hit his head? What if he did get the full rotation? And then going back up, he didn't have a chance to defend himself. He didn't have a chance to take a bump that would allow him some protection. And the way he landed was just sickening. I think maybe where I got my sickening thud over the years, because God dang, man, it just sounded like he was in a car wreck and got ejected out of the car, and there he lies again in a heap. What else can we do to this poor bastard?
He would say if he could change one thing about the match, it would be his next effort, which was a dynamic exchange of punches atop the 16-foot structure that would have sent the crowd into a frenzy. But instead, he stood there, slug-like, as the Undertaker battered him without any retaliation. Quote, he clubbed me across the back with a chair and then unceremoniously dropped it on the cage. I really wish he would have put it somewhere else. Then he grabbed me around the neck for the goozle or choke slam, and I don't remember a thing about the next 2 minutes as I watched the tape in great pain the next day. It was the only time in 15 years I'd been knocked out cold. I'd been knocked goofy countless times. I'd seen stars and rainbows and black patches as a way of life for a long time, but this was the first time that a period of time elapsed and I wasn't aware of it. Like I said earlier, however, video and time have helped me not only see, but remember almost everything except what I was feeling as I broke through the mesh and crashed to the canvas. Looking back at it now, it was both the worst choke slam and the best choke slam I'd ever taken. The worst because it was the only time in my association with The Undertaker that I hadn't even gone high for the goozle. As a matter of fact, one of my feet never left the cage. The best because if I'd taken it correctly, I might very well have been dead. As it was, I landed hard on my back, my neck, and the back of my head. If I'd gone higher, I would have landed directly on my head and probably wouldn't be here, or at least not in control of my limbs. It was indeed a violent, brutal fall, made worse by the fact that I landed in one of the old Federation rings, which had very little give.
Yeah, we changed that scenario not too long after that. Those rings were for those super heavyweights that dotted the WWE landscape back in that one era time. And, you know, you got a big Hulk Hogan was the top baby face, and all these big heels coming in, you know, to match up the Bundys of the world, so forth. That ring was hard as a rock, and talents hated it. When I first got that job, that's one of the things guys said, well, I hope you, JR, you will address the goddamn rings. And I did. And so we got a more bump friendly ring. I'm sure they're still using the same rings today, but they're more talent friendly for sure. But those rings were, God dang, it was embarrassing that we didn't change the rings earlier, because the styles of more bumps and more high risk bumps were becoming more prominent. And so we did that, but the Mick thing was certainly a catalyst to help us move to that direction in a very rapid pace. You know, that Vince said, get rid of all those hard son of bitches and let's, you know, get a different ring and blah, blah, blah. Vince's only issue was he didn't want a ring that was so noisy that was distracting. But we got rings that are bump friendly and almost too late, but we got it done.
To make matters worse, Mick would write, the chair was placed on the cage and it followed my body down and smashed into my face from a height of 12.5 feet. The blow to my face would result in 1.5 teeth being knocked out, a dislocated jaw, and a hole beneath my lip that I could stick my tongue through. Francois and the EMTs tried to help me as I lay on my back and my arms outstretched and my legs sickly twisted to one side. I later asked the Undertaker what he thought when he looked down at me from atop the cell. His answer was chilling in its simplicity. I thought you were dead. Terry Funk was there to meet him and willingly took a choke slam to give me one more time to get up. TV showed multiple replays of my falling through the cage, and when they came back, I was on my feet, but just barely. I don't believe it, said a stunned JR. He's either crazy or the toughest SOB I've ever seen. Before we keep going, I do want to ask you here, JR, was Mick Foley the toughest man you ever met in wrestling? I mean, I know there's lots of stories about badasses and, you know, this guy or that guy, but has anybody ever taken more punishment than Mick Foley in wrestling?
Not that I have encountered. There's a difference in being tough, and there's a context we're talking about here, and being the baddest dude in the land.
Sure.
You know, Mick Foley's not the baddest dude in the land, as he will readily admit, but I've never seen, if he's a classic definition, Conrad, being tougher than a $2 steak. He is, and I've never seen anybody that was in so much pain. More often than not, he was in pain all the time, and he was in pain and he had been in pain a lot, more often than not, before we hired him. You know, he's taking elbows off. He's slamming a guy on the outside. There's no mats out there. He gets on the outside. He runs down the apron of the ring and does a big flying elbow, and his hip would always hit the concrete to break his fall. And you can do that once, maybe. Hell, he did it on a regular basis, seemingly for years. So you can only imagine how that pain manifested itself over time. So, yeah, if there's somebody tougher in the respect of being able to withstand pain, I never met him. Mick's at the top of the list.
It's unbelievable. The Undertaker threw a punch. Meltzer, Foley would write, and I went down slowly. It may have been the saddest bump ever taken because there was no strength left in my body. I don't want to sound dramatic or pat myself on the back, but I really had been standing on sheer will alone. Now, as I lay in a heap, it seemed that even my will was gone. Jack, let's go home, the Undertaker quietly said to me. No, I'm okay, I replied. Of course, Taker winds up winning the match. And as we know, there was a thumbtack bump and just all kinds of craziness. And Mick would write, I lay there for a few minutes. And as Francois, the Funker, and referees checked on my condition, the EMTs brought a stretcher to the ring, and he asked Mike Chioda, and you can see this on camera, was I already on a stretcher once tonight? And Chioda says, yes, Jack, you were. And then he says, then can you help me up? I don't want to be on a stretcher twice in one night, which is unbelievable. But as he's helped to the back with Chioda and Terry Funk assisting, the fans start to chant Foley, Foley. And JR summed it up. How can anyone not admire the effort of this man, Mankind, Mick Foley, is beyond me. And he would write, when I walked through the curtain, I was met by a sound of applause from the remaining wrestlers and a hug from Vince McMahon. Despite recent media portrayals of Vince, he was genuinely concerned with my well-being. I responded by talking way too much, way too fast, and way too intelligent for a guy who had just been through hell. He had to have known that I was messed up. I was almost like a drunk driver who tries too hard to act sober that he gives himself away. My in-ring conversation with Mike Chioda was not the only one I failed to recollect. Several days after the match, I asked The Undertaker if I had spoken to him afterwards. He laughed as he recalled our conversation. Did I use thumbtacks out there? Is apparently what I'd come out with. He looked at me, still covered with the damn things, and said, yes, you did, Jack. Yes, you did. Oh, good, I replied and walked away. His evening's not over yet, though. Francois has to put his shoulder back in his socket, and he's got to help get his bearings. And I can't believe this is real, but he's going to come back out for the main event. This is not the main event, unbelievably. We've still got another match on this show. Kane is going to win the world title from Steve Austin, which on any other show would be all anybody talks about. It's Kane's first world title win. He just debuted with the company in October. And fast forward, 6 or 8 months, and he's now beating the hottest act the company ever had in a first blood match. As a result, it doesn't matter what type of effort these guys had in the match. No one talks about it because of the match that just happened before, but Meltzer gave it 3.25 stars. It is interesting because it's a first blood match with a guy who is completely covered, including a mask. But maybe that's why, they're trying to paint the story they are, that of course he's got to overcome all these incredible odds, including being covered. But even after all the hell that Mankind's been in, he comes out for this match, as does the Undertaker. In hindsight, JR, did Mankind coming back out add to the story, or should that have been fucking it?
Well, again, I was squeamish of the whole damn thing, but I would have said no. Because in today's WWE, in today's probably a lot of other companies, he would not have had the opportunity to come back out no matter what was booked.
Right.
Because again, we've not talked about anything about concussions here. We haven't talked about concussion protocol. We haven't talked about CTE, none of that stuff. So knowing what we know now from a medical standpoint, these athletes and these head injuries, these traumas, there's no way he would have been cleared to go back out there. So I believe that did he add to the end? Yeah, and especially where we're going with other things and other programs and so forth. Yeah, that made sense. But could that have been done on another night? Of course it could have, some way. So I believe that he should have been shut down at that point. And in today's world, he absolutely would be. And I agree with that. Today's world, who knows, man? How many? That always troubles me about Mick. Is as the older he gets, is he going to be good with his mind? Are all these concussions and chair shots and all these amazing things that he's done to his body, what toll is it going to take on him in the future? And that concerns me. To this very day, it concerns me. So answer your question, easy for me. No, he would not have been sent back out. They'd have called a little bit of an audible. That'd been easy to do. Bottom line is, Mr. McMahon was going to facilitate the win, blah, blah, blah. So, but that's just Mick, man. Mick is a player's coach, a great coach, great player to coach for those guys and creative and so forth, because he'll do anything. And he's got good logic about doing things that he can do well. But we needed to shut him down on that deal, and we didn't. And thank God, he didn't get hurt any worse out there. I don't guess, but it was scary to see him back out there. And God Almighty, if we wanted to turn him babyface at some point, and we did, those are all these great reasons that people start believing in Mick. He's tough. He's amazing. He does things nobody else can or will do, and he survived it somehow. So. No, for me, in today's world, shut down. You're done. Go take a shower. Let's get you to the hospital.
Mick would write in his book that Vince came to see him in his locker room and said, Mick, I want you to know how much we appreciate everything you've done for this company, but please promise me that I'll never see you do anything like it ever again. I do want to mention too, this main event with Kane. On the build up to this first blood match, the stipulation is if Kane loses, he's going to set himself on fire and breathe his last breath. But we know that doesn't happen. He becomes the world champion. Vince McMahon, or Mr. McMahon, is very pleased with that. And the next night on Raw at the Gund Arena in Cleveland, it's another sellout, 16,505 fans, an incredible gate, 266 grand. The show opens with Vince, Briscoe, and Slaughter coming out to present Kane with the world title. Interestingly enough, it's not the same quote unquote big eagle, the new design that Austin had been using. It is the old school Reggie Parks made winged eagle that Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart and guys like that held before Austin. Later in the show, of course, we know Austin is going to pin Kane to win the world title for the second time. And the Undertaker comes to the ring during the match. And after the match, he gets in the ring. Austin gives him the stunner. That sets up the collision course for SummerSlam, which I'm sure we'll cover at some point. Talk to me about the creative to have Austin lose the title on pay-per-view and then win it back the next night. Is this normally these surprises, these quote unquote swerves were for television. Why the title change on a pay-per-view? Is it just to set up the rematch for Raw and pop a big rating? Because if so, it works. Raw does a 5.36 and Nitro does a 4.05. It winds up being the third highest rating in the history of Raw up to that point.
Oh, well, that finish, the first blood finish, the first time I was exposed to the first blood finish, Conrad, was in the Mid-South territory. We had a 300-pound babyface, top babyface named the Cowboy Bill Watts. And he was very strategic in how he lost. Because I said, why are you building I asked this question out of ignorance, I guess. Why are you building everything around you? And he said, kid, I'm the only son of a bitch here I can depend on. And he said, everything I got is riding on this territory. Okay, that makes sense. But the first blood stipulation was set up to get a win for the other guy, not the bleeder, the other guy. And more often than not, it was the other guy, the heel, using brass knucks or a foreign object or whatever, and helping get the color or a post shot or whatever. Back in those days, running a guy's head or body into the ring post was a disqualification. Now, even a clenched fist is okay. And sometimes people wonder why the business is not so emotional or so dramatic. because there's no goddamn rules anymore. And people say, why do we need rules? So the goddamn heels have something to break. And they don't do it in front of if you do it in front of the referee, it means nothing. It means nothing. It just makes no sense. So the old first blood thing was an old territory finish. It was a way to protect the baby face and still get the win on the heel. And that's kind of the situation there with Steve and Kane. We didn't want to beat Steve in a 1-2-3 type situation, so it came up with the stipulation, a gimmick match, if you will. And it seemed to, it had a lot of drama. The fans liked the blood. We were doing a little bit of blood then, more than probably maybe should have, but nonetheless, the Attitude Era had a lot of juice in it for that time. So it was a good finish for that. It protected Steve. It didn't hurt Kane, and it facilitated Vince's role as, I'm the most powerful son of a bitch here, Steve. You're not. Austin, this is my company. I'm the boss, and you're going to work for my ass. And some of these days, I'm going to break you. That was the whole deal. So I didn't have a problem with the finish. Now, I don't remember what our dialogue was, but I believe the decision to put the belt back on Steve the next night was something that we had discussed going into this thing at a pretty good time in advance. Once the first blood stipulation was finalized, we knew that Austin was going to lose the title. Well, so the question was always, when does he get it back? And Vince's idea was, well, he's going to get it back Monday night. So that was the deal. I don't know. Everything done on TV is for a rating. When we go on in October, when AEW goes on TNT on a weekly basis, it's going to be about the ratings. That's the nature of the business. And it's still about the ratings for WWE on Monday night. Ratings. They follow that stuff like crazy, as they should. But I think that, I don't know if it's specifically for the ratings, but the ratings are always a component that has to be taken into consideration. And for those of us who try to say, oh, it's not, it wasn't ratings, it's all creative, that's bullshit. Ratings are always the top priority.
Well, and they're our top priority here, and we'll see it next Thursday and every Thursday at 6 a.m. Eastern, right here on the mighty Westwood One with Grilling JR.
Like I said, one of the most memorable wrestling pay-per-views of my lifetime, and Jim Ross was the soundtrack of it. So we really hope that you enjoyed this Megasode edition of Grilling JR as we look back at 3 of the most memorable King of the Ring pay-per-views of all time. And don't forget, we'll be back right here, same time, same place next week, as the voice of wrestling empowers us with his knowledge, as he does every single week, right here on Grilling JR.